fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a bug stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. Ah! How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? It is time for another Mordian Glory live stream, and today we are going to be doing a bit of a just chatting stream. Of course, as is tradition, we'll be doing some weekend catch up as well, talking about like hobbying projects and games that people have played and all that kind of good stuff. But we will also be talking about the metadata. We'll be talking about the win rates, or in our case, the loss rate. Oh my days. And we will be talking just about how this old thing, Warhammer 40k 11th edition, is shaping up. How it's starting to look. So, it's a Just Chat stream, so we can talk about anything. It's not just dedicated to Warhammer 40k. We can, of course, talk about Old World and Conflict 47, and I do have some news on those fronts. And we can talk about, like, bolt action and Battletech and all of the, like, games and stuff. We can talk about army lists. We can talk about competitive play. We can talk about casual play. We can talk about the follies of mankind. Really. So a big old chinwag. So it's a bit of a chill catch-up stream today with maybe a bit of data shit thrown in once we've caught up and everything. So there you go. That's the plan. So with all that said, let's dive into the stream proper. And that means, of course, beginning with our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Mordian Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby. Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out? We have got Commander HHL, Chicken Detonator, Gordon, Lower Decks, Colin Walker, Zello, Pastor Blaster, Samuel Phoenix, Ryan Tomlinson, Macon. We've also got Spartan, Artillery Dread, Sir Newbie, Phobie the Third, Yuli, Lord Pulpy, Russell W, Crucible 76. We've got Davin and Teapot and Mark Coyle and Kaon and 55 Thomas 35 and Tank Charmer and Patrick H90 and Mad and Dead and Cool German Dude and Princess Drusus and Keeper of the Pale Salt and Morpheus and Samuel Phoenix, Mad and Dead. And Lotus Bloom Gaming, Tactical Heckler, Chicken Detonator, Freedox, Grey Cat, Jack Wrist, the Kirkburmeister, Fox Knight, Jabbath, Omni Puppy, RK, Colin Drew, Jonathan Encio, Glenn Lee, David Davidson, Warhammer Bjorn, Gaver, G3A3, Cormy, JF Kroll, Bash Tremblex, Moowell2, and Cavasius. Hey! Welcome. Thank you so much to all of you beautiful bastards for joining today's stream. Thank you for joining. Massive thank you to all of you guys who also have gone ahead and liked the stream and subscribed as well to the channel. If you've not done those things, please don't forget to do so. It is a big deal. It does make a big difference. It does help a lot. And if you don't want to like the stream, then dislike it. I dare you. Go on. I dare you. Dislike it. Go on. Ha! You fool! You fell into my classic blunder, the classic trap. Because YouTube can't tell the difference. between likes and dislikes. It's all engagement, baby. It's all engagement. How do you think ratioed videos go viral? How did you think it happened? I also want to say a big thank you to all of you guys who have already got the stream started off right. Coming in with all the super chats, and the member flex, and the gifted memberships, and all of that good stuff. And let's take a moment to go through and show our appreciation. So, who have we got first? We have got Chris K! Chris K, thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. Amazing, Chris K. Appreciate the support, man. We've also got Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, mate. Thank you for doing your part. I also want to say a huge thank you to Cosmic, my boy! Cosmic, thank you for the Giga Chad. Yes! Happy 250th American birthday. Hope all's weekend was legendary. I work, but no need to... something... But no burn unit, so it was good. New Firefly song done for late this week. Buster Rift. Buster Rift, Cosmic. Buster Rift, absolutely. Yes, happy birthday to all of the Americans. To all of you who, decided that you didn't want to pay any taxes. And so you threw some perfectly... So you decided in protest to make a giant cup of tea in the harbour, which, in retrospect, probably was a bad idea, but there we go. Not because your independence is bad, but because the salt water wasn't good for making tea, of course, right? I'm presuming it was salt water anyway. It might have been a freshwater harbour. There you go. No, on a serious note, happy 4th of July. I know it's been a couple of days late, but happy 4th of July to all of you Americans, and I hope you all had a great weekend and all of that good stuff. And yeah, there you go. What are we... The fish enjoyed it. That's true. The fish enjoyed it. There you are. I want to say a big thank you next. Also, sorry, Cosmic. Speaking of Conflict 47, busting Rift and everything, I went to the Warlord Games Wigan store grand opening. So it's been like soft opened for like a few weeks, but there's been like a few last bits they've been doing, but you've been able to like buy some bits whilst you're in there. But they did a full grand opening, and I'll talk about it a little bit later. But my God, it was popping off, and I have loads of rumors and leaks which I can share with you. Some stuff which I don't know if I'm meant to share, but the mood was high, things were being shared. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. All right. So, yeah. Well, when we get to it, once we've covered some guard data and everything, I will definitely share with you some of the information that I have learned, some of the things that I have gleaned. I want to give you guys a little hint. Somebody, I can't say this right. Somebody in the Friday stream asked me to ask Warlord if they could make something. And they were like, oh, if you could ask Warlord for this, that'd be great. It's a bit of a joke. And I asked Warlord, and Warlord said it was coming. And now I can't tell you what that is. So there you go. And so something that somebody asked for, it's actually that person at some point next year is going to get their dream. So now all you guys have to work out is, out of like the 100 things that people were asking me to ask Warlord, which one of those things is correct. Oh, did you ask them to fix my Super Bazookas? So Cosmic, they actually mentioned that, and they said that if you keep asking about fixing the Super Bazookas, they are going to fix them, but instead of making them a single weapon that you get a reroll. They're going to make it 2 single shot super bazookas. Because after all, how does the linebacker reload them? There's no magazines. So they said, stop asking, basically, or they're going to nerf them. I'm not even kidding you. Marcus at Warlord actually said that. I was joking, of course, but yeah. There you go. There you are. Lies, deceptions. Every day, more lies. What am I lying about, something for this? K47 or guard win rate? Because I ain't lying about either. There you go. 1,000 more emails on the way. All right, what have we got next? We've got Ryan Tomlinson. Ryan Tomlinson, thank you for super chat, mate. Hobby update and request for advice in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look, mate. Boom. Hi, morning. It's Ryan Tomlinson. Bot Act update. List has been accepted. Looking forward to first combined ops competition on Sunday. You're my brother who's joining with mechanized Germans. We're fortunate to get out to on Sunday. I did. A lovely chap. We had a good chat. He asked me a couple of questions and everything. I gave him some feedback, and yeah, that was it. But no, it was great. He actually came up, he introduced himself, and I knew straight away I knew straight away who he was because he mentioned the Italians and German double thing. So yeah, that was awesome. He said to super chat for some combined ops tips from you. Any advice, please? Cheers in advance. So what I said was someone can someone time Spriggs out? Someone wake up Hicks. What I said is when running a 2v2, you have to remember that if you try and, let's say you've it's like, I know it's 800 points each, right? So let's say you take your 800 points and you go pure infantry and you're like, ha ha, no one will be able to defeat this much infantry at 800 points. What you have to remember is that you're not playing 800 points versus 800 points. You're playing 800 points versus 600 points because your opponents have both got 800 points. So actually, you need to be realizing that trying to skew on your own isn't going to work. Now, it is more possible to like skew if you both try and skew, but that makes a bit of an Achilles heel. So what I said is 2 ways of approaching this is one of you goes like all infantry, one of you goes all tanks, and then it balances out to you all having a full army. But I said the issue with bot action with doing that is that one of you, the person who brings all tanks is going to have a really boring time because all they're going to get to do is roll like one shot. You're like, oh, okay, you activate unit. Okay, I found my anti-tank gun on my tank. Okay, I've missed. All right, that's my activation. See what I mean? So what you want to do is actually both have mixed forces, but you both have half of what you would need in a mixed force. But when you put your two halves together, you have, even though you both have everything you need between the two of you, if that makes sense. And then what you do is you support each other's units. So you don't act as two individual armies. You want to act as one army working together. Don't be like, okay, I'll deploy on this side of the board, you deploy on that side of the board, or I'll handle this, you handle that. Like, work together. Like, support each other. If you've got slightly, if there's an objective that needs to be taken and it's a bit tougher and you've got the more veteran infantry that are better at like pushing in and taking that, do that. You push him with your infantry, have his tank support you, that kind of thing. If you're in a more defensive position, and he's got sort of weapon teams, you've got some longer range infantry, then use those things working together. So it's about having it's not about having two 800 point armies, it's about having one 1,600 point army. There you go. That's the way of looking at it. All right, hope that helps, man. And it was great to meet your brother. Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat. Also, the army looked awesome. Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat. Hobby update and stream discussion near the top. My God, are you going to make me scroll up? Jesus fucking Christ, this motherfucker. I'm raging. No, I'm not. I'm an idiot. Don't worry, I've got it, Florida Eccentric. These guys look awesome. Hey, are they the British Grenadiers? Are they? That's cool, man. Yeah, that's cool as fuck. Nice. So wait, one guy carrying the spare batteries for the other guy's Tesla rifle? That's awesome. Those I'd say those British Grenadiers do look absolutely fucking awesome, man. I love the old school bullpup assault rifles they've got. I love the glow from the Tesla. Our scientists have concluded that the glow is not toxic in any way, shape, or form. Very, very, very cool. I love it, man. I love it. Dude, absolutely awesome. I never really checked, actually. Is the heavy Tesla rifle like a team weapon? Or is that maybe a holdover from the old edition? Because I never really thought about it, to be honest. Because the only ones I've ever had run with it is the Paragons, and they're augmented, so they don't care. Oh, it doesn't say heavy Tesla rifle. 1 minute, let me go to the. Have I got the book around here? Actually, I've got the book. Yeah. Team weapon from early editions on the model, so it's not a team weapon now. Yeah, it's not a team weapon now. Lick the battery gives you a charge. The glow will not kill you faster than a Shrek Wolfen. Exactly. Let me have a look. I can find the. I've got the book here. There we go. It might have been a team weapon in the. Oh, bloody hell! It might have been a team weapon in the old edition. Check the app. Yeah, I couldn't be bothered. I've got the book right here. It's quicker than the app. Don't get me wrong, I love the app, but I also love just reading a book. Okay, rift weapons. It is. Holy shit, man! I never realized that. So heavy Tesla rifle in charge mode is a team weapon, but in pulse mode, it's an assault weapon without team. So if you fire it in pulse mode, you don't need to have an extra. If you fire it in pulse mode, then the guy doesn't need to. He can shoot his own weapon. That's so cool. I literally never knew that. How interesting. Yeah. How interesting. That's very cool. All right, let's have a look here. What do we got next? We have got Chris K. Chris K, thank you for the super chat, man. Hey, Mordian, hobby update and question in Discord. Let's have a look. All right. I'm currently redoubling my efforts to go through my pile of shame backlog. Over the weekend, I built Storm Boys, Runtherd and Gretchen, Orc Commandos, Console Yak, as well as the recently acquired Mark IIc Automaton and Bertie. I'm about to start a 7 heavy weapons squad. That being said, I very much appreciate recommendations for a loadout that would be compatible with the current meta. Do you mean heavy weapons squads for the guard? So, prevailing wisdom right now is probably on autocannons for the guard in 11th. You're probably looking at, because the AP -1's better, the strength 9 is good, the flat damage 3 is good, and you can move 3 inches and still get to shoot with the benefit of heavy. So I think that probably autocannons is the best way to go. But mortars, as controversial as the statement may be, mortars are still probably okay as well. Because the thing with mortars, is that they're still relatively cheap, and you don't really, you sort of use them to shoot what you were already shooting, if that makes sense. Yeah, because I mean, if you have a mortar that's staying still, then it hits on 4s, and then if you strip cover away from the enemy unit, you don't need an order for the mortars, because they can't hit on better than a 4 anyway than when firing indirect. So mortars are actually okay. You can actually fire, but you can actually use, if you use your artillery to target stuff that is being spotted and doesn't have cover, you can absolutely save orders on your artillery, which is very good. Yeah, which is very good. So, yeah, autocannons or mortars is probably the way I would go. And mortars are a bit of a controversial one because everyone sort of is shitting on indirect these days. And I get it. But even so, I think mortars or autocannons. Now, the thing is, I bet you can probably build both in the kit. Let me have a look. Warhammer 40k, Army of the Imperium, Astra Militarum. It's kind of mad how badly the Guard's doing so badly. None of the pre-order stuff is selling out. How bad is that? All right, let's have a look. I do actually quite like the new Canadian weapon dude. I think they look all right. Let's have a look. Sprues. So, I feel like, okay, yeah, so you can build both. So if you look, the mortars come on a bipod. So, and the other weapons, the other weapons come on tripods. Yeah. So, it is possible for you to build both. I mean, it's possible with spare bases and spare infantry. It's possible for you to build a lot of heavy weapons out of this. But yeah, I think you could build both. And then what I would probably do is not glue the. I mean, it depends on how you want to do it. But traditionally, what people did is they got the kneeling down guy and they put him on the weapon, and then they got the. They bought a bunch of extra spare bases, and they used those for the mortars. And then you got the other crew member who's like holding the mortar shell or the radio or whatever, and they put them on there, and then that gives you one crew per base, right? And then you just added some spare guardsmen to the bases, so you could get double the heavy weapon teams out. Yeah. There's a half mortar. You need two halves to make a whole. I mean, yeah, I'm just. Do you with the new ones? I'm not even sure you do with the new ones, man. Oh, maybe you do. Maybe the other half there. Yeah. But it doesn't really make a difference. You're still getting three. Yeah, you're getting. You get 3 mortars and 3 autocannons. Buy 3 extra bases and use some spare guardsman models. And you should be able to get more heavy weapon teams. Yeah, the mortar missile launcher is the same tube. Yeah, I bet it is. Yeah. See, what you used to be able to do is, this is the problem with kit bashing, or the lack of kit bashing in GW's new kits. You used to be able to take the missile. This is on the old heavy weapon team kit, not the new one. You sort of take the old missile launchers, glue that onto the body of a normal Cadian guy, because it was just a flat connection, and that allowed you to get, with a box of Cadians and a box of heavy weapons squads, you actually could get like 3 heavy weapon squads, because you could have the tripod used for your autocannons or your las cannons. You could use the mortars on the bipod, and then the missile launchers could just be shoulder fired. And yeah, you'd have what, like 16 crew. Technically, you'd need like 18 crew to make that work, but you just had like 1 or 2 guys that are just firing on their own, and you just built like a little thing up next to them. You know what I mean? Yeah. So there you go. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, so that's what I'd go for mortars and autocannons, and I wouldn't pick is what I'm saying. I'd kit bash to victory, because I think you can still do that even with the new heavy weapon squads. There you go, Chris K. Yeah. Even some basic secondhand guardsmen, even for the old style, great for filling out. Heavy weapon squads and stuff. He's like, nothing for you standby couldn't fix. Exactly, right? Exactly. It's all about making your kit go as far as possible. Can I give you a little example of this? So, I got sent some of the new heavy weapon teams by Warlord Games, the plastic American ones. But I already own 3 heavy machine guns for my Americans. So I was like, I don't really need any more heavy machine guns. So what I did is this is the beauty of kit bashing and cross compatibility. I actually turned them into British heavy machine gun teams. So you can't take HMGs in for your Brits in bot action, but you can take them for your Brits in K47, and maybe the Canadians can take them in bot action. Maybe, I'm not sure. But the point is what I did is I got this is the new plastic American heavy weapon teams, and I took them. I took the crew. I didn't have the full box. I just had I had half of one of the boxes. So it was just like a little taster for each of the sprues, right? So I took the new plastics and I combined it with my British 8th Army box set, because it comes with plenty of spare heads and everything, and plenty of weapons and arms and everything. And I was able to convert myself up 2 of these. And this is this is the beauty of making sure that your kits are cross compatible. Because this infantry box has been out for ages. I mean, it's been out at least 4 years, and probably a lot longer than that. I mean, the reason I'm saying at least 4 years because that's when I got my 8th Army, but I think they've been around a lot longer than that. Someone will be able to, Google it and find out. But yeah, I took one of these, and that's which from actually, you know what? Let's see if Google can tell us. Let's see if Google can tell us. When was the bolt action 8th Army infantry box released? 2013. 2013. Okay, so actually, that can't be right. I think it's hallucinating slightly. That feels slightly off. 1 minute, this one's got a list here. No. 2018. See, that's why you don't believe Google. Not believe Google. That's why you don't believe AI. AI just pulled a figure out of its ass. It didn't know, but it was like, I don't want to let him down. So it just made a number up. So it's 2018. So a kit from 8 years ago is compatible with a kit from today. That's awesome. When you think about that, that is peak cross compatibility. That is peak. To me, that's just peak model design. Yeah, that's peak model design. That, like, still, making your models with the idea with that in mind, and having that as a core design philosophy. With a core design philosophy. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Look at the advantages it brings. Yeah. That's like a fabrication. If GW can't do that, no one can. This is just how it should always be. Exactly, Edskar. Exactly. So, yeah, being able to, have... I mean, that's really... When you think about it, that's really impressive. That's really, really, really impressive, that is, isn't it? I didn't realize, I thought it was like 4 or 5 years old. It's 8 years old. A kit from 8 years ago is perfectly compatible with a kit from today. Wow. That's kind of mind-blowing, actually, when you think about it. Yeah. Why do that when you can make it not compatible with other models in its own box? Took me a second. Yeah, you can't even... The bits aren't even compatible with every model in the box. That is actually probably one of the best comments I've ever had. That is absolutely amazing, because it took me a second to get it, because I was like, oh, it's not compatible within the other kits. But no, not even compatible with the bits in the box it comes in. Yeah. That's incredible. There you go. All right. So, where are we up to? What have we got here? We have got the Whispering Monk. Thank you for the super chat. Holy crap! Emperor children are scary fast. Yep, that is absolutely true. No lies detected. The difference between people keep asking why are Emperor children doing better than World Eaters. I think that's still the case now. Let me have a look. Yeah, significantly better than World Eaters. Where the fuck are World Eaters? Yeah, World Eaters are sub 50%. Emperor's Children are considered one of the best factions in the game, one of the best melee factions in the game right now. And the difference is basically Emperor's Children are faster. Emperor's Children are faster. If they're faster, they can cross the no man's land quicker. They can take less casualties to getting shot. Yeah, there you go. Advanced. That's it. What means they're doing better than what it is? Meth. They're on full pervitin. Yeah. They're full Doom Rider at this point. Yeah. Hokum Paints, thank you so much for 18 months. X-Force, baby! Alessio's reaction to us asking for bolt action Vietnam. Let's have a look. Where is it? I don't see it. Or were you just saying I should say? I thought you put like a meme in stream discussion. Or were you just saying like, what was Alessio's reaction to us asking about? No, we were there. We're good. Yeah, no, I thought so. I was just sorry. You've run out. I thought you'd done a meme about it. No, Alessio. We kept asking Alessio. And this is the great thing about being able to like meet the people who make the games, because you can really annoy them and harass them. We kept asking Alessio about Action Vietnam, and he said there's no way it's happening. He said as far as forward as they would go with it at the moment is Korea, and they've already like done Korea a bit. Maybe they'd have a look at it again in the future, but for now, I think they're sticking to. I think they're sticking to World War II. Which there's a lot of World War II to explore, you know. Yeah. I want bot action World War III, set in an alternate world in early 90s where the Cold War went hot. That would be awesome. I mean, the thing with bot action is that you can basically create all that stuff you want already. You know, it's very, very, very easy to take bot action and start applying it to other eras, right? So you know you can take, if you want to make bolt action Vietnam, it is entirely possible for you to do that right now. You don't actually need warlords to make it for you. You want RPG slash what the ones that the Americans had? The Americans had you had like the N-Law, didn't you, and stuff like that, or was it just the Law back in the early Cold War? But anyway, you want RPG teams use bazooka rules, because you don't even need to like make like the tank. It's the Law, the light anti-tank weapon. There you go. So you don't even need to make it so. Oh, well, the armor's got so much better, so we'd have to like have super, super heavy tanks. No, because it's all relative, isn't it? When you think about it. So a T-34 in bolt action is a medium tank. Well, what would be the equivalent of a medium tank in, you know, early Vietnam War or Vietnam Cold War gone hot style, Vietnam / Cold War gone hot? It would be probably the T-72. Vietnam T-72 came later, right? You know, but probably, or the T-64. Or the T-55. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty much all medium tanks at this point, right? you know, maybe you have the T-55 as a light tank, but you could pay to, when it got like better armor and stuff, to make it like a medium tank. You could basically, I reckon you could take something like the T-55 and model it kind of like off the Panzer III. So you could have like the early T-55, because you could set it, it could be like sort of later in the war, right? Later in the Cold War. So the early T-55 could be a light tank with a medium anti-tank gun. And then you could upgrade it to be one of the ones that have been retrofitted. So then it became a medium tank with a medium anti-tank gun, right? And you could apply this principle. Like, what would like an M1 Abrams be? Well, that would probably be a heavy tank, wouldn't it? Because the Abrams had really good armor. So the Abrams would probably, and then what would, I mean, would you even have super heavy tanks at that point? Yeah, BMP could be I'd put the BMP as an armor 7+. So it's not a light tank, it's an armored carrier, because that exists in bolt action, right? And there's also you could have BTRs that, or is it no, what are they? BTRDs, that's the one with the wheels, isn't it? You just have that as a wheeled open topped armored carrier, right? So it'd be very, 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 very easy to do all of this stuff. It'd be really, really easy. You don't, what the great thing about bolt action is it's very moddable. And I think it's probably been designed that way, because Warlord Games has, in the past, they did this a lot in version 1 and version 2. I don't know if they've really bothered doing it in version 3, but in version 1 and version 2, there would be fan-made codexes, or they weren't called codexes, obviously, but fan-made armies of books, or fan-made versions of alternative periods of history for action that Warlord would literally give their sort of stamp of approval. They didn't make any money off them. They were like, we've read through this, we like it. If you want to play World War One bolt action, there you go, kind of thing. If you want to play, this before they had like Canadian rules. They'd be like, hey, do you want to play Canadian rules? Like, we've read these ones and we think these ones are pretty good. Now obviously they've grown and grown and grown. So now a lot of stuff that used to be fan made, they've actually just started making themselves. Like, for example, the new Armies of Commonwealth book. You've got the Canadian rules, stuff like that. Yeah. There's also, but it's so flexible. There's someone out there right now. If you guys want to go and watch something, if you're sick of listening to me prattle on, you want to see something cool. See if I can find it. Is it this one? It's not that one. Let me find it. 1 minute. I'm going to find it now. You have to wait with me 1 second. One minute. I want to find, that. So I'm going to search for it. That. I think it was. It might have been this. 1 minute. Here you go. This was someone's been doing this. How cool is this, right? So, bolt action is such a flexible game system that there's a channel out there. I've not watched any of these battle bots myself yet, but there's a channel out there called Kivakins, and he has modded bolt action, so you can play it with Halo battles. So you've got like Marines and Spartans versus like elites and stuff. Look, and he's 3D printed all the models and everything. Yeah. So he's got a bunch of like jackals there, and then I think there's a Marine army around here. There you go. Bunch of Marines and stuff. That's how like That's how moddable the and flexible the game is. Yeah. So very, 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 very cool. So yeah, like it's very, very, very cool. And that's the one of the great things about bolt action is that you can take it and quite easily mod it into a different era. Share the link. Yeah, sure. 1 second. I will say I've not watched any of these battle reports, so full disclaimer, I've no idea what their quality or anything is, but I've seen them being talked about in the Discord a little bit, so there you go. So if it ends up being a bag of shit, don't blame me. I don't think it will be. But you know, got to cover my ass. All right, what do we got next? Meryl, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Yes. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Corby, thank you for super chat. Update stream discussion. What loadouts would you recommend? Let me have a look, Corby. Okay. Some early birthday presents from myself and others. Decided to bust a rift and take the conflict plunge with some Brit bots to accompany my bolt action Polish paratroopers. Only question is, what loadouts to go for? Yes, dude, nice. Okay, so I would. So with the Mark IIs, it's easy. You have got for every sprue, you get 2 Mark IIs on each sprue. Okay, so you've got 1, 2, 3 between the Ultimate Platoon and this one, 3 sprues of Mark IIs. You want to build 3 Teslas. The Tesla cannons are excellent, absolutely excellent. You can't get enough of them in your army. They're awesome. Okay, so I'd build 3 of them. And then because you'll have 4 in total with the automated directors, which is excellent. And then you'll have 3 other ones left over, and it's really up to you what you want to go for. So the light autocannons and the heavy autocannons are very similar. The only difference is the heavy autocannon costs 10 points more and comes with an extra pen. So one is pen 3, the heavy is pen 3, the light's pen 2. So it's really up to you which one you go for on those. If you want to spend the extra points, you can. If you don't, you don't have to. You could always just leave the arms off those ones for a few games, and you know, trial them a little bit, and then whichever one if you think it's worth spending the extra, you know, points making them to heavies, go for it. Otherwise, don't worry about it. It's really, you know, it's really up to you. The Tesla cannons are quite expensive, so maybe you'll want to take the cheaper light autocannons. Maybe. But there wouldn't be anything totally wrong with the idea of taking 3 Tesla cannons and 3 heavy autocannons. It'd be expensive. It'd be very expensive, but it'd be very capable at the same time. So that's just worth thinking about. As for the Mark 1s, it really comes down to whether you want them to be good at combat or whether you want them to be good at DACA. Now, if you spend all of your points, if you go for all the heavy autocannons, I would recommend going for the MMGs on the Mark 1 robots because they're cheaper. You go MMGs and combat blades. They're cheaper, and your Mark 2s will do your fire support. Your Mark 1s will do your combat because they're quite good in combat with their ability, with their rift ability and those bayonets. So yeah, there you go. So that would be my advice. If you decide to go for some of the light autocannons with combat blades on the Mark 2s, then I would recommend you go half and half on the Mark 1. So half HMGs, half MMGs with bayonets. And you could do that either way. You'll probably want more Mark 1s. You'll probably want another box of Mark 1s at some point. Maybe. It's not guaranteed. So if you go half and half now, then you buy your next box, you just go half and half again. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the way that I would think about it. But dude, I just want to say, Buster Rift, yes, welcome to the Rift, brother. The fire rises, the revolution spreads. All right, what have we got here? What have we got here? We've got Leslie Mitchell. Thank you for super chat. Good evening. Nice to meet you on Saturday. Lovely to meet you too, man. Absolutely lovely. Dude, thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part, man. Awesome. The open day was really, the opening day, I should say, was very, very successful. It was so busy that you had probably, the store was absolutely jam-packed. And they had so many people that they actually had to start having, so basically one of the Warlord staff guys be like, okay, you got to wait until someone comes out before someone else can go in. And I would say, even with the store being full, there was probably between 30 and 40 people waiting outside the store as well. It's a very, 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 very good opening. It was, it was fantastic. Fantastic. And I know Warlord were a little worried about it because obviously it's their first time doing opening an independent store outside of Warlord HQ. But I think that Warlord were really, really happy just to see that it not only did well, but actually it popped off. It popped off a little bit, which is great. I was speaking to quite a few of the Warlord guys, including Jim. And Jim was like, I haven't slept in like a week. I've been so worried about this. Because it's sort of, I don't know if it was like, it wasn't his brainchild to like have the store, but it was his brainchild to have the store where it is in Wigan. And I think he was a little nervous, but I think, I think it went very, very well. So yeah, big shout out. Yeah. Element Glory, I kind of wish the store was a little more central. It's the same distance for me to Wigan as it is to Nottingham. Well, the idea, do you mean central as in central of the country or central to Wigan? I imagine you mean central to the country. So I think nostalgia, Vivek, I think this is, obviously it's early days. We'll have to see how the store does and everything. But I think that this is, if all goes all right, this is definitely not the only store that Warlord will be opening. I don't think they're going to be quite as prolific as Games Workshop might be, having one or more in every bloody town, right? But I think that, they're going to have some. I think the plan is to have several strategically placed stores. Quality over quantity. Yeah. Quality over quantity. So yeah, there we go. Warlord America when? I mean, maybe. Maybe. What have we got next? Fox Knight, thank you for super chat. When will we get the M26 Pershing Tesla with an M177 dual Tesla cam for K47? It would be really cool. So I have no idea where. I mean, Pershing Tesla makes sense. I don't know if it's ever going to happen, by the way. Although, actually, little leak. I don't know if it's really a leak. One thing is we haven't seen anything with the 177 yet, have we? We've not seen any dual Tesla yet, so that's interesting. The other thing I would say is I was mingling. I was asking some innocuous questions. Read the future of K47 and bolt action and everything. And I said, oh yeah, looking forward to some of the. They said, oh yeah, there's going to be like more armor coming in the future, blah blah blah. And I was like, oh yeah, really cool. Can't wait to see some more mechs. And they were like, oh, not just mechs. So I think we are getting some new tanks. Now, whether that will be brand new tanks or whether that will be more tanks getting turret swaps, who knows? Who knows what it will be? I don't know. I honestly don't. But yeah, I mean, it would be it's definitely. Look, guys, we know that by the end of next year, that we're looking at 50 plastic kits. That's just the plastic stuff. Okay? That's just the plastic stuff. So who knows if we will get resin conversion turrets? Who knows what will happen? I don't know. But maybe the heavy dual Tesla Pershing will happen sooner or later. I don't know. All I know is that we're getting more armor and not all of it is on legs. So there you go. I need a track kit for the patrol boat, for the Bronca to patrol boat. That would be amazing. Like they take the boats out, rolling them across the land. Yeah. What have we got here? Cosmic Drew, double Tesla Lee, combine all the shots with man. Dude, the double Tesla Lee would be so OP. It would be so overpowered. Because if you had like a medium Tesla in the front of it, on the where the medium howitzer is, and then you had a light Tesla on top, that when you're shooting an enemy vehicle, you would combine all of those Tesla shots. So you'd fire, what is it, like 8 Tesla shots, half from each. Yeah, and and some of them would be pen 2. On average, you'd get a pen 8 hit on moving with it. So Lee is going around like zap, 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 zap. That's insane, man. All right, what have we got? What do we got here? The Kerbermeister, thank you for super chat. Potential beef. Curious how you feel about GW revealing an Ultramarines character for the community Deathmire event. At this point, Kerbermeister, nothing they do surprises me. Yep. Turns out, making all those Armageddon things look like Blood Angels, that was just marketing. Yeah. That was just marketing. Everything they do is they literally just got the. I mean, to be fair though, it is a beautiful model. But that's because you have to remember, guys, that the Ultramarines, led by Marnius Calgar, are the saviors of Armageddon in this war. Yeah. That's what you have to remember. Glory, why would they reveal Blood Angel if the Space Marine Codex? It would have their rules. I mean, here's a mad idea and stuff. What if the Ultramarines weren't the main postage ultra in the Space Marine Codex? What if it was the Blood Angels? I know, then you'd be like, but Bordeaux, then they'd have all of the Blood Angel like units would be in the Codex or not in the separate supplement. And I'd be like, would that be so bad? Having all the Marines in one book. Yeah. GW, not bad promo, but why did you guys make all the Ultramarines red? I love that. No, it's a cool model. Is that the artwork from Vigilus Defiant? It probably is, actually. I think they reused it. Oh, no, that was Chaos, wasn't it? So, no, it can't be. Yeah. Have the Marines won both sides? Yeah. The Marines are going to win every stage of this, by the way. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, look, it's a cool model. I tell you what, I have no beef against the model. I just think that GW, I have no beef against the model. I have no beef against Ultramarines. I just think that Games Workshop just maybe need to like not be so the brand all the time, you know. Someone's allowed in separate waves, divergent chapters, so in theory they get attention. Nostalgia Vivek, I know exactly what you're saying, but it would just think about this for a moment, mate. It would have been entirely possible for Games Workshop to have the Space Marine Codex, like the generic Space Marine Codex, and at the same time had the Blood Angel supplement come out with that. Right? And it would have been... and remember, they used to have like separate codexes for like Ultramarines and stuff like that. And now, whether you want to go back to that system or not, I'm not bothered. I don't really care. But the point is that they could have gone, and here's the Space Marine Codex, and here's the Blood Angel one, and they're going alongside each other at the same time, because we know that the Blood Angels are like the poster boys of the fight for Armageddon, and blah 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 blah. But like, the point is, they can do anything they want. They can literally do anything they want. No one puts their guns to their head and makes them make the decision they make. So yeah. But yeah, there you go. It depends how big the releases are, because due to limited storage, it's why their production cap is low. I don't know, man. I don't think their storage is that limited, man. Well, actually, I don't think their storage is that limited, dude. I think, Nazad Vivek, I'm not saying you're entirely wrong, but firstly, their storage being limited isn't like, it's the problem they're making at this point. Why wouldn't they have more storage? Firstly. Yeah, and so I don't really buy that. I think that's probably a bit of cope. And secondly, I totally agree with you. No, actually, you're 100% right. GW does have limited storage. Because it's not that they have limited storage space in general. They have limited storage space right now. And the reason why they have limited storage space right now is because a huge amount of that storage is still being taken up by Saturnine boxes. And plenty of AOS always on shelf. There you go. There you are. All right. What do we got next? Truth Nuke. There you go. Yeah, I mean, think of how livid GW must be. I bet they have so much Saturnine just taking up warehouse space, and all they need to do is like sell it at a discount to try and shift it, and they just fucking won't do it. Yeah, there's probably some third ed AOS boxes around too. They probably throw those away. Yeah, and yeah, Saturnine twice as big as all the boxes. Yeah, exactly. I like AOS. Corporal C, there's no accounting for taste. No, I'm joking. We do some casual dunking on AOS here, but nothing too seriously. We don't really care about it. In a nice way, we don't really care about it. We're not one of the people that always shits in it all the time, no matter what. Saturnine, on the other hand, I'll shit on that box at the end of days. What's Saturnine again? It's the Horus Heresy starter box, which they literally, nobody can sell it. We actually looked at this on stream the other day. You can buy 10 Mark II Space Marines from eBay for 15 quid plus postage, or 17 pounds including postage. Like, it's actually, and they're not shifting them. Some dude was trying to sell his Horus Heresy army like in squads, and he was putting the squads up for like £1, no minimum bid, and he couldn't shift them. We were looking at this literally last week. No one can fucking shift it. It's like, yeah. Yeah. No one can shift it. It's crazy. There's absolutely zero demand for it. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look. Here. So the Kermaister, it's kind of beef. Okay, it's kind of beef, but yeah, it's just GW at this point, isn't it? GW is just gonna do GW things. Nothing they do surprises me anymore. None of the decisions they make surprise me. They just do their thing, and I don't accept it. I don't accept it, but it doesn't anger me anymore. I have transcended it. I've transcended the beef. I've transcended the salt. Now I just shake my head and go, oh, GW. What have we got here? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Thank you for super chat. Didn't realize how much blackout I got until I highlighted it all. See your discussion. Happy 250th USA when you come into USA Mordian. Dude, I've been to the US like 6 or 7 times. I quite like going to America. Yeah. When am I coming back? I think I'm coming next. It'll be next year. It'll be another year. Yeah. Let me have a look. Okay, let's have a look here. I may have got a bit crazy how much blackout I got. First picture's all blackout. It's a lot of fun modding. Try it. It's fun, brutal, and quick, and there are horde options. Impsy and Nomads get 4 models per unit and can bring guys back. Other pictures are 4th of July long weekend projects. Been experimenting with sponges. The sponge! Praise be the sponge. Nice. It does look very cool, blackout. Don't get me wrong. It looks very, very cool. Yeah, they need to have like drone controllers and stuff. I don't know if they do, but obviously we all know the way warfare is going these days. So you need to have some dude. One game should just be where like your opponent is just rolling dice, and every time they roll a 6, one of your guys just explodes, getting hit by drones. It's pretty grim, but that is basically that would be the that's the new tabletop war game that we will all be playing. Yeah, Drone Evader. Anyway, as for the that kind of war game would be so boring. As what we got here, we got some sponges. Yeah, I do love the sponges, man. I sponged a bunch of terrain as well, and I have to say it's such a quick and easy technique. The sponge game like genuinely got me to enjoy painting terrain. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, roll a d6 during the command phase on a 1. A grenade drop down the... on a 1, your tank's hatch was open. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, grim. Grim, but you can't laugh your cry, so there we go. What have we got next? Easy peasy. I'm glad that you're enjoying the game. I might try Blackout at some point, but it's not high up on the priority list. I've got 11th edition and K47, which are doing scratching a lot of itches for me right now. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Working on tanks for 11th discussion with a question. All right, let's have a look. Okay, getting my tanks ready for 11th. What think best guns on the tank commander and best guns on the side? So I think for the tank commander, you're probably best with the exterminator. You won't get the the withering hail benefit, but I still think you're probably best with the exterminator or the plasma one. Those are your 2 best. But the plasma one is there if you kind of like, okay, I'm all right if I potentially kill myself with hazardous, because then I can fire again with death befitting an officer. So yeah, either plasma or exterminators would be my recommendation. As for the guns on the side, Cosmic, I would suggest either heavy bolters. Well, you still can't go wrong with heavy bolters, plasma cannons, or multi-melters. I mean, they're all valid. They're all pretty valid now. Heavy bolters are just more valid than they were. Yeah. I'd say try heavy bolters out. I'd say try heavy bolters out, but maybe multi-melters would be a good shout as well, if you're getting a bit up close and personal. Chicken Dead Later, thank you for super chat. Banzai! Victory discussion, go get your box in. Dude, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot about the box. I should have got this weekend. It's just with... Let me see if my PO guy got back to me, because I did message him the other day, didn't I? Don't know if I heard anything back from him. I didn't hear back from him. I'll just there you go. There you go. Let's have a look in stream discussion. 07 sir, a quick back rep for the game about action today. My friend is doing some tournament practice where in the rules pack the recce platoon replaces the rifle platoon as the required platoon. And any vehicles the armor platoon must have the recce rule. We played the second game in the rules pack, which is like top secret but with 6 capturable objectives, meeting engagement and long table edge deployment. My all-veteran Japanese cavalry army was prepared to rush up the board. On the right flank, the German mechanized infantry rushed up the road to grab the first objective early. My Type 97T all-veteran cavalry is mental. My Type 97 T-Key would run onto the road to threaten them, supported by a Type 87 armoured car. The T-Key attempted tank assault through the infantry to destroy their truck, but was immobilised by a Panzerfaust. That's cool. That's very, very cool. Death or glory, baby. This would buy the time needed for a cavalry squad to get in position and charge through the German infantry, taking the objective away from them and securing it in my hands. In the centre, my cavalry rapidly advanced at the board to secure an early objective. The officer section would lead the 2 cavalry sections there to threaten the German infantry, stay close to their rear. One of my cavalry sections would also assault through a German AT rifle team and take their objective from them. The officer section would also claim the objective in the central courtyard area here. The left flank had my cavalry section run up the board and claim an objective on turn 2. They were supported by a Type 91 armoured car, a Type 92 heavy armoured car, and a Type 97 T-Key. Fucking hell! There's a lot of armour in this game. Bloody hell! My armour would get into a duel with the German armour where my vehicles would fail to cause any significant damage, but would fortunately survive most of the engagement while stalling a huge portion of his troops there, including his outflanking mechanized troops. Overall victory of the Japanese forces are claimed 4 of the objectives to his, holding 1 at the end. And I would destroy... Hang on. And I... Hang on. Hang on a second. And I would destroy 4 of his units to 2 of mine. All right. Hey, I love that, man. That's a lot of armor, but it's all light armor, so it's pretty... Yes, you've got the same car I've got. I love that thing, man. That's pretty cool. That's a lot of cavalry. Nice. Yeah, it can be very difficult to deal with that much cavalry. Cavalry is a little silly in bot action. It probably shouldn't be as powerful as it is. But, you know, if he's practicing for a tournament, you've got to give him a hard game, you know, so he can have a... No point in having an easy game for tournament practice, is there? Yeah. Banzai! So cool. Hey, he's outflanking troops doing stuff to you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, cool. Very, very... Oh, we've got more pictures here. Very, very, very cool chicken detonator. Very cool indeed. Nice. Sounds like he could not withstand the might of your horsepower. Yeah, cool. Very, very cool. I love it, mate. I love it. I love it. Excellent work, chicken detonator. And victory is assured. All right, what have we got here? So slightly out of order, but I'm sure you can all understand why. But I have a big wanking off to do. I need to say a massive, mega, bunker busting, giga chanting, motherfucking thank you to Obama Barack, who's come in with the Rift Buster chat, baby! The Death Strike chat, baby! The $100 super chat, baby! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Oh, my days! Woo! It's popping off, boys! It is popping off. He's got his alerts muted again. First stream right here. My alert was not muted, Commander HHL. Shut the fuck up. That alert went off. Everyone heard it. Your ears are muted. Your fucking face is muted, mate. There you go. Why are you coming in here, ruining the vibe? We're trying to wank someone off, and you're coming in like slapping the hands out of the way. Let me get to his cock. All right. The sound that it played for me. It played for me. It definitely played. I heard it go off. I heard it go off. Joe, it's your fault as well. Right, who heard the alert go off? I heard it go. I literally heard it go off. It played. Yeah, I thought so. It was a little quiet. Okay, well, I can turn it up slightly. But yeah. There you go. Nothing at all on stream. Right. So, Cosmic, time out Commander yourself for 5 minutes for being a dickhead. There you go. It definitely went off. You guys are just deaf as a doornail. All right. What have we got here? So, Obama Barrack, I'm sorry for all these non-believers, my lord. I'm sorry for all these naysayers, for all of these goddamn nincompoops. I'm sorry for all of them. I want to say a huge thank you to you for the incredible support, the incredible super chat. Everyone in chat right now, spam 07 down below, full Sprigs protocol allowed. Let's show our appreciation to Roman Barrack for being an absolute hero, being an absolute goddamn Giga Chad. And he's done it again! He's just done it again. Not only has he done a $100 super chat, he's just come in with 20 gifted memberships as well. We are going in with the first wave. Means what bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You kill anything with more than 2 legs. You get me? We get you, sir. More than 2 07s. All of the 07s. There we go. Abarak, seriously though, thank you for the incredibly generous support. Thank you for absolutely blasting our nips off. My nips, they're now rift portals, man. Thank you so much from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you. And you didn't even do a message with it. He didn't even attach a message with it, guys. He was just being that fucking generous. I'm going to make sure I haven't missed one in case there was one like underneath. No, there isn't. He's just that guy. He is the guy. He is the guy. Obama is the guy. There we go. Holy shit, man. Holy fucking shit. Thank you so much just for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Absolutely popping off, guys. Yeah, we can all agree. Absolute fucking hero. Absolute fucking hero. There we are. Holy shit, man. My God. Seriously, bro. Thank you. All right. I'm jacked. I'm jacked to tits now. Let's do some more super chats. And we need to start thinking about doing this data at some point as well. What have we got here? Ishmael, my boy. Thank you, super chat. What's the word on regular Cypher infantry in K47? So, I did harass Dan, who is one of the lead designers of K47. He wrote Festering Europa. He mostly wrote Festering Europa, and he also has mostly written Invasion America. Of course, he gets lots of help and everything as well, but you know, got to give credit where credit's due. And he knows how much I love basic infantry, and he knows how much I've been like pestering to make them good. And he basically said, like, well, if I could, he said, well, maybe if we get some kind of upgrade kit for them, then maybe I'll be able to make rules for them. But, you know, you have to ask, you know, other people about that, not me. So who knows? Yeah. Who knows? Maybe it's coming in the future, or maybe he was just trying to placate me. Let's have a look. I just need to ban someone in the Discord 1 second. We got a sex bot in there. So how, like, every single one of these spam accounts, it does some sort of like Mr. Beast fucking like cryptocurrency thing. It's crazy. It's the same picture every single time as well. It's mental. But yeah, so maybe in the future, maybe. But I think it's coming, guys. I think it's coming. It might be part of the expansion next year. I don't know. I know there's definitely a desire within Warlord to do it, but I also know that they've got their plans, and they want to make sure that they don't. You want to make sure that you whole-ass one thing than half-ass many things. Okay, so I think there are plans for it, and there's a desire to do it. It's just finding the capacity and finding where that could fit in without derailing stuff. So yeah, but no, I think there's definitely a desire to do it at some point in the future. Maybe it's next year, maybe it's the year after. Who knows? All right, what do I want to say next? Aldeas, thank you for super chat. I also went hobby shopping today. Haul in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Here we go. A day out shopping for basic materials for the TTC models and light reading. Plus another tank for my Flames of War, even though I play British as my main army in most cases. An early war French Suma S35 could slot right alongside my Germans for North Africa, or maybe alongside my Brits for an early war force. Dude, absolutely. Like the Germans captured so many like French tanks and just used them all. Because we all have this idea of like, yes, it was the German designed panzers that did all this work. And then actually it was like, nah, there's loads of pictures of like, what was it, like the German like Renault, not the FT tanks, although they had a few of those. But like the interwar like Renault tanks with the little light howitzer and stuff. And loads examples of them that basically they, slapped a fresh coat of paint on them, put the iron cross on the side of it, and sent them into battle. And they were using these things in like for everything, like Operation Barbarossa and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, they absolutely used they captured so much French armor and so many trucks. And it was actually one of the things that Stalin actually complained, like because Stalin was obviously a well-balanced individual, right? He wasn't a complete fucking maniac. And so Stalin actually held a grudge, a personal grudge against the French for the rest of his life because of the fact that the Germans were able to capture so much French equipment that when Operation Barbarossa kicked off and the Eastern Front, the Great Patriotic War from their perspective kicked off, so many of the trucks that the Germans used were French trucks, and it was that motorization which allowed the Germans to advance so quickly. And not only did the Germans catch the Russians off guard because Stalin was a bit of an idiot, just believing Hitler that he wasn't going to get attacked, but even then, when they were like trying to like fight back, they were constantly getting outmaneuvered. The Germans were constantly advancing quicker than they expected, and it was just because of the level of motorization, and that motorization was only possible because of the amount of French stuff that they'd captured. And likewise, you've got to think like there was a lot of they used these captured French tanks, and they used like captured Czech tanks as well. And so you've got to think like Stalin was like really fucked off because he'd hear reports of Soviet units engaging German armor, and he'd be like, "Oh, what German armor was it?" And they'd be like, "Oh yeah, it's a French like Renault tank," and they were like, "Wait, what? Wait, what?" Yeah. So so he personally believed that Operation Barbarossa was only the success that it it originally was, because of the cowardice of other nations, including the French. Yeah. So there you go. Pardon me, I've got a bit of a hiccup going on. But dude, I love it. Always good to get a bit of a hobby haul going on. It's nice to have a bit of a mixture of reading material, basing stuff, and a cheeky little model to work on as well. Awesome, man. What do we got next? Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat. Struggling to a guard list for 11th. Never quite happy with the ones I end up doing. So list sent via email. Also rattle the tin cup. All right, let me have a look here. Let me have a look. Commissar, Rust Commander, Shock Troops, Bulgrin, Hellhound, Vank. I mean, I think that the idea of this is drop some shells on my Bulgars every time. Wait, are you using Siege? Oh no. The idea is to drop some shells on my Bulgars every turn and use the trench fighters and Overwatch as much as possible. Wait, why are you trying to blow up your own Bulgrin? Oh, so it's definitely meant to be in Siege. You've just said you just put it in Abhuman Auxiliaries and Armored Infantry, but it's definitely meant to be in Siege. Okay, that's fine. I think fundamentally it's probably as good as any guard list is these days. You probably don't need the random 10 Cadian shock troops. They're not really doing much for you. But I don't know what else you'd get instead of them, frankly. Yeah. I can't really think of it. You've got 18 Bulgrid and 2 Hellhounds on the list. I can't really think of any way you'd really improve it. Only thing you could possibly do is drop the 2K to shock troop squads and turn the vanquishers into exterminators. To have like fucking 4 exterminators rolling around, absolute, Giga Chad maneuver. That's the only thing I can really think of. Other option would be maybe to swap out a Hellhound for Cotiers, because that would save you 30 points, and then you'd still have 50. You'd have 45 points left over. You could get a Tech Priest if you wanted to, something like that. Yeah. You need them. What else is going to sit on the home objective? Ed Bailey, why are you sitting on your home objective? This isn't 10th edition. Oh, you got 100. Oh, you got 8. Yeah, you got 95 points. This isn't 10th edition, bro. No one ever gets any points for holding their home objective in 11th. The only reason to hold your home objective is to stop your opponent from getting points at the end of the game for taking it. But you don't get anything for holding it yourself. So there's no point. Yeah. So you've got 195 points left over. I'd still be tempted to drop the Cadian shock troops, man. Get 270 points left over. With the points you've got at 195, the points you've got left over, I would get a Scout Sentinel and a Hellhound, because that will come to 190 points. So you'll be 5 points short, but that's fine. If you didn't change anything about it. Another option is kind of interesting here. Another option is, I don't think you want to be in siege. Particularly. Another option would be to go Hammer of the Emperor and Abhumans. Get an extra, pay for Calm Under Fire on one of your tank commanders, which is 15 points. And then get an Exterminator. And then drop the Cadian shock troops and upgrade both Vanquishers to Exterminators. And that would be quite heavy. That'd be 5 Exterminators, including your tank commanders, 5 Exterminators, 18 Bullgrin, and 2 Hellhounds. That's quite heavy. It's quite tasty, that. Yeah. But the point is, I really don't think you need... I don't think you need those 10 Cadian shock troops. I don't think they're doing anything for you. That's my main feedback. Sad to have them any autocannons. Well, battle cannons will do. Battle cannons will do as well. Lemus battle tanks will be fine. Yeah. All right. What have we got here? Brooke Pedersen, thank you for the super chat, man. Painting with the Tacoma Open. Pictures and message in stream discussion. Let's have a look. I can't believe I'm not playing guard for Tacoma Open this year. 75-point battleline has killed my enthusiasm for my main army, hoping for better days to come. Well, dude, your army looks excellent. So firstly, you might not be playing guard, but the white Ultramarines look absolutely fucking peak, bro. That's awesome. Secondly, dude, it's not just you, man. Guard has gone from being one of the most played factions in all of 10th edition, and one of the actually, you know, Guard always maintained decent player numbers through 8th, 9th, and 10th. And in 11th, Guard is now one of the least played factions in the game. The overall number of players being recorded playing at tournaments is increasing. and the raw number of players playing guard is decreasing. So it's a double doozy. Yeah. It's really, really like horrifically, like GW has genuinely like killed the enthusiasm of the entire guard community with one addition. No matter how you got to think, and some people will go, well, surely the points updates aren't that bad. It's nothing to do with the points. It's not nothing. It's partly to do with the points. It's everything to do with the guard not feeling like the guard. No one got into the guard to spam 18 Bulgans. No one got into the guard to take 22 transports with nobody inside. No one got into the... People got into the guard for tanks and infantry. And for vibes. And GW has completely killed the vibes of the guard. You just can't take an Imperial Guard army to a game and have any reasonable chance of hoping to win. Yeah. Yeah. And that's so much this is baked into the core rules as well. Yeah. So much of it. All right. But Brooke, I hope you have fun at Tacoma Open, mate. And don't feel bad for not playing your guard. It's very normal. It's where a lot of people are. But we will rise again. We will rise again. The Whispering Monk, thank you for the super chat, man. My son bought me a Questoris Knight kit for my birthday. Hey! Now I have to do Knights, I guess. Magnet kit ordered, so I don't have to decide on one. So Whispering Monk, you can go full Knights, but there's nothing wrong with just having a Knight supporting a guard army. If anything, I think it might be an interesting angle that guard players want to pursue. Because you've got to think, it sounds kind of crazy, but how many armigers could you take in as allied? You can take like 3 or 4, can't you? How many big knights can you ally in with like Imperial Agents? It's like 2, isn't it? Now this might sound like kind of crazy. But when you think about it, knights are really good for guard because knights and guard pair really well in 11th because knights don't need orders to hit on 3s. All they really need is for you to have a way of ignoring cover. And guard has got access to that via Hellhounds and Courtiers. 1 big or 2 small, if I recall correctly. So I think it's 3 small, maybe. Yeah, David Gaylord said that the Knight Destrier is the best Imperial Guard model so far. See, guys, I'm not crazy. Look, I know some of you think I'm a bit mental and I'm not all there and I'm just this wacky, wacky jester figure. But I do actually know what I'm talking about, right? I do. Like, Knights and Guard do pair nicely together in this edition. It's just most Guard players would rather see themselves lose than ally in any stinking Knights. 3 lets you add 3 armigers or 1 big knight. Well, I genuinely think having a knight in your guard army is not a bad idea. Yeah, I think having 1 big knight or 3 baby knights. I mean, you got to think 3 baby knights run around. I mean, those baby knight autocannon. What are the autocannon ones? The Helverins. Get a lot of autocannon shots. Hit on 3s naturally. AP-1 now is good. And they pair well with Hellhounds. Yeah, in fact, I'm going to write that down. You got to think about it. So you give the knights, you pair knights and hellhounds and knights. That seems to be a good potential combo right there. Yeah. I might make a tactics video on that. There you go. So you have... so you could take 3... How much are Knight Helverins these days? Like 145? Gotta think about this for a moment, guys. 3 Lima... You know, you could take... 3 Knight Helverins. 140? 140 is good. Let's have a quick... We'll have a quick look after we're here. Show Imperial Knights. Show Imperial Agents. Okay. Okay, so it's 3. At the new recruit confirms it's 3. So the Armiger Helverin. How many shots these autocannons fire? So he fires 4. So it's Armiger autocannon times 2. So that's 4 shots each. So that is 8 shots. That's as good as a exterminator. In fact, that's as good as an exterminator without having to get within half range. Although, to be fair, it doesn't have twin linked. Okay? You do get some sort of suppression thing. Sick, man. They're even like... They even put Maz 1 to hit. Why would you pay for a Wyvern when you could take an Armiger Helverin? Think about that. I mean, you could get 3 of these things in your army. Let's just look at this, right? Let's take 3 of them. 3 of them. And 3 exterminators. So that's a lot of fucking autocannon shots. A lot of which are twin linked as well. That's 9 vehicles at 700 with 760 points left over. Now, you would need potentially some orders to boss some of these people around. But that's what, like 3 Cadian Castellans? You need the Hellhounds as well, though, to be fair. Hellhounds. Cadian Castellans. Probably actually get it cheaper than that, couldn't you? Because you could go... wait, 3 Cadian Castellans is... You know what? Let's go 1 Cadian Castellan and 1 Lord Marshal Dreer. I think that's cheaper than... and which one did I take? Cromsdale Graves on foot. Fuck that. Lord Marshal Dreer. And then let's just drop 1 of the exterminators because we don't want to pay the step cost. And I think we're probably fine with where we're at. So triple, and then we want Cotiers as well. So we could maybe drop 1 Hellhound and take Cotiers as well. Because the Cotiers. I mean, that's pretty decent, man. And then you just figure out what you want to put in with the remaining 475 points. Go for some Bulgrin, maybe. You go for some Bulgrin. You could even maybe... You know what you could do, actually? 1 minute. Here's an idea. Here's a fucking idea. How much are the Armiger Warglaves? At the same price. Okay, 1 minute. I mean, I know we said we wanted the Helverins, but check this out for a second. You don't need to have the commissars leading the Bulgrin if you don't want to. You still order them. There you go, man. Check out that. I mean, you can mix it up, right? But the point is, I mean, you might even be able to not bother with the Cadian Castellan at that point. If you're taking abhumans, do you even need the Cadian Castellan at that point? Probably not. You can just... Yeah, probably not, right? So... Yeah. and then he could join the Bulgrin, or you could, or you could have him just running around on his own. But yeah, so the reason I'm mentioning this is you could have the. I still think, I think I'd go for the autocannon ones. I still think I would. Massively. Yeah. So, yeah, my thinking is you have the autocannon patrol, like, blasting the shit out of people. A couple of squads of Bulgrin. And maybe even you have, like, a little like, scout sentinel, the last 55 points. I mean, there's no reason not to, right? Yeah, there you go. So, that could do you some early objectives without having to expose too much. But yeah, that's a lot of firepower. A lot of firepower, plenty of orders to go around as well. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Does the Bolos is your regular schedule reminder that 8-1 is now great right until you meet up to Armed Contempt, which is still everywhere? Armed Contempt can only be used for one activation, mate. So just they can do it on one, but then the rest of your stuff just piles into them. But it's a valid point, but it doesn't completely fuck you. It diddles you a bit. It's a mild diddling. It's a mild diddling. Yeah. Does the Hydra only get 4 shots? Yes. Yes, it only gets 4 shots. All right. Anyway, it's an idea. The point is, I think that knights can absolutely do something. And whether it's baby knights or big knights, I absolutely think that knights could do something for the guard. 100%. Canis Rex could be great. Yeah. Joe, thank you for the 18 months. X-Force, baby. Terrain hobby update, in-stream discussion. Let's have a look. I need more Mordheim boards so I could run learning days in my area for the game. So I decided to challenge myself to build up a table made exclusively from free 3D print files I could find online. Just finished painting it this morning, and considering it was made from free files, I think it came out pretty well. Only thing that isn't free 3D print are the popsicle stick, bridges, and the mat. Let's have a look. Wow! Holy shit, man. I think it came out all right. Yeah, I think it's all right. I think it's all right. Fucking hell, mate. It's an absolute masterpiece. It's a piece of artwork, mate. It's awesome. That's incredible. I think you are somewhat underselling yourself, man. That looks absolutely bloody legit. Anyone who came for a learning day on that would be inspired. That's what you want as well. Yeah, they'd be inspired. They'd be like, holy shit, this is Mordheim? Fuck yeah. Excellent work, mate. 10 out of 10. No notes. Kevin Patrick, thank you for Super Chat. What's your opinion of the Katachan Dakar bus? 2 heavy weapon squads with heavy bolters in a centaur. Scouting, squadron orders, sustained fire, -1 AP, lethal hits in combined arms, only 205 points. 205 points is expensive. It's my thoughts. Why wouldn't you take a Lemurus Exterminator? Like, genuine question, why wouldn't you take a Lemurus Exterminator? What, because it doesn't scout? The thing is, you don't want to scout with your guys anyway, because they can only... Remember, you can only move 3 inches and maintain heavy. If your Centaur moves more than 3 inches forward, the Katachan squads inside can no longer benefit from heavy. So it's not that the idea is bad, but you're essentially paying 25 points over a Lemurus Exterminator for half of your weapons being worse, for lower mobility and less durability, and yeah, so you're for less firepower, less mobility, less durability. So, and you're paying 25 points just for the privilege of scouting. I don't think it's worth it. And also, squadron orders are, they're hard to come by. It's actually a disadvantage that it requires squadron orders. Yeah. Scout is not this turn. Well, so, I mean, you could scout. I mean, that's somewhat helpful, but it still means that half the time, because you only go first half the time, that half the time you're not going to scout with it because you don't want to scout forward on the if you're not going first, are you? Yeah, I think it's I've looked at trying to turn the Centaur into some sort of like DACA vehicle, and I've quickly come to the conclusion that it just doesn't work because overall it's too many points, and it's because it's too many points, it's essentially competing with other vehicles who can do the same job better for cheaper. So let's go through this. If we want to take a DACA vehicle like that, why wouldn't we take an exterminator? There you are. If you want to take stick a bunch of Krieg Flamers in the back, bear in mind you can only fit one squad in. If you want to take a bunch of Krieg Flamers in the back, it's like, okay, well that's 75 points plus 75 points. So it's 150 points. Why wouldn't I take a Hellhound? A Hellhound is 25 points cheaper. Comes with, okay, sure, the Krieg ones are damage too, fair play. But the Hellhound one is more AP, more strength. So it probably balances out overall. And the Hellhound has the advantage of stripping cover away. So the Hellhound is better. So the thing is that, and you know, the thing is like also the Katachan, to get the heavy bolters to work in combined arms, I'm sort of going back a bit here, but to get the heavy bolters to work with lethal hits in combined arms means that you're locking into combined arms, which means you're locking into the take and hold disposition, and the Centaur is fucking awful at helping you take and hold because it's not durable enough to take any objectives. You need, you know, it means the first thing you have to stick into your list is going to be like 18 Volgren. At that point, we don't have many points spare for more expensive and worse exterminators. Yeah. So you can use it as bait and scout it into cover. But your opponent, you scout when before the first turn. So it doesn't matter. Your opponent doesn't have to take the bait. And I don't think it's particularly, I don't think anyone's that bothered about. I mean, maybe Serie, but it's a very high level sort of metagame tactic. And in a funny sort, and it's not very reliable. It's probably not going to come off that often. And also it's a little bit of a gotcha. You could definitely get some people who get rubbed up the wrong way thinking, well, you knew I was going to target that turn one. You let me deploy my stuff over here and then you scouted it back. A lot of people would consider that poor sportsmanship. Yeah. So the thing is, the Centaur needs to be significantly cheaper. Or the unit inside needs to be significantly cheaper. But right now, the Centaur should be 50 points. Because the Centaur itself is worth nothing. It's literally worth nothing. The only thing the Centaur is worth is the unit you put inside it. So it sounds crazy, but the Centaur is literally, by itself, it is a meaningless unit. And at 50 points, the thing is, though, they'll never make it 50 points because then people would spam like 6 of them and then start playing like bumper cars and stuff like that. Yeah. 50 points never going to happen? Exactly. Yeah. Orc trucks use 50 points. If they made it 60, it would be better. Either you need to keep the Centaur, or you need to make the units that go inside the Centaur cheaper, but it's going to be one or the other. Yeah. So, yeah, unfortunately, Kevin Patrick, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it. I think it's too expensive, and I think it competes with too many other units. The only one that I can really think as being somewhat worth it is the Krieg Stubber teams. Because you get quite a lot of shots, and it's quite cheap. It's not really competing with anything at that point. What's it, 135 points? It's not really competing with any like main tanks at that point. Yeah. But unfortunately, Ken Patrick, I think the Centaur every time you ask yourself, can I take what is the Centaur doing? Ask yourself, is there another unit which could do it better? Yeah. Cosmic Jew, thank you for the super chat. How does the new Marine compare to George W. Bush? Oh man, I don't know. What do we think, guys? Which model's better? Which model's better? There you go. There you go. There you are, man. Absolutely beautiful model. I love it. There you go. All right. What have we got here? Let's have a look. Okay. What have we got next? 6'20", killing for fun. There you go. Starbucks Meg, thank you for super chat. Heard on Angry Joe stream you have working on some 40k collaboration together. Anything to share? I mean, I'm not aware of this. Maybe he emailed me. Maybe I should check my emails. I don't think I've got anything. It was about 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. Angry Joe, he did say, "Hey man, I love your stuff. I love the Morning Iron Guard and everything. If you ever want to come over to the studio and like do a collab, then we should we should make it happen." He did offer me that, but it was a few years ago, so I wasn't sure if the offer had expired. And it was a few years ago when I mean, it might have been 3 or 4 years ago. It was only when I only just got started doing streaming full time, and it was still very much like a big business risk because I didn't know how well I was going to do. So I didn't take him up on the offer at the time, but now I could do it. Yeah, now I could do it. But apparently, what I think he's probably referring. Oh, you say 40k collaboration together, maybe. Angry Joe did do a conflict video. Yeah, he did. He's doing apparently there's gonna be like a Black Powder video he's doing in the future, which is kind of cool. Apparently, he just likes war games of all shapes and sizes, and he just sort of tries them out and plays them and has a great time. So yeah. He's melting down at the moment. I mean, he is called Angry Joe. If he wasn't melting down, I would be surprised. I would think he would have to rename his channel to Incredibly Calm, Reasonable Joe. But yeah, so Angry Joe melting down. So no, I'm not aware of anything myself, Starbucks Meg, but yeah. He's at Adepticon each year? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So maybe at some point, well, maybe if I bump into Adepticon or something, or maybe we do a collab at some point, that would be awesome. Yeah. Maybe. What have we got next? Actung Nate, thank you. Oh, that's also PS. Almost finished the building Armageddon box. Nice, man. Hope you're enjoying it. Serie 8, he's being destroyed for shilling for Supergirl at the moment. Okay, so Angry Joe has done this. Angry Joe, look, you don't have to agree with everything that a content creator says. I understand that Angry Joe, he likes those Marvel girls. Okay, he does. I'm pretty certain he liked She-Hulk. All right. So look, my dude, he just likes super women. All right. Don't judge him. It's not the first time he's shilled for them. I'm sure it won't be the last. I'm sure it's just, I'm sure it's just his thing. Supergirl's DC, you know what I mean. She's a superhero, right? I don't give a fuck, all right? Oh, you can't mix up DC and Marvel. Get fucked, you fucking nerds. Yeah. Look, yeah, let Joe enjoy his strong women. Maybe he likes getting tossed around the room a little bit, Like, let the man enjoy what he likes. All right? We all shill for someone. We all have it. We all shill for someone. All right. You only like when she's angry. I love it, man. I love it. So yeah, maybe he just likes superheroes which have got you know, strong women in them. And you know what? That's okay. That's okay. You know, that's just the way it goes. How many of you here would love yourself a Catachan muscle mummy? Don't deny it. I know how degenerate you all fucking are. I know how degenerate you all. I know many of you have been thinking, hey, they've made Slammer Samuels, but what about Slammer Samantha? Right? I know you're all thinking, well, if they put a chick through the Paragon process, that'd be all right. You see? So look, maybe he's got a bit of a blind spot there. No, maybe he's got a bit of a blind spot there. Maybe some of you want those daughters of the fine. Maybe some of you want daughters of the motherland. All right. You know, maybe let's not judge a man for what he shills for. You know, let's judge a man for what he stands against. There you go. All right. Let the first Stoke cast reveal its search history. Exactly. All right. What do we got next? 1 minute. Oh, OBS has shit itself for a second. OBS shit itself for a second. We should be back now, though. Actor Nate, thank you for the super chat. Tell Cormac I'm not playing him at K47 either. Oh, no. Has it gone badly, darling? Has it gone badly, darling? Oh my god. Has it gone badly? Alright, Cormac, apparently Actor Nate doesn't want to play with you anymore. Oh my days. Alright, what have we got here? Vladimir, thank you for the super chat, man. Hey Mordian, hope you enjoy a lore dump and some pictures of stream discussion. Let me know what you think. Oh yeah, baby. Let's have a look. I've decided to disclose some of the lore of my space and chapter. The Storm Heralds. Designation, Storm Heralds, Gene Seed, Redacted. Founding era, second founding. Hold World, Tepe? Or Teps? You can tell me how it's meant to be pronounced. Operational size, unknown. Ooh. The Storm Heralds is a chapter that's been reported to have resurfaced in the 42nd millennium following the events of the Cicatrix Maledictum that rent the galaxy. Only scarce and ancient imperial records reveal that the chapter's origins lie within the second founding. These records claim, contrary to contemporary sources, that the Storm Heralds were established among the first chapters of the Imperial Fist Legion. Other records imply that the chapter was sent to an isolated system under Imperial control to establish a fortress monastery on the medieval death world known as Tepes. This world would be recorded as lost a century later in the deeper archives of the Administratum, with nearly 10,000 years silence for the Storm Heralds. The Imperium has considered the chapter lost until now. Tepes. Reports from the Imperium Nihilist detail systems encountering... Well, I'm going to read that again. Reports of the Imperial Nihilist detail systems encountering instances of Angels of Death wearing bluish-grey armor, trimmed in an unknown copper alloy, bearing power, great swords, and towering shields against the enemies of mankind. Imperial systems in distress report strange cosmic activity resembling a common warp storm, followed by the arrival of an enormous celestial body. Shortly after, ships of Imperial design disperse from the planetoid and intervene in the most dire system conflicts, turning the tides of battle so that mankind may fight against darkness. Though they resemble the Sons of Dawn discipline and combat doctrine, their appearance is deathly pale with burning orange eyes, leaving their true heritage a mystery. I much more love these guys. This is all I could fit without flooding the chat. Hey, no, it's perfect amount. Perfect amount, man. Dude, I love it. I know we saw these last stream, and I'm happy to see more of them again. They look absolutely sick, man. They truly do look awesome. I love the proper, like, knights. The proper sort of, I just like the proper sort of medieval knights vibe of them. Yeah. It just works. The big great swords are awesome. Yes. So cool. Excellent work, mate. I said it before, I'll say it again. Awesome. Absolutely awesome, man. What have we got here? Fox Knight, thank you for super chat, man. What do you think of British Valentine tanks in battle action? I think they're good. Yeah, I've not used one myself because I don't think there's a plastic Valentine kit out there. I think there's only a resin one. Yeah. So if we look, they make there's a few different variants. You got the Valentine 2, the Valentine 9, and the Valentine 3/5. I'm not entirely certain on the differences between them. The Valentine that was tough reliable work was the common Soviet armies, though superseded by the Church and Sherman on the Western Front. The 6-inch machine was also used by New Zealand forces in the Far East and continued to be used in notable numbers by Stalin's Red Army, who appreciated their comfort on the Eastern Front until the end of the war. Huh, that's kind of cool. Introduced in the Western Desert in 1940, the British Army used the well-armoured tank to support the infantry's advance. The three-man crews found the tank cramped and slow, but very reliable. Additionally, the Valentine was well-armoured for its day. At 65mm thick, steel could shrug off most hits. The tank could hit back with the 40mm 2-pounder and a better machine gun. So, I'm guessing it's a light tank with a... I need to look at what the stats for it are, to be fair. Let me see if I can find the stats for it. Let's have a look. Valentine. I wonder if it was called Valentine or if it was in a different name. I'll have a look. Okay, it was under. It'll be some sort of like something cruiser tank, something. No idea. Oh no, here you go. Okay. So the Valentine 3 is the only one I can find at the moment. There might be other ones though. Let me have a quick look. I think that's it. So the Valentine 3. What's its stats? 1 minute. Medium tank, light AT gun, coaxial machine gun. So it's actually better than the Matilda, I think, because I'm pretty certain that the Matilda, if we scroll down, is the same points value. Yeah, it's exactly the same points value. So, but it just get you. So basically, you should always take a Valentine over a Matilda too, just because of the fact that the Valentine gets an extra machine gun. Now, what about this one? So that one gets a turret-mounted medium AT gun, but no machine gun. But you can add a coax in. Okay. That one I'm not as hot on, I have to say. The Valentine X. Yeah, I'm not as hot on that one. What about I guess Valentine 10. What about Valentine probably 11? All right, let's have a look. Okay, that comes with improved HE. It's okay. Yeah. 190 points. Honestly, I think the best one is the OG. I think the 1 through 7A. That's what it is, right? The Mark III 1 through 7A. So I think that one's actually the best one because it gets the machine gun and it's cheap. You don't really care too much about the yeah, that one hasn't got the whole machine gun, has it? No. Yeah. I think that one does. I can't see it though. Maybe there's a coax there. I can't see where it's meant to be. What have we got a more frontal view? Interesting. Anyway, or maybe that's it. It's on the side of the turret there, so it's not a coax. How interesting! It's not a coax. It's just And then what if we go and have a look at the other ones? Where are their coaxial machine guns located? So that one doesn't have one because that's the one with the medium AT gun. And that one does. How interesting. Huh. That's really interesting to know. It's cool to see all the different variants. So yeah, I think the this one is my favorite. Oh wait, is it a coax? Oh, it is a coax. Oh, wait, I can't read. I can't read. I can't read. Okay, so it's exactly the same as a Matilda. Okay, so sorry, sorry, I can't read. I thought it was a regular medium, not a coax. Okay, cool. So yeah, basically, the Valentine is as good as a Matilda, and I quite like Matilda tanks. So there you go. There you are. I think they're cool if you're running. I like Matildas because I think Matildas, you know, Queen of the Desert, all that kind of shit. So yeah. So I mean, I'm a big fan of all British tanks. I have to say, I am a bit of a teaboo. I love British tanks. I love, I love reading about, British World War II history, all that kind of stuff. I love reading about British World War One history. I love reading about British Napoleonic history. Honestly, I can't just love reading about British history. So there you go. Yeah, so I'm always going to give an upvote. I'm always going to give a thumbs up to any British tank. Yeah, there you go. All right. Yuli, thank you for super chat. Hey man, Eddie K47 news for Wall this weekend. Yes. Yes, indeed. So, some of it I can tell you. Some of it I can't tell you. I think it was, I'm 99% certain, if I'm remembering correctly, that it was confirmed that Armies of Commonwealth for that action is going to get ported into K47 like Armies of Italy was. So that's cool. And I don't know if this is true or not. I don't know if okay. I don't know if this is going to pan out or if I was being teased. But I asked, is Armies of Commonwealth going to be brought into K47 like Armies of Italy? And it was like, yeah, it should be, yeah. And then without prompting, one of the guys said, I guess the big question is, what do we do about Armies of France, though? So maybe we'll be getting Armies of France ported into K47. And the question is going to be, which faction do they end up going with? Do they go with the Americans? Do they go with the British? Who knows? So maybe you're going to get like it's not quite like full-blown France new faction in K47. But it's still something. Yeah, it's still something. And I did say like, what about as like a standalone faction? Is there any plans to bring a new faction into the game? And the response was, never say never. Never say never. So look, I don't know what's happening. Who knows? I don't know. But it sounds like, they have, once again, Warlord Games has listened to the community. The community likes that the game is cross-compatible. So maybe we're going to see more cross-compatibility with the... maybe we're going to see more cross-compatibility with Bot Action and K47 and how that may... Who knows what that may bloom into? Who knows? I also know... there's I don't know, is this on the roadmap? 1 second. I was told some stuff. I don't want to say something if I can't say it. Okay, cool. So the other thing that I can tell you now, and I feel like I might not do this just yet. I'm just going to hint at it. I'm just going to hint at it.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
So my big question is, if armies of Commonwealth is coming to K47, if armies of France might be coming to K47, armies of the Allies and the Axis, that could be cool as well. That could be really, really cool. So you might be able to get like Hungarian K47 army officially, you know, which is kind of interesting. The big one is though, and I'm gonna say it. I know what this book is. I know what this book is, but I'm not going to tell you just yet. I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later. I know what that book is now, and I think I'm allowed to tell you guys what it's going to be as well. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right. It's not what you think it is. It's better. All right. Armies of the Moon. Amazing. That would be a good one. So yeah, lots of stuff, Yuli. Lots. Mostly, it seems like... Oh, also, I was told that Invasion America, they've finished writing it now. So it needs to get, like, proofread and checked and all that kind of stuff. And I've been told some information about Invasion America. But I'll save that for later. I'll save that for later. Okay. All right. What have we got here? Starbucks Meg, thank you for super chat. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yes, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. And thank you for the super chat as well. Hey! Thank you for the super chat as well, man. Would it work to reintroduce air-to-ground flyers into K47? Imagine Rift Power, Hawker Typhoons, or Stuga's adding another dimension to the game. So we do have you do have those in K47, but it's more of an off-map call-in. So you get air observers, and the air observers call in an airstrike, and then you roll to see what airstrike turns up. Because basically you just call for air support, and then maybe it's a strafing run, maybe it's a bomber, maybe it's a ground attack aircraft. So there is a mechanic for that in both Bot Action and K47. There is. So there you go. Actung Nate, thank you for super chat. Are the new Japanese rules out for K47, Mordy? You can use the Armies of Japan book from Bolt Action in K47. The new Japanese the new K47 Japanese rules out won't be out until August. So it's still like the book's been written. Things are happening, but the pre-order doesn't end until August, and that's when the rules will drop. All right. We've got Skeletal Commissar. Thank you for super chat. 4th of July update, in-stream discussion, a very patriotic 250th. Let's have a look. Edit to my super chat. Patriotic. No hobby progress this weekend. Just a very patriotic 4th of July, celebrating the birth of our nation by blowing up a small part of it. We also visited the ruins of the oldest military base in Nevada. I tested my Temu, not a flamethrower, and my dog doing best impression of Nort Dead Dog. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. I'll turn it down a little bit. Okay, so there might be there might be. I'm going to turn the sound down slightly because I think there's going to be some gunfire. That's cool, man. The oldest military base in Nevada. That's cool. Nice. So, I mean, how old is it? Is it like 100 years old? 200? Maybe? Is it 250? Nice. There you go. There you go. Not a flamethrower. I love it. Awesome. You shooting the watermelons, blowing them up. Nice. Wait, did you... Okay, no, I thought you'd shot that into the watermelon. I understand it's... You shot that, you put that in the watermelon, then shot it, then it exploded. Nice. Nice. There you go. Hey! There we are. I've not. Who is this person using the telephone? Is that your mum? I don't know how old you are, man. Might be your wife, might be your mum. I don't know. All right. Nice. Your dog is just completely flaked out on the baked earth. There you go. I love it. Your girlfriend? There you go. Yeah, yeah. That's why I said I wasn't sure how old you were. Scheduled comments. So that's why I said wife, or mum or girlfriend, because it might, well, mum or wife, because I wasn't sure. But yeah, there you go. Nice. Nice. There you go. Well, I hope you all had a lovely, I hope you had a lovely 4th of July. I hope you had a lot of fun. Nice. Dog was like, no, I'm done. There you go. What have we got here? We've got Elden Lean. Elden Lean, thank you for super chat. Feeling a bit salty today in stream discussion. Well, you've come to the right place. Elden Lean. I'm a bit salty about today's reveal. I didn't fight a desperate battle with my flesh tearers versus orcs this Friday to get an ultramarine nobody. See, the thing is, this is the big problem that GW has right now. There are quite a lot of people, I won't say everybody, because it probably isn't everybody, but there are quite a lot of people who are quite cheesed off with Games Workshop. And as a result, their community will is at an all-time low. Even people who like 11th edition say it's janky. It's definitely, I now see in what I would describe as GW-friendly spaces, I now see people referring to it as like, oh yeah, we're just beta testing the game for them, or we're just alpha testing the game for, like, it's which is not a compliment. And I now see a lot of people, if you go on like the Warhammer competitive, like subreddit, like every day it's flooded with people going, I found this problem. It's not all negative, don't get me wrong, but 1 in every 5 posts is, am I reading this rule right? Does it work this way? Is it meant to work this way? People are like, yep, that's 11th. So there's quite a lot of people which are quite cheesed off. And as a result, Games Workshop's community goodwill is very low. And as a result, everything that they bring out is now, that isn't amazing, is now often, or not is amazing, that's not true. Every time they bring something out, there's a significant portion of people that get like fucked off by it. And in the past, they wouldn't have been. So Elden Ring, think about this. Imagine if 11th edition had been an absolute slam dunk launch. Okay, it was amazing. Everything about it was peak. Best edition of Warhammer 40k that they've ever made. Everyone's loving it. The game's fun. It just works. It's awesome, right? If that was the state of the play, and you saw this Ultramarine model today, you probably wouldn't give a shit. Because you'd probably be like, oh, that's a cool model. Because you're already starting from a high point. So your reaction probably would have been, huh, that's a cool model. I can't wait to see what they do next. You wouldn't feel like they were taking the piss. And maybe if we hadn't quite had so much Ultramarine stuff, it definitely wouldn't feel like they were taking the piss. You're like, oh yeah, that's a cool Ultra model. Yeah, yeah. But it's the fact that 11th edition has been such a weird launch with such poor quality control, and that GW seems to have slapped Blood Angels on the box for a bit of nostalgia bait, and then very quickly reverted back to Ultramarines. It's like you were already a bit fucked off. You're now even, you started off middling. You went to fucked off, and now this feels like they're taking the piss. Yeah. It's supposed to be reveals the space that are fighting on Armageddon. Oh, did you not, Elden Lee, did you not know this? Marnius Calgar is leading the defense of Armageddon. I'm not taking the piss. I'm not having a bit. I'm not memeing. The law of the new War for Armageddon is that Magnus Karlgaard and the Ultramarines are the ones that are leading the defense. I'm simplifying it. I'm not saying they are the largest contingent or anything, but the plan Operation Imperator is the brainchild of Magnus Karlgaard. Yeah. So that's why the Ultramarines are getting so much attention, because even though it's Blood Angels on the front, it's Ultramarines that are actually doing all the heavy lifting, apparently. Yeah. I know it's lame. Tushan is there with 1,000 salamanders and still in a model. Yeah, he probably won't get one. Yeah. Why don't they do generic stuff now and release Ultramarines later? It's not like they need an excuse to release them, lol. For the brand? It's my only answer. Ultramarines are the brand. GW is all about brand recognition. That's why they do it. Ultramarines get all the spotlight because Ultramarines are the brand. No. That's what I can tell. Is it a bit, yeah. Put a cowgirl in it, make it lame. Yeah. Oh, GW's first ever 11th edition stream using the box that had Ultramarines on the table. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, Acton Lake, it gets really egregious when you realize that the Ultramarine half was the bigger half, because the Armageddon box set only comes with about 750 points. So in the launch stream, it was 750 points of Blood Angels being supported by 1250 points of Ultramarines. Yep. It's all about the brand, guys. It's all about the brand. GW's launched a new edition. They launched a new edition. The idea of the new edition is trying to get new players in as well as bait old players back. And so new players are going, when they see Space Marines, are more than likely will have seen a Ultramarine before they've seen anything else. So if you look at the launch of 11th edition, it makes sense the way they've done it. So the people that were already think about it this way, guys. Okay, think about this. I'm going to explain this now, and it's going to click into place. And it's only just occurred to me. I'm not some genius that's been sitting on this. It's only just occurred to me. The launch box, the people that would have been eagerly anticipating that launch box with the Blood Angels and everything on it, were existing players. And very possibly would have been players... So we're existing players or people who already knew a lot about Warhammer. So from Games Workshop's perspective, you announce this box, and the idea is that it's the first people that are going to know about 11th edition are the ones that already play it, or the ones that did play it and moved away, did play Warhammer and moved away. So you release something like Armageddon, you've got Blood Angels on the front, do a whole trailer of Blood Angels and everything, and the idea is that all of the existing players are going to be tempted back into the game because they're going to be like nostalgia. It's going to be like, remember Anakin? Remember Anakin? It's going to be like, remember the Blood Angels? Hey guys, do you remember when we had Blood Angels on the launch of the 2nd edition box set? Oh my god, this is just like that. So all the old players get tempted in, being like, oh, maybe GW's, maybe they're going back a little bit. Maybe they're trying something different out. Maybe it's, oh, okay. Maybe we did. Oh, and they're saying it's a more narrative edition. Oh, yeah, that's cool. That's going to tempt me back in. So all of the marketing leading up to it was designed to recapture old players. And then the moment that those guys have bought, it's about getting the new players in. And the new players don't know what Blood Angels are, but they've seen Ultramarines. Because now you're not marketing to the people that were already aware of the new edition coming out. Now you're marketing to the people who are coming into the game fresh, and they need to recognize what they're seeing. Mikado, I'm not some genius. Oh, we know. Cheeky, but you're right. Can't even deny it. So, yeah, so the point is, the marketing before was for us. The marketing now is to refill the bucket. That's what it is. So that's why all of the Games Workshops have been told, paint the contents of the Armageddon box up in ultramarine colors. That's why all the models you've seen come out since have been ultramarine. Because the idea is that, like, you've heard there's a new edition. You decide to get in it for the first time, and the first thing that you see going on Warhammer Community's website today is a new space remodel. And you're like, yeah, I recognize that. I recognize the brand because it's blue. And that sounds like, I know I'm simplifying it massively, but you get my point. The marketing before was designed for a different audience than the marketing now. That's my opinion. That's my conspiracy. That's my tinfoil hat. Yeah. So I don't know if that is going to piss people off, or if some people go, that actually just makes sense. Maybe I'm not quite as mad about it now. Maybe you don't care either way. I don't know. But the thing is, like, the marketing before was for a different audience to the marketing now. And in some ways, I don't really... for me personally, in some ways, it doesn't bother me as much. Because it's kind of like, you market should be specific, not speculative, if that makes sense. You should be trying to target a specific thing with it. Marketing. Yeah. But yeah, maybe, I don't know. Or maybe Games Workshop saw everyone complaining about the Vanguard Veterans and the Intercessors when they painted them red for the launch box, and they took the wrong message from it, and they thought everyone was complaining about the color scheme. And so now they're like, we'll paint everything blue because people like that. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah. The thing I hate about NBA marketing bullshit is that they assume you're as dumb as them. Yeah. Marketing people have, and I do apologize to anyone who might work in marketing watching this, but I've never met someone who worked in marketing who I thought could fucking, who I thought they could think. Or every marketing person I've ever met, from like the highest corpo fucking like director. Okay, I'm going to rephrase it. Corporate marketing. Okay? There's a very big difference. MBA corporate marketing. All right? Because I've met some people who work in marketing who are very clever, but they work at they work in like smaller companies, or they're like indie games and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? But when it comes to like big corporate marketing, which I've been not involved in, but been worked at companies who have had this, you're absolutely right. They all they know how to do is speak in these buzzwords. Yeah. So it's not everyone. It's not everyone in marketing is bad, and that's why I rephrased it. Not everyone in marketing is bad, but anyone who I've ever worked with in corporate marketing has been fucking thick. That makes sense. The last three companies I worked at, all corporate, all the corporate marketing and all the corporate HR people were fucking awful. Yeah. But it's because, you know what's interesting? What's interesting is all the people, I've worked at places that they've gone through the corporate transition, right? And what it is it's the classic. You know what? The more the more I think about it, the more I'm diving into it. Okay, because some people in chat are like, "Hey, like I knew someone in marketing." They were like, "Okay," but they were kind of like fluffy and everything. The more I think about it, the more I dive into it, the more I realize it's nothing to do with marketing. It's nothing to do with marketing. It's all to do with the corporate culture. The reason why corporate marketing does badly is because corporate culture encourages like yes men and buzzwords. It encourages yellow energy. Always comes back to yellow energy. Yellow energy. The longer that a business exists and becomes... Sorry, the longer that a corporation exists, the more yellow energy their marketing becomes. That's what it is. So you can have really, really shit hot marketing. That's fine. That totally... And you can have really, really fucking switched on people who work in marketing who are absolute geniuses of getting the product out there. It's nothing to do with the department. It's to do with the energy. If you've got red energy and blue energy people doing your marketing, it's going to fucking fly. But if the yellow energy people do it, it's a bag of shit. Yeah. No. Blue energy's good. Yellow energy's bad. Yeah. There you are. Blue energy's good. Red energy's good. Green energy's nice, but a bit useless. Yellow energy is just bad. Well, it's bad. It's unchecked. Yellow energy is bad. And often it goes unchecked. Yeah. So that's what it is. Yeah. Yellow is very fluffy and likable, but blue is analysis-based. Yellow energy is not very fluffy and likable, Marcus Crib History. That's what they want you to think. Yellow energy are the biggest... People who have got lots of yellow energy are the biggest two-faced bastards you'll ever meet. They'll say nice things to your face, and then the moment that you're gone, the moment your back's turned, they'll plunge a knife into your back. They are very, very cliquey. They're very, very mean girls. That's yellow energy is mean girls. That's what it is. Yeah. What is the energy stuff? Episode, and I'll take you through it later in the stream. It's a way of being able to identify who actually does any work in a company. So the problem that GW has, and the problem that a lot of big companies have, is too much yellow energy. That's what it is. If you ever want to know why a company's gone to shit, it's because the yellow energy people have gained control. That's what it is. Think of all your favorite game franchises, like video game franchises, all that kind of stuff. It's gone to shit because the yellow energy people are in control. Yellow energy is useful, but you have very small amounts of it and you keep a tight control on it. That's it. That's it. Marcus Crib History, I spent too long doing management energy training. I'm very yellow. Well, you need to know how to control the yellow energy, my friend. Because if you don't, it will cause problems. And I won't apologize, Marcus Crib History, for anything I've said. I stand by every word I've said. I won't be rude to you. But you're the fucking problem. You're the problem. Are you not? You might not be. Too much yellow energy is the problem. There you go. All right, what have we got here? What was there other stuff? There's other stuff in there, wasn't there? Also, I've got a fun fact you'll probably love. I thought Stormlands was a 2 DP detachment since it gives advance retreat and charge to your whole army. In the words of GW, that's 3 detachment points. Turns out it's not. But wait, there's more. Do you know who just got a 1 DP detachment with +1 advance and charge? It's all the best melee faction, the Blood Angels. BA Commander did the math. It's a 90% chance for Death Company to have a 23-inch or more threat range, on average of 26 inches. Yep. Now, I want to ask you something as a guard connoisseur. What the fuck do you do versus 2 to 3 Death Company bricks that cross the whole map turn 1? Blade Gazer Stango with a 9-inch low knob. The also advance and charge of +2. Everything has hit rerolls, so you save Oath for your 2 Lancer Vindicators. So cover doesn't mean shit. You can also go balls to the wall, so for 75 points you can use suppressors who could debuff an enemy unit with -1 to hit. It affects vehicles and monsters. And that's probably not the meta Blood Angel list. Hellblade is not even that meta. There's a lot of factors that pull worse stuff. Really makes you think. So what do I do as a guard connoisseur? Well, as a guard connoisseur, what I do is I stop playing the game and I go over to where the people are playing Conflict 47 and I decide that I want to have fun. That's what I do. By the way, I do play Blade right now. I'm struggling a lot versus Orcs, filling the board with their absurdly cheap units. Even though all of this bullshit, I like 11. There's good ideas behind it, but it's really bonkers right now. Pictures of the maths on an average Death Company threat range. Move 12. I don't know what +1 is, but... Oh, is that the reroll, is it? Yeah. Yeah. So you can advance and charge and reroll advances and charges. Or +1, is it? Okay, no, so you can advance and charge and get +1 to advance and charge. Yeah. Yeah. It is, dude, it's very bonkers right now. This 11th edition is going to be the edition of, like I said, it's going to be the edition of extremes. Some people are really going to like it, and some people are going to really fucking hate it. And a lot of that's baked into the core DNA as well. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I think this is going to be some factions which just aren't going to enjoy 11th. Because like even if, okay, here's the thing. Guys, even if they fix guard infantry and make it like 50 points, something crazy, like 50 points for a squad, still not going to do anything to that Death Company, is it? Can't screen them out. Yeah. Honestly, I think your best bet as guard is to take 18 Bulgrim and 18 Bulgrim, 2 super heavies is the best guard list. And because you go Steel Hammer and Ab Human Auxiliaries. And that way, if they charge your Bane Blades, you can stay in combat and shoot without penalty. And you can like just blast them off your hull. Yeah. Also, suppress attacking -1 to hit. That stacks with cover. It's so dumb. Yeah, and then the only ones that get to do that as well. Everyone else only gets -1 to hit against infantry or non-vehicles or monsters. Yeah. They got 75 points. Yep. Yep. Welcome to 11th edition. Unlean. I hope you do enjoy 11th. I really do. I agree there are some good ideas behind it. But I really do. I'm hopefully playing a game of it tomorrow, right? But I really do worry that there's so much to fix. You know? There's so much to fix. They could spend 3 years. And I don't think they'd catch everything. It's bad. And when I say so much to fix, I mean, we're not just talking like broken combos. There's so many rules that just don't work right now on so many data sheets in so many armies. Like rules that just genuinely don't work. Like Hellstorm Wargaming did a video where he proved like things like the Sanguinor just don't work. And are we all going to have to wait for our codex to come out? Well, what happened? You know, look at the, for the guard, for example, look at the Taurox. If you use the Taurox's ability, it kills the guys inside. Because you could, if you use the Taurox's ability to advance and disembark, it causes the guys inside to take a hazardous check at rules as written. So a third of your squad jumps out and dies. We have to wait for our codex to come out before that gets fixed? Our codex could be 2 years away. Our codex could be coming out at the same time as Armageddon Steel Legion. So, yeah. I'm still hyped for Gab because once I finish painting everything, they'll probably be fixed. But if I didn't have Marines right now, I wouldn't be playing. Yeah. It's just like... It's just, yeah. There's so much to fix. 11th, I've said it before, I'll say it again. 11th edition has potential, but it's so undercooked. It's raw. It's absolutely fucking raw. Like, we know there's like the potential for there to be a nice juicy steak there, But right now, it's just a slab of meat, uncooked. It needs, yeah. It needs a lot more cooking. Yeah. It is. And the issue is that like factions are so the issue now is we're waiting for the codex cycle to kick in. Yeah. We're waiting for the codex cycle to kick in. All I can say is thank God I have 18 Ursus that I can use as Bulgrin. Which I will be using as Bulgrin tomorrow. Yeah, there you go. What have we got next? Lazy Goose, thank you for the 29 months. Post the tournament list, a stream discussion as Slamworm. Okay, let's have a look. Thanks for 29 months, by the way. X-Force. Yeah. I don't see one under Slamworm. I see one under Wolf's Tooth Gaming, which I think is probably the right one. So Steelhammer, Purge the Foe, Commissar Graves, Los Oleontas, Gaunt's Ghost, Doomhammer with Battalion Commander, Engine Seer with Speaker, Cadian Command Squad, 10 Cadians, Banesword, Hydra, Hippogriff with Vigilator, Melter Guns, Basilisk, and an Eversaw Assassin. You haven't really got anything to go in the Doomhammer. So most of the time people will take... So most of the time people take the Doomhammer to give it Titan Killer, I think. So it can do all its damage all the time. And also the Doomhammer's got transport capacity. So what I would probably do is I would give Banesword Battalion Commander, and then I'd give the Doomhammer either Titan Killer or Salt Hatches. And then I'd stick some Bulgrin in there so it can go full send. Yeah. That's what I'd probably do. I don't really see the point in the Leontus Blob. What, so he can order... Because really, what does he have to order? He's got the Hydra and the Hippogriff and the Basilisk. Is that it? It doesn't seem really worth it. Like, at all. Maybe it's okay. I don't know. I think I'd rather just take... I think the Eversaw Assassin's a waste of time. A bit of fun, but a waste of time. And I think you need Hellhounds. I would drop the Eversaw Assassin. I would drop Leontus and his mates, and I would take 3 Hellhounds, and then I think. Wait, and yeah, there's a lot I'd change about the list. I'd go back to the drawing board. This is what I would do. I would keep the Doomhammer. I would keep the Banesword, and I would take 2 Engine Seers, and I would start again. Because it doesn't make you need, and I'd put 2 okay. This is what you want to start with, mate. You want 2 Engine Seers, 2 Super Heavies of your choice, and Battalion Commander, and 2 Hellhounds. That's what you want. Because there's no point in taking any of the shooting there is absolutely 0 point in taking any of the shooting units you've taken if you don't have Ignor's cover. And I know you've got a stratagem for the Super Heavies, but one of those Super Heavies has to shoot first. So you're spending 400 to 500 points to strip cover. Why? Why would you do that? You just take a Hellhound instead. It doesn't make sense. Like, that is a backup stratagem for when the Hellhounds go down. It is not a primary play. So that's what you want to do. Get your Super Heavies in order. Get your Ignor's cover in order. Go from there. Okay, so rather than rewriting the entire list, I'm going to give you a foundation, and then you can build off that foundation. All right? All right. Hope that helps, mate. I'd say, go with that foundation. Keep those lessons in mind. Take another stab at it. All right? All right. All right, what do we got next? Macon, thank you for the super chat, man. 1 minute. I only have one Hellhound, and I prefer the Eversor for anti-cat threat. Okay, if you've only got one Hellhound, then you need to get Inquisitor Cotiers. And you don't have to have the official Inquisitor Cotiers model. Fuck it, scratch one if you have to, but build accounts as Inquisitor Cotiers. Okay? He's literally, you could make him out of spare bits. Right? Make someone who looks like an Inquisitor and use him as Cotiers. Okay? Or use a spare Inquisitor model if you've already got one. If you do that, you'll be alright. 2 Hellhounds or Hellhounds and Cotiers is great, because Cotiers could remove cover from a unit within 18 inches. He doesn't even need to see him. Yeah. If you want to keep the Eversor, that's fine. That's absolutely fine, but you still need lots of ignore cover in your army. If you don't have it, your shooting will be worth dick. Absolute dick. All right? What do we got next? That's the number one lesson you need to be taken away. Ignores cover, right? Not just ignores cover, stripping cover. Macon, thank you for super chat. I can safely say this now, sir. The Grograd infantry, awesome. The cavalry, Cox bolt gun, eager for them to be done. Yeah, I've heard it's the same with every cavalry kit. The only cavalry I've ever enjoyed building and painting Goblin Wolf Riders. That's it. That's it. Goblin Wolf Riders. And even then, Goblin Wolf Riders were a bit of a pain in the ass to paint, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, like, cavalry is just the least fun thing in the world to paint. You slog through it. You slog through it, but that's it. Yeah. There you go. James Frost, hey, just dropped by to say big thanks to Good Draw Store over the weekend. It was an absolute pleasure to see you there, and we hope to see you again soon. Hey, it was my pleasure, mate. You'll definitely be seeing me there again. I was at the Warlord Wigan store like 2 times before it actually opened. So I'll definitely be there again. Yeah, it was awesome. It was great to see it. I just wanted to see how successful it was. It was really successful. It was absolutely awesome. So yeah, it was great. All right, what have we got here? Just nothing about this build process goes well. Yeah, you just need to don't bother putting the armor on the front of them is what I recommend. Keep them just like normal horses. You might find them a bit better that way. John Shepherd, thank you for 15 months. X-Force, baby! Pictures and question in stream discussion. Let's have a look. So I have painted 2 units of Epic Cavalry, almost finished 3rd unit. Okay, I'm playing 11th edition Saturday, just friendly. I don't think we'll be using missions or stratagems to shoot or fight until it's all gone. We just use Heroic Intervention, Overwatch, and reroll 1. Well, my Stormlord has tied the capability. The Stormlord 6 heavy weapon to use las cannons in it. So while firing the las cannons firing deck, can I use Titan capability to reroll damage roll for each las cannon? Yes, because it's the Stormlord which is firing them. Technically, it's the Stormlord firing them, not the guys inside firing them. So yes, that does work. Also, I noticed Gamzo's one video on YouTube now, so what do I have with all of the stuff? Maybe he got taken down. Let's have a look. Or maybe he decided to pack it in. Interesting. I have no idea. Maybe he might be relaunching his channel. I don't know. Maybe he's taking his channel down in some way. Yeah, I have no idea. Interesting, though. Yeah, maybe some drama there. Maybe some beef. Who knows? Yeah, who knows? But yeah, that is interesting. John, let me have a look at your cavalry now. Nice. Is that the is it the Roman cavalry that or the Carthaginian? It might be the Carthaginian cavalry. Cool. Very cool, man. You're making me feel bad. I really need to get on my epic stuff. I'm trying to clear my K47 pile of shame. I think it might be a fool's errand, but I'm trying it. Yeah, there we are. What have we got here? Have we got Shark? Thank you, Super Chat. Use case for the RSV and stream discussion. An alternative for the Scout Chimera Jungle Fighters. Put a Captain Command Squad with a Flamer and a Heavy Flamer by itself and a Centaur in the Armored Infantry attachment. It has dual use case for the combined fire stratagem, as well as dismounting and giving the RSV the order on my signal to throw at the enemy to move to engage range of enemy unit, threatening objective that doesn't want to be locked in combat. This obviously wouldn't work against someone like World Eaters, but Tau, non-melee nids, it will delay them from getting on an objective for at least a turn, and it's 10 points cheaper than trading with an infantry squad and 3 mortars if it explodes. If 3 mortars explodes. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's alright. Yeah. Thing is, though, I think, and I'm sorry, yeah, no, I'm sorry. Why not take a Chimera? The Chimera is only 10 points more. You can do orders out that you don't even need. Actually, there is no. That is actually average right shark. I'm just going to say that is a terrible use case. I'm just going to say it. Why wouldn't you just put the Catachan Command Squad inside a Chimera? You can then do orders from inside the transport, which you can't do with the Centaur. You can still shoot the relevant weapons at the top of the Chimera. The Chimera is more durable and comes with more base firepower. So as a damage dealing, backup, armored infantry cover stripper, it's better. And as a potential yeet and tie-up target, it's better because it's more durable. And so it literally does everything the Centaur does better, but only costs 10 points more. I think it's worth those 10 points, mate. Sorry. Try again. I challenge people. Have got to try and find a way of making this Centaur work. Because I'm telling you, right now, yeah, I would use the Krieg Heavy Flamers instead. You get 3d6 at 8 inches. The Krieg Heavy Flamers is the only question, and even then, it's a backup because you would just take like. The thing is, even then, it's a back. Even then, I don't actually see it because why wouldn't you just take a Hellhound? Why wouldn't you just take 2 Hellhounds? And if you want to avoid, literally, a Hellhound is just cheaper. The Krieg Heavy Stubbers is fine. Yeah, no, the Krieg Stubbers is the only viable thing to put in a Hellhound, in my opinion. Well, the Krieg Heavy Flamers can shoot on death. Okay, that's fair. That's alright. Then why do you need a Hellhound? Why do you need a Centaur for him? I mean, you could. I mean, I guess to make him a bit more maneuverable. But yeah, I mean, maybe. Okay, I'll give you that one. Flamers that you drive forward, flame, jump, and then when they get blown out the transport, it's fine because they're less likely to die because they're multi-wound models, and the enemy shoots them to death, and then you can overwatch it. Yeah, okay, that's one. That's one. I'll give you the Flamers. Shooting death wouldn't trigger from inside the Centaur, though, would it? I think so what happens is you disembark them first. Then you take the hazardous test. Then you could potentially get damaged by the exploding vehicle as well. Yeah. Yeah. So it could work. Yeah. So okay, I'll give you the Flamer Centaur. Is the only option now. I'll give you that one and the flame. Basically, the only thing worth putting inside a Centaur is a Krieg Heavy Weapon team. That's it. Either Stubbers or Flamers. Flamers first, Stubbers second. Yeah. There you go. All right. What have we got here? John Henry Eden, thank you for super chat. Imagine if it was a Black Temple 1100 launch box. GW will never do that because GW is too Reddit brained. Yeah. I think there are certain people at Games Workshop who think that if they could get away with the community outcry, they would legends the Black Templars. Thankfully, I think those people are still in a minority. Yeah. But on a serious note, if they had done Black Templars for the launch of... If they had done Black Templars for the launch of the Armageddon, that would have been amazing. Yeah, fuck going back to 2nd edition. They should have remade Black Templars versus Dark Elder. As much as I would love that, and as much as I am a GW shitter honor, I don't think they'd sell many of them. Yeah. The best one they ever did, the best model one they've ever done, they got it so right with Leviathan. Marines versus aliens. That Marines versus, like, and I mean aliens would be like bugs, not like orcs, yeah. Marines, yeah, it should have been. It should have been that. It should have been that. Or it should have been remaking Assault on Black Reach, but yeah. Perhaps Legend could save the guard. Salamander has the same ability as the Hound and is cheaper. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, but make Legends normal again. Yeah. Normalize Legends. That's what we need to do. Stop. Thank you for 31 months. Xbox, baby. Just tried 90-point fobs. Lovely hidden big guns. I think Field Orders batteries... I will say it again. I don't think Guard Artillery is as gigafucked as we think it is. Like, I think that you just have to use it in a fire support role rather than going after units you can't see. I think we can make our artillery work. We will make it work. Until they remove it from the game, we will make it work. That's the way it's got to be. Yeah. Wait, isn't Infantry Squad cheaper since they're Legends? Sir Newbie. The Infantry Squad isn't Legends. They just removed it from the game. I know. Horrific. Absolutely unforgivable maneuver by GW. They removed the Infantry Squad and they removed the generic Platoon Command Squad as well. Horrific. Absolutely. And they removed Special Weapons Squads as well. It was too strong, so they snap it away. Yeah. God damn it! Fucking GW bastard shitbags! So, Nivi, I told you, man. I've told you. I fucking told you, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Oh, man. All right. Yeah. Bring back guard platoons. One platoon equals one battle line. The thing is, under Pack, there's no reason to. Because there's no force org limits now. So why? You could just make a platoon, but if you want. Why do the Eldar get to keep the attachment weapons? Who knows? Vibes. Okay, here's how you make platoons work. Okay. And it's a little messy to keep track of in game. But here's how you make platoons work. You have platoons as a unit entry. And the advantage of the platoon, it's got a higher minimum cost. So it's like, let's say you have like a Krieg platoon, it's a Krieg squad, it's a Krieg command squad and 2 Krieg blobs, something like that. Two 10-man Krieg squads, which you could then make into 20-man Krieg squads, okay? And you could have like heavy weapon team, like a Krieg heavy weapon team being part of that as well. You even maybe have like, throw in some like scout sentinels or something. You have it where an officer in a platoon can order every unit in the platoon that's in range. So regardless of whether they're regiment or squadron, so chimeras and stuff as well. And so you can have like one Kree command squad who could issue like orders to potentially like loads of units. That's how you do it. So so you need to create a reason to take the platoon. That's a reason. It solves order economy. So the advantage of a platoon system like that is you get good order economy. The disadvantage is that the units are more limited, that you can take a platoon are more limited. So you couldn't take like Lehman Russes in a platoon, for example. Yeah. And then but that platoon commander can only order stuff like within his platoon. So he could that ability only applies to like his platoon. So if he tries to order a unit in another platoon, he can do it, but it doesn't splash out to the rest of the platoon. Does that make sense? So you still have officers who can still order stuff after their platoons died. And if a platoon commander dies, then other officers can help out. Just goes back to the old way of doing things. Yeah. That's how I think you do it. Yeah. Another good idea. GW Spy, you can have it for free. Yeah. Let's have a look here. Warno Malarkey, thank you for the super chat. I've officially lost my mind. I've decided to create my own war game. Fantasy pike and shot. Work in progress, combat rules, and stream discussion. Thoughts? Oh man, there's a lot to read through here. Do I have to read it all? Right. Close combat AV damage system. Close combat is all during its activation after charge / push sub phases. Each unit calculates its attack value and defense value. These values are modified by number of models able to fight, special rules. Both players roll dice equal to their unit's AV/DV. Unit A, AV10, DV10. Unit B, AV10, DV10. Each player rolls 10 attack dice, 10 defense dice. Block attacks. Compare each attack die against the defense die. If the defense die is equal to or higher than the attack die, the attack is blocked. Any attack dice that are not blocked become a successful hit. To inflict damage, each successful hit inflicts 1 damage. Oh, that's interesting. So there's no roll to hit, roll to wound. So let's say I roll 5. If I roll, just hypothetically speaking, there's 5v5. I roll 5 4s. Very unlikely. I roll 5 4s. And my opponent rolls 2 4s, a 5, and a 1 and a 2. I'd do 2 damage to him. Okay. It does seem like defense would be quite strong on that. Because it's, on average, both players would... Yeah, you'd have to, like, soften the enemy up. But, yeah. After the attacking involves attacks, the defending enemy attacks back using the same process. The defending it successfully countercharge, it attacks first instead. Maybe attack simultaneously. Damage value can never exceed AV. General shooting rules. Shooting is resolved in 4 steps. So that means someone can't ever roll like 10 defense dice to 5 attack dice to completely nullify it. Okay. All the way, no. No, you can. No. Attack value, defense value. Defense value can never exceed attack value. Yeah, okay. So you can never roll more defense dice than the enemy's got attacks. All right. But attack value can exceed defensive values. You just like completely overwhelm someone. She was rolled in 4 steps, and that's why stage each model defining unit makes 1 hit roll, hit or miss, roll all hit rolls. Each weapon has a hit value, typically 4 or 5, that determines the attack hits. Finding modifiers to the hit roll, ABDB, 1 attack value. Each of the hit generates 1 attack value. The target generates defense value. Oh, damage roll can never exceed attack value. Yeah. Target roll hit number attack dice equal to AV. Yeah, okay, I feel like this is the... Oh, is it the same thing but shooting? Okay, yeah. Each successful hit that's not blocked with 1 damage. Okay, so there's no armor saves. It's just literally the idea of we're rolling dice against each other. And it kind of represents like I'm trying to get past your defenses. You're trying to parry my attacks. Okay. I'm not against it. Interesting concept. Yeah. I understood it just by reading it. which I would take as a very good sign, as I'm not very clever. And if I can read it and go, okay, cool, yeah, I can weather that out, piece of piss. So that feels good. Yeah, I like it. It's a cool system. What is Operation OceanGate? Obelisk, what happened to OceanGate? That's what's happening to the guard right now. Joe Aquila, thank you for the super chat. Another weird mail day in stream discussion. Oh my god, these things just keep turning up at your house. How do these things just keep arriving, man? Like, let's get out of hand. So I will say, this is good. You traitorous bastard. You low down, dirty, traitorous bastard. Oh, I can't win with the guard. I can't win with the guard. And he's just like, oh, I was going to buy tower instead. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm joking. I don't even blame you, man. I've got so many people on my team that are telling me I need to take Tau for the first team tournament. I might end up taking Tau to my first tournament, which would just be so depressing. It'd be so damn depressing. Yeah. There you are. I don't know what's in the bag, though. The bag looks cool. I'm thinking about getting into Marines. Yeah, Marines are cool. And they're so cheap right now. Second hand, so yeah. Don't even blame you. Photocedric, I may have bought more orcs with Bourbon's help. Look at all of this. Look at all of these people. Running wild. Running scared. Oh, what? Because guard isn't good now? Because guard isn't good? Because guard is not good, but actually fucking terrible. Probably the bottom faction in the entire game. You think that's time to quit? You think that's time to stop? You know what? I'm going to find something. Fucking. All of these fucking fair weather guard players, man. Let me draw upon the only good New Hammer Codex we've ever had. There are those who raise their voices in anguish and sorrow for the plight of mankind. Such faithless folk wail of an end to all days, of a final damnation for us all. I say to you, these fools are wrong. Liars, I name them, heretics and sayers of doom. Listen not to such heathens, my brothers, for these are glorious days. Rejoice, for all may stand and fight for a truly righteous cause, and any man, no matter how humble, can earn everlasting glory through martyrdom in the Emperor's sight. How about those? Some sterling words. Some sterling words. That is a quote from the 8th edition Codex from Confessor Holdwyn just before the Black Creek Massacre. It's one of my favourite Codex quotes. I don't think they've ever reused it. 8th edition was... Yeah, there you go. There you are. It's true. We all. This is great. This is exactly where we want to be. This is a time for us all. We all get to dine by the Emperor's table, brothers. We all get to dine by the Emperor's table. Yeah. Also, I got Votan Army. I've never been able to play since they came out because, oh, they're too strong. Yet they don't ban Necron Catan spam, Victrix, Honor Guard. So fuck them. Rock and Stone. I mean, Votan aren't that. Votan are pretty good in 11th, but I don't think they were too powerful in 10th. Yeah. Another guard player busts the rift. Yeah. Obelisk, I'm tired, boss. I know. Imperial Agents only exist if you can turn to the guard community and say it's not that bad. Yeah, but Imperial Agents are technically on 80% win rate this week, but it was one guy, so it doesn't really count. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. All right. Flodgen, you're killing me, lol. Hey, I didn't turn and play another fact, dude. I didn't kill you. You killed you. Prayer of the Relief of Torment. Yeah, I should find my uplifting primer and read it out. Right, we're all caught up on super chats, guys. Thank you very, very much to all of you who have been supporting the channel, and thank you to all of you that have got the stream started off right. I know it's taken us a little while to catch up. Always does a little bit on a Monday, but we'll get into the metadata and bits and bobs that we want to talk about now. Joe Aquila, allow me to retort. Picture in stream discussion. I already showed it off. Oh, is it a new picture? I thought I already... This is the only picture I've got. This is the last one that I have. Is there another one coming in? Or are you saying, allow me to retort? Same picture. Battle suits. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame anyone who... Oh, a minute. Oh, here you go. Allow me to retort. There you go. There you are. Yeah, man, but it's... Hey, it's good. Don't get me wrong. Good. I tell you what. Look at all that Gucci shit back there, man. That's what I'm talking about. This is fine. This is all fine. But That's an impressive guard collection, sir. An impressive guard collection. Shame so much of it is suboptimal. And it's not your fault. All of this shit was great in 10th. All of the shit was great in 10th. What have they done, boys? What have they actually done? What a shit company. Actual question, is Rico still viable? Not really. It locks you into a pretty bad disposition. Maybe if you take all sentinels and cavalry spam, but not infantry. Recon infantry is dead. Recon cav sent spam is possible. Possibly a thing. Yeah. Well, siege regiment. Siege is okay. Siege is okay. It just the detachment rule itself is bad, but a lot of the enhancements and the and stratagems are good. But siege, what you do is you take siege to access the enhancement and the stratagem, then you try and take a 1 DP detachment, probably like the abhuman one, that you actually kind of build your army around. Yeah. Yeah, saw plenty of Metroturn in the cubby hole behind the guard in the picture a second ago. Exactly. It's all about, look, guys. It's all about the K-47. I've been telling you guys. You know, it's time, man. It's time I cannot say this enough. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. Just gonna say it once. I'm gonna have a quick break and then we're gonna get to the metadata. All right. If you are a disgruntled 40k player, like properly disgruntled, just literally just dive into the Rift. Just do it. It's fun. It's great. And you won't regret it. It's a great game. Yeah. There you go. If you know, I'm not, you know, I'm saying like properly disgruntled, like to the point where you're thinking of like quitting. Okay. You're thinking of quitting, okay? Like, don't quit. Put your fucking army, you know, don't quit wargaming. Don't crash out. Just put your shit on the shelf for a few months. Get into it, you know, use this as an excuse to try a new wargame. And you know what? It's not expensive to get into conflict. You could, it's a price of, it's less than the price of a combat patrol. You know? It's less than the price of a combat patrol. It's when you put it like to get a full army. For bot action, it's less than the price of combat patrol. For conflict, it's the price of, it's about 150 quid. Okay? And, like, just, you know, just for that. Look, I know I always respect everyone's financial position, but as wargamers, by and large, that is something that most of us can spend 150 quid for potentially, you know, to cover yourself for 3 to 6 months. That's great. That's awesome, right? You know, and then in 6 months' time, you can go back. You know, you've got your money's worth, then, haven't you? More than got your money's worth. And 6 months' time, you maybe 6 months' time, you go back to the guard, and maybe it looks better, and you're like, okay, fine. Or maybe you go back to 40k. Maybe it's guard, maybe it's another faction. You go back to 40k, and like, you know what? This is great. Yeah, I'm back on it. I'm feeling it again. Awesome. Right, great. You had a palate cleanser. You came back. You're having a great time. And if you come back and you're like, you know what? This is a bag of shit. I just don't like it. Like, I just don't like this game anymore. Like, that's fine. Then fuck it. Then you know what to do. Sell your models, get some funds in the bank, and fucking get yourself, enjoy the new game you've found. Yeah. Like, there's no, look, I'm not telling you to quit 40k. I'm telling you, like, there's no point in being sad. That's all I'm saying. And it could be conflict. It could be any game you fucking want. Play Battletech, you know, I don't give a fuck. All I'm saying is, life's too short to be sad. You know? I heard, like, Joshi 40k's, like, quit the guard or something. Like, he's full on, like, crashed out. Like, I need to look into it. Like, I don't know. Someone in chat said that, like, I don't think the two things are related, by the way. But apparently he's been struggling a little bit. I don't know what to talk. I'm only saying what someone said in chat. Apparently he's been struggling a little bit with, like, I don't want to say like depression, but he's been a bit down in the mouth, right? He's been he's been a bit down in the mouth, and he's just been like, yeah, I'm not playing God. Yeah. Not crashed out, just went to play something else for teams events. Yeah, maybe that's all it is. But yeah, like, there's so many people who are just like, I mean, Joshi 40k was a dedicated guard channel. Fully dedicated guard channel. And now he's like, he's not even playing guard, man. It's crazy. It's crazy times, boys. It's crazy times. Yeah. It's crazy times. But, you know, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, no. And the reason why, that's why I said it's not, if you're not enjoy, let me rephrase this. If you're not enjoying guard, but you still enjoy 40k and you like 11th edition, there's nothing wrong with getting another army, all right? Or just take, you know, like I said, give it 3 months, work on your pile of shame, and then whatever. But if you're not enjoying 40k, is what I was saying. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there you are. If you're not enjoying it, it doesn't have to be K47 Obelisk. It doesn't have to be. It could be Old World. Old World's dirt cheap to get into. You can get a full Old World army for like 200. You can get a full Old World army for like, well, if you go Empire, for like 150, 200 quid if you buy some third-party models. Yeah. Yeah. Moowell, it's just so expensive, man. Bro, on that one unit there, you're spending 260 points. It's ridiculously expensive. Yeah. It's absolutely ridiculous, man. It cannot trade effectively, even slightly. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, you can play some Kill Team. Exactly. You can play some Kill Team. Exactly. Could be anything. I'm just saying, if you're not enjoying 40k, it's all right to explore the game systems, whatever they might be. Yeah. I think we're using Psychics for ward saves. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. But the ward save's not reliable. And it's like pretty reliable, but it's not totally reliable. And the issue is, like, it only works in shooting. Doesn't work in combat, which in certain matchups is going to be... Like, if it worked all the time, it'd be worth it. Yeah. 2+ is pretty reliable. It'll fail you, man. At the worst possible moment, it'll fail. Like, you know it, right? You know it'll be like, okay, to win the game, I just need to roll a 2+. 1. Fuck! Yeah, I know what you meant by war. Don't worry. Yeah. The Kerbermeister, thanks for super chat. Bro, my city got hit with wildfires on 2 different sides. It got super close to the house. Picture discussion. Shit, man, I hope you're alright, bro. Let me have a look. Oh, wow, that is close. I just left work and saw a huge bit of smoke. Turns out there was not one but 2 wildfires at the edge of my city today. Holy shit, man. That is close. Woo, baby. That's quite close. I hope everything is all right. Hope you and your family are okay. I hope everything's going well. Yeah. Hope you're all right. All right, MG, if you're interested in action update for discussion, I am, dude. I'm always interested. Yes, bot action update, MG. Yes, you got the 25-pounder done. You've got the Matilda done and the Bren carrier done, and you've got, oh, man, you've been smashing it, man. You've been smashing. Look at what you got done. Holy shit, man. Wow. Yes. Well, Down Legion, it's all coming together quite quickly. It's all coming together quite quickly. Awesome. Colin Morgan, thank you for super chat. Who'd have guessed the 4+ hit range I would struggle with everyone basically on -1 day? It's easy to forget 11th isn't even a month old. Yep. Yeah. It's yeah. The thing is though, guard is fine. It's just not. And I know it might sound crazy. Okay, we're not fine. We're not fine. We're fine when it comes to the cover. We can strip the cover away. We've got Hellhounds. We've got Courtiers. We've got several different stratagems that we can lean on. We've got... Guard is fine when it comes to being able to basically just rip the cover out of the game. Okay. The problem Guard has is we're quite overcosted. And we've also got... Because we need to remove cover from the game, we essentially have significant portions of our list taken up by units we are forced to take. Like every guard army, it might sound a little... It's not totally right. But every guard army is kind of playing 300 to 400 points down. You only really get to put 1,600 points stuff that you want in your list. Because every guard army has got to take either 3 Hellhounds or 2 Hellhounds and Courtiers. There's no real debate around this. Maybe you can get away with just like 2 Hellhounds if you go like Armored Infantry. Even then, you're still playing 250 points down. Now, you're not really playing 250 points down because obviously you can... Like, Hellhounds do things. Hellhounds are good. But you kind of 250. It's 250 points of you having to take stuff, not necessarily 250 points stuff it limits what you were building your list around, and because so many of these points have to be put to one side, it limits the kind of other combos and stuff you can make. Yeah. Please, I don't take officers in my list. You can't make me take Hellhounds. I can only assume you're an absolute masochist, me well. Like, not so, like, you don't take any orders whatsoever. Because if it's where you go, well, actually, technically, I take a Baneblade commander, because that's a fucking officer. Well, technically, I take commissars and have them lead boggers. That's still an officer. You fucking... All right. Right. Successful rage bait. Indeed. I'm not really angry. I need to have a quick piss, and I need to have a quick drink and a quick snack. So, I'll be back in 5 minutes, and when I get back, we are going to look at the metadata, and there's a couple of other topics that I want to talk about as well. So, we're going to talk about guard metadata. I'll probably cover, I want to do the yellow energy bit, if possible, as well. And I also want to talk about some stuff that I saw at the Warlord Games store opener. All right, so we'll cover those things, and that'll probably see us to the end of the stream. Anyways, all right, so I'll be back in 5. Take 5. When I get back, we'll talk about all of those things, and I'm sure some other bits as well. Anything, and I'm not totally married to those bits, so the data I'm married to, but the other two bits, if I don't get to cover them till tomorrow, that's fine. Oh.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed.
Sorry, it was a few minutes, but I thought I'd have a proper break and then we can lock in for the rest of the stream. Oh, 1 second. There we are. Okie croaky. So, I'm back. Let's have a look here. Quick super chat and then into the metadata. Jenny, thank you for super chat. Hobby updated stream discussion with some lore. The lore I'm going for with my NCR is the Americans were experimenting with a stable rift wormhole called Project Gateway during the Japanese invasion. It was damaged by Japanese forces and Soviet uprisers, causing a vortex around much of the Northern California area. For 4 months, nothing could go in or out. When emerging, the landscape was wildly changed, and a faction calling themselves the New California Republic was found, explaining it had been 40 years since they had contact with the United States. Thus, they formed a culture truly believing FDR to be a god and staunch believers in the cause of the United States High Command. Wanted to have them purged. They're a bit of a wild card and sometimes cause funny fancies, but many of the top brass see it as an opportunity to send a company force ready to fight the enemies of America. You just you just took that from Fallout. There you go. Hey, nothing wrong with a bit of creative inspiration, is there? I love it. I love it. Awesome, man. That's a cool picture, that is. Converted Roberta Wells, that. I like the like energy coming, like the sort of energy coming out of the gun. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Awesome. It looks excellent, Jenny. I like the conversions. There you go. All right. Let us talk of data. Okay. Gentlemen, ladies, small furry creatures of Alpha Centauri, it's time for the most exciting thing in the world to Warhammer players. Data. Oh, I know. Get a pillow, cover your lap. But it's time for us to look at some of the weekly stats. So you guys really enjoyed this last week, so I thought we'd do it again. I thought, well, we'll do it as long as there's something interesting to talk about. We'll have a look at the win rate data. Who's winning, who's losing, and trying to understand and explain why what is happening is happening. Okay. So let's take a look at the information we have. So big shout out to Communal Napkin over on the Warhammer competitive subreddit. I'll be using his data again. He does a very good job of this, and he basically goes through and tracks all of the singles events with 21 or more players and 5 rounds. So basically anything which is a what would be classed as a proper GT, a proper event. It does not include one-day events. Warhammer players tend to not like one-day events in their data because it tends to skew the data slightly, because what can win a one-day event might not be able to go the distance at a 2-day event, and you sort of need, there's some theories around it, and you need all 5 games to pass out the information and so on and so forth. The thing is, I have always slightly disagreed with that, because the most common events that people play at are RTTs, so I do think that at the very least, tracking it as a separate thing would be kind of cool. As not necessarily Communal Napkin doing this. I'm saying as a community, I think it's important. But let's not get bogged down in that right now. So, let us have a look at what has been winning and what has been losing. So, to start off, we'll have a look at the columns. So, you Actually, there's a couple of things I want to start off with, because I explained this last week, and I'll briefly explain it again this week. Win rate is a very disingenuous number, because win rate doesn't really say everything. It's an indicator, but it's not the main factor, okay? The reason why it's a bit disingenuous is, for example, if you only looked at win rate, you would think that Imperial agents were the best faction in the game, because they have an 80% win rate. But the reality is that there's only one person playing them, so it's just an anomaly. It's just a skew. All right, and you find this with, they say this, like, there's lies, damn lies, in statistics. So you can always find statistics that are going to try and back you. If you're some mad person that wants to argue that Imperial agents are the best, you could do so by saying that they have an 80% win rate overall, and 100% of their players go X and 1, which basically, so let's understand what X and 1 means. X and O / X and 1 means that you either went undefeated, it's X being the number of games played versus the number of games that you lost. So if you go X and O, it means you went undefeated, and it probably means that you won a tournament. At the very least, you podiumed, because it is possible for 2 people to go undefeated and 1 person to win the event because of like score differential and stuff like that. X and 1 means that you were able to go and win 4 games and you only lost 1 the entire time. And typically what that represents, not always at all, but typically what that represents is a faction which is able to get close to winning a tournament. Because the idea is that unless you are very unlucky and you run into someone who's extremely good round 1, typically what happens in a tournament is you sort of play your easier games earlier on, and then you play your harder games, and obviously the hardest game being the one you play for the tournament win. So if you go X and 1, typically it's kind of seen that you probably, not always, but you probably lost that game in the final. Probably. Not always, though. But even being able to go 4 and 1 still is very representative of a powerful faction. So you need to look at all of the numbers. You need to look at win rate, but then sort of balance that out against number of players. And you need to look at, and even a faction that has what might seem like a lower win rate, like, Orcs, not a lower win rate, not low, but lower win rate, like Orcs. If it has a particularly high X and O or X and 1 win rate, that can indicate that actually it might be a bit stronger than people think. You also need to take into account player numbers, because that can create something called the mirror match, where if 2 people, let's say 2 people play Orcs, 1 person wins, 1 person loses, that brings the win closer to brings that faction's win rate close to 50%. Now, if you've got a faction which is over 50% win rate but has a lot of players, it means that its win rate is being artificially suppressed, because more than likely players are playing into each other, and that brings the win rate down. So if you have a faction that has it looks really strong, but for some reason its win rate isn't very high, the general rule of thumb is assume its win rate is 5% lower than it actually is. So a good example of this would be something maybe like Imperial Knights. A really good example of this would be something like Necrons in this case, and Tau, and so on and so forth. But we'll get to all of these. We'll get into the details of these later on. All right. So with all of those sort of caveats said, and I'm sure there'll be a few others that we'll pick up as we go along, let's now look at the win rate data, and we'll look at the disposition data a little bit later on as well. So starting off, we have got so firstly, there was 674 players across 11 events. So this was a bigger weekend. So the more players, the better. The more events, the better, because it gives us more data. If you have a particularly quiet week, it can produce some pretty wacky results. I would describe this as a very middling week. It's not the quietest we've ever seen it. It's not the busiest we've ever seen it. Basically, close on 700 players is a pretty middling week for Warhammer 40k. Other games would love to have that amount of players, but for Warhammer 40k, that would be described as a, middling, maybe lower middle, but certainly enough players and enough events and enough games for, I would say confidently, this is probably some pretty good data. I think we've got some pretty good data going on here. So, with that said, now let's take a look at some of these factions, and we'll try and compare them to how they've done like previous weeks, if I can remember roughly where they were. So Chaos Knights is a very interesting one. So Chaos Knights had a very, very, very low win rate. They had the lowest win rate this week. 29.82%. Now, I'm inclined to say it's a bit of a fluke, because last week they were much higher up. But there were 12 players that ran them. So it's not like it's 29% win rate, but it was like 2 dudes and they both got kind of fisted, right? It was 29% win rate. Oh, pardon me. It's a 29% win rate with, across 57 games and 12 players. So they just look shite. They had no one who was able to go 4-1, no one who was able to win an event or anything like that. I am inclined to say it is an off week for Chaos Knights, because they should have a lot of things going for them. They should have towering. They should have Battleshot, which is much more impactful now. They have the ability to take advantage of like towing into the terrain and everything, like a lot of units do. So considering where they were last week, I am kind of inclined to think it's a bit of an off week. But what does chat think? Chaos Knights were Tim Faced. Chaos Knights were at 47.37% last week, with one player going excellent out of a total of 8 for last weekend. Yeah, so maybe he skewed it slightly. Maybe Chaos Knights are doing a little worse, and last week's data was slightly skewed in their favor. I still think it's probably a slight off week. I think Chaos Knights, if they're down in the bottom 3 again, then I think we can start considering them a bit shit. But I think if we compare Chaos Knights to, for example, Death Guard, they've basically changed position. So last week, Death Guard weren't doing as well, and now Chaos Knights, So I think I'm inclined to believe it. I'm inclined to believe it's a skew. And like last week, I said last week, like, I think Death Guard are better than this. I think it's probably an off week for them, but they are quite slow, so maybe they do have some problems. But no, last week was a bit of an off one for Death Guard. This week's a bit of an off one for Chaos Knights. I think we'll see them return to their glory in the future. Now, let us look at a faction which is definitely shit. And this is the Guard. Operation OceanGate is in full swing. We are going down to the bottom of the ocean, the bottom of the murky, dark depths where no light can penetrate, and then we're exploding. That is where we're at. Now, the Guard win rate. Now, some people might say, but Mordy, how come you're saying the Guard win rate of 31.94% is a fluke? Is definitely accurate. How are you saying that Guard being bad is definitely accurate? Could it not just be an off week like Chaos Knights? Well, unfortunately, dear gentle viewer, summoning the spirit of Baltimore there, gentle listener. Unfortunately, this is the 3rd week in a row when we've been a bottom faction. So at this point, it's not an off week. At this point, it's a trend. Even when the data was very, very limited, we were bottom. And then last week, when the data was a bit clearer, we were bottom. Now the data is even clearer, and we're still fucking bottom. I think at this point, we have to accept that we are the bottom faction. And when I say bottom, I'm not saying like we're near the bottom, we're bottom 5, we're bottom 3. No. Overall, I would say Guard is the worst faction in Warhammer 40k 11th edition right now, because we are consistently bottom. Everyone else goes up and down a bit. Everyone else here might be bottom 5 or bottom 8. Not everyone else. Other factions which are kind of bad, maybe bottom 5, bottom 8. They're sort of fluctuating up and down a little bit. But Guard has been consistently bottom. Worse than Agents, Mordium? I will say we're worse than Agents because I don't think Agents is a proper faction. I'm sorry. I mean, I personally think they are, but I don't think the way they are at 11th edition right now, what I mean by they're not a proper faction, I think Imperial Agents are a really cool faction. Done properly, they could be amazing. I think the way GW has implemented them makes them not a proper faction. Does that make sense? So we are absolutely, we're a power bottom. I said no, you know what? Boom, boom, resume. We're not even a power bottom. We're just getting fucked in the shower. That's what happened. And we're talking about which shower? The prison shower. That's where we're getting fucked. Okay. We're not pushing back. We're crying. And the guards are looking the other way, pretending they didn't see anything. That's where we are right now. Like, we are like that guy in Prison Break. He's like, you want to hold my pocket? We're holding the guy's pocket. Okay. That's where we are. We're holding Teabag's pocket. Okay. And the reason for this, now we know why he's always late to stream. Fuck's sake. So, why are we so bad? Or not even why we're so bad. How bad is it is the question. So not only do we have the lowest win rate, but also our player numbers have absolutely cratered. No matter how bad Guard was in 8th, in 9th, in 10th. And when I say we were bad, Guard in 8th had like a 22% win rate at one point. Famously bad. Even when we were that bad, we had more players than we did now. And I'm not just talking more players proportionally. I'm talking more raw player numbers. Now, think about that for a moment. Think about how much the game has exploded. Think about, back in the day, 700 players over a weekend would be considered a very busy weekend. Now it's considered by some people relatively quiet. Okay. So think about like how much the game has grown, and think about the fact that now we have less players than we did 10 years ago. That's how bad we are. We have been, the Guard player base has completely crumbled. And there's going to be a bunch of people right now in chat that are like, fucking fair weather Guard players. It's not even that, guys. It's not. I'm sure there's a proportion of this being fair weather Guard players that are jumping ship. Of course. But I don't think it's that. I think it is simply because, Guard players are vibes first. If you play Guard, you play it for... there's a few Guard players that get into the game to be competitive, but most of the time you get into the Guard because, I said this last week, I'll say it again, you played a video game. Maybe it's Company of Heroes 2, maybe it's like StarCraft, and I don't know. But you play, maybe it's Dawn of War, or you watched a movie. Maybe you watched Enemy at the Gates, and you're like, you know what? I'd love to do that in Warhammer. I'd love to charge all those conscripts out in Warhammer and everyone to die. That would be great. I'd love to do that, right? Whatever it might be, you watched a movie somewhere, and it made you want to play Guard. And so what happened is, you have a lot of Guard players who are vibes first, and there's a certain vibe that you get from playing, for lack of a better term, true Guard, where it's like, the normal humans, like the indomitable human spirit, and it's infantry, and it's tanks and artillery. And the thing is, you're playing a normal military, you're playing the normal military guys. Maybe you like history, maybe you like movies, whatever it might be, but that's what it is. And the reason why the Guard player numbers is cratering so much is because Guard no longer feel like Guard in 11th. You can absolutely build a viable Guard army in 11th. You can take 18 Bulgrin, you can take 2 Super Heavies, and a couple of Hellhounds, and a couple of Engine Seers, and you can absolutely stat check your way up to probably about a 50% win rate. You can put that in Purge, you can run it in Steelhammer and the Abhuman detachment, and you can choose Purge or Take and Hold, whatever you want, okay? So you can absolutely do that. And you will win more than 30% of your games from doing that. With practice, you will absolutely... And that's not even like a full 2,000 points. That's just like the broad overview. But the thing is, almost no guard players got into the faction to take 18 Borgans and 2 super heavies. The super heavy bit is probably the bit that's attracting people to the list, but the 18 Borgan bit definitely isn't. Okay. And most people got into the guard because they wanted to take big tanks and little infantry working together to try and through firepower and combined arm tactics to bring the enemy down. And that just doesn't work. That just doesn't feel right. You can kind of make it work, but it just doesn't feel right. It feels like you're fighting your army and you just feel like a fucking idiot. Yeah. 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 The list that are running Purge to Foe, so like still Hammer and Bulgans, did tear this weekend. Most Purge to Foe guard players went 0 and 5 or 1 and 4. I'm not sure the Baneblade plus Bulgans is the answer. Well, we'll try. Well, Tim's face, we'll try it out because I'll try it out tomorrow and let you know. But I do think that it's probably one of those where it's a stat check. I don't think many people would have been. I tell you what it is, Tim face. I mean, you say most of the are running Postcode. Do we know what the actual lists were? Because I will. Do you know what I think's much more likely happening? I think it's much more, and I think it's much more likely that you're getting a bunch of people who are taking their regular guard armies and putting it into Purge the Foe to try and make, because they've been told that Purge the Foe is the best disposition, and then they're losing. That's what I think it is. I think you've got a bunch of people who are trying to take traditional guard or more traditional guard in Purge the Foe, and then they're getting, like, shat on. That's what I think's happening. But I don't know for sure. Yeah, because I doubt there's many people who have got 18 fucking Bulgans ready to fucking rock and roll. and look, hey, you know what? Even if we just say, you know what, I'll just for the sake of the argument agree with you. That's even worse then. If our last bastion of 18 Bulgrins and 2 super heavies doesn't even work, then we truly have no options left. Like, at that point, are we just on the 22 vehicle list? 6 Chimeras, 6 Torques, Primes, and Hellhounds and Hippogriffs are just trying to, like, whole spam people to death? I don't know. But, yeah, If not even the Bulgrin bullshit list can work, then we truly are completely lost. Yeah, we truly are. Yeah. Bastion, I'll do super chats when I've caught up on the data. So you have to hang around a few minutes, but yeah. So yeah, basically the guard win rate is plummeting because everyone is just, there's a lot of players. It's just demoralizing. A lot of players are just very, very demoralized. That's what it is. Yeah. G-Zilla Cult. Interestingly, so G-Zilla Cult last week did a lot better than G-Zilla Cult this week. Going off memory. I think G-Zilla Cult are definitely a faction which you're going to see boomerang up and down a lot. I think there's going to be an element of, if you are good with GSC, then you can sort of play the 11th edition game quite well. But there's going to be weeks when there's going to be some weeks where there are good G-Zilla Cult players playing, and there's going to be weeks when those guys have taken a break. And the weeks when those guys take a break, GSC just goes into the shitter. I also think long-term GSC could see some issues because half their army rules don't fucking work. Half their army rules don't fucking work, man. Timface, don't worry about it too much, just because if I have to go through 2 sets of data, it means it'll take me even longer. Black Templars. So, Black Templars, they're just slow. They got a bit of advance and charge. You know, maybe it's just a low player week. Like, I don't know. I think that Black Templars, they're kind of in a similar position to World Eaters, where there's probably just better combat factions out there. And so there's going to be those times when you just have a bad fucking run. Yeah. I think the issue with Black Templars a little bit is that the issue that all melee armies have is that if there's one particularly good melee army, it can cause issues for the other melee armies. Yeah, Black Templars, they're not bad, but they're not as fast as Blood Angels. They're not as durable as Dark Angels. You know, they're definitely, you know, they're okay, but I definitely think that we're going to see them flip-flop a bit. Okay, really interestingly, we've now got Sisters at the bottom. Now, last week, Sisters did really well. And there is still an indication that they've got a bit of play in them because they do have someone who did go X and 1. So someone who went either... They didn't win a tournament, so someone who went 4 and 1. So that's good. But their win rate has definitely created. Now, what I think we're seeing with Sisters here is kind of the same thing we're seeing with GSC, where there will be some players that can absolutely make them work. And if you've got the absolutely optimum Sisters list and you're practiced with it, you can go 4 and 1 with it. But if you're just like, hey, I play Sisters, and you take your run-of-the-mill Sisters army down to the local GT, you are going to be fisted. You're going to have a bad time. And so I think that's what's happened with Sisters. Like, so you can see that playing out. The player numbers are okay. I mean, fuck's sake, there are more Sisters players than Guard players. Jesus, man. So I suspect what's probably happening here is a few more of the regular ass Sisters players toddling along down the bottom, down the tournament, and it kind of causing some issues. Because the thing is, like, Sisters, they do have basically one specific build, and if you're good with it, then you're fine. Otherwise, you're just a bunch of T3 guardsmen. You're just a bunch of power-armed guardsmen running around, and that's not great. Dark Elder. Was Scary playing this week? No. Well, the win rate's going to go down to 42% then. I'm not sure Scary was played. Dark Elder, another faction, which did quite well last week. In fact, they were top last week. Coming down a little bit. I suspect Dark Elder, they're very fast. And they have a lot of potential in 11th edition because they have, I think it's Spectacle of Spite. They have a detachment which allows them to like jump out of their transports and like get Ignore's cover, which can make them really good. So they definitely have some things going for them. And you can see this reflected in the fact that they had decent play numbers. 23 is decent. But they had 2 people who went X and 1. So you had 2 people that went 4-1. So the faction clearly, like, you know, Sisters showed this last week. Drukhari showed this last week. And they're showing it again this week. You can go 4-1 with these factions. You can absolutely go 4-1 with these factions. But they are very high skill factions. So if you are not Scary or one of his disciples, you're probably going to do very badly. But if you're a good Dark Elder player, if you're a good Sisters player, you can go 4-1. So they've got very, very high floors. That's what it is. Very, very high, you know, sort of floor and an even and probably an even higher ceiling as well. Tyranids. Tyranids smashed it this week. Just you might think that they didn't do particularly well because they are what in the bottom 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tyranids look like they didn't do particularly well this week with only a 43.38% win rate. 43% rounding down. But they were actually the second most played faction. Now, the Tyranids have always been quite a popular faction. You have to take into account that, you know, they were the launch of 10th faction. But even so, this is you can see they have 4 people able to go X and 1, which is awesome. So they really do have the ability to do well. What you probably have here is a bunch of people busting their nids out because nids are fun to play. Like, nids are really fun to play in 11th, and Shadow in the Warp actually feels like a really good ability, but it's very situational depending on who you play into, right? So I think what you're seeing here is a bunch of nid players. Nids are a popular faction. You got a bunch of nid players who maybe were getting a bit burned out towards the end of the last edition, who are coming back to the game now, who are throwing shit at the wall to see what works, and they're just having fun. But if you concentrate, you can go 4-1. You're not a tournament winning faction, but you're absolutely a game winning faction, and that's fine. So yeah, this win rate here doesn't worry me at all. This makes me feel very positively about Tyranids at the moment. Yeah, Norn assimilator list, strong and funny, or Norn-ass list, strong and funny name. All I need, exactly right. So I mean, there definitely is a list of like what's it like 3 to 6 Norns or something. 100%. Blood Angels. So Blood Angels, again, a faction which I think is doing probably better than their ranking here might suggest. 43%. Well, actually, I'm going to revise that. I have some concerns about Blood Angels. I think the problem with Blood Angels is they just don't have a naturally fitting disposition. Perhaps it is just an off week. Perhaps there's one that many Blood Angel players playing this week. Perhaps the caliber of player is a little bit lower. Who knows? But I think the problem that Blood Angels has is that their best attachment just doesn't gel with their playstyle. They don't want to be taking and holding. Liberator Assault Group wants to be going full send and just chopping the fuck out of people. And I think there's a lot of Blood Angel players that might be... What might be happening is there's some Blood Angel players that are trying to try other detachments out that they're less familiar with. And so this might represent the lag crutch buckling a bit. But we were discussing earlier on stream how there is a Blood Angel detachment that lets you have a reliable 26-inch threat range with Death Company, turn 1. Or any turn, to be honest. And taking 3 squads Death Company and yoling them across the board for potentially turn 1, just slam charge. Maybe it's a bit maybe that's what people are trying. It looks better on paper than in reality. I don't know. But I suspect what Blood Angels are suffering from is that they are fine because they're Marines at the end of the day, but they just can't quite find a detachment that feels Blood Angel-y enough. You know? Maybe that's what it is. I can confirm Blade Gower, Chaplain, and Sanguinary Priest in lag is disgusting. Yeah, like, they've got options, right? They've got options, but, like, Liberators has mainly taken hold. I've been playing it and doing well. That's interesting. It's not what I've really... Frox, I have to say, it's not what I've been hearing. It's what I've been reading, but maybe it's a bit of an outlier. But Liberator Assault Group, generally speaking, is, you know, you get bonuses for charging and whatnot. But, yeah, maybe. Like I said, I think Blood Angels probably are struggling slightly, but it might be simply a case of they might be in their experimental phase, and when they move over to their optimization phase, it'll be a bit better. Assault Terminator more insane. You see, I can absolutely believe Assault. You know what? I said this last week. I said Blood Angels might want to look into taking big bricks of Terminators and sticking them on objectives for Liberator Assault Group, and just maybe if that's planning out, send me to the Black Ships, because I literally said that last week. Maybe what it is that not many Blood Angel players have a lot of Terminators because they weren't that good for Blood Angels in the last edition. It's all about Sangard Death Guard. Well, a Death Company, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So maybe the Blood Angels thing could be explained by there's still a bit of an adjustment period happening, but when they start optimizing, they'll be a bit better. Now, the next one we've got here is Eldari. 45% win rate, 17 players. My God, apparently the Eldar are less of a dying race than the Guard. GW, I think you might have fucked up. Now, Eldar, a lot of people have been very down on Eldar, including myself, because they are, you know, there's the classic meme, I've heard enough, nerf Aziman again. But they seem to be showing some potential. They seem to be showing some potential. You can always trust the bloody Eldar to pull some kind of trick out of the bag. Now, it's only 2 people. Well, I say only. You know, it's 2 people going 4-1. No tournament wins. We did see Eldar do okay in the demo game from GW. Maybe they're just adjusting into sort of full MSU trading spam. I'm not sure. But it seems like the Eldar are not quite as dead as other people suspected. And this kind of brings me back to what I was saying before. Look how every other faction is sort of fluctuating a little bit. Some factions are continuing to rise. Like every week, Tau Empire climb up higher and higher and higher, which is exactly what I predicted, but we'll get to them in a moment. But you see how there's quite a lot of the middling factions just jumping around. There's even some bottom factions which are jumping up a little bit for a week and stuff. Like, there's a lot of factions out there which look like they're doing bottom 1 week, but then doing slightly better. They're still not great out. I mean, he's still in like the bottom 10. But then you look at Guard and it's just bottom, bottom, bottom. That's what I'm talking about. Like, other factions are jumping around a bit. We are just stone cold refusing. We're just at the very bottom. So Eldar are kind of an example of a faction which, you know, looks worse for wear, but they've got some tricks. And Guard is just floundering completely. Deathwatch, hey, 6 players. You know, for Deathwatch, that's actually pretty big numbers. No matter what GW does to these guys, the Deathwatch still seem to have some way of being able to keep on trucking. I mean, I think it's amazing. Yeah, I'm mostly just happy to see that Deathwatch is still around. We're cockroaches, baby. We're cockroaches, just not dying. Yeah. So Deathwatch, I'm not entirely certain what probably the Deathwatch play is. They do have the thing is they do have uppy. Don't they have their mission tactics? One of them is like just helps them ignore cover or something. It's one of them. Let me have a look whilst we're here. They've got uppy downy. They've got the old kill teams, which I wonder if can you still take the old kill teams as Deathwatch? You can in Agents. Can you take them in regular Deathwatch? I guess is the big question. We have some okay tricks keeping us alive. So you get kill teams. Okay, so what you have is your Führer tactics. That's not going to come across right on Reddit. Führer tactics, shall we go for? So sustained hits 1 is kind of like getting +1 to hit. So there's some ignores, you know, some ways of sort of countering cover there. Lethal hits is kind of nice. Having armored lethal hits is kind of nice as well. And then army-wide precision can be incredible. So precision is one of the most powerful abilities in the game, and having access to army-wide precision can be very good. So maybe there's just some tricks that are working out. Maybe there's a few tricks that are happening. Yeah. You also do have Dragonfire rounds, which do give you ignores cover on a unit, which is very helpful. And I'm kind of curious to see if you still have the basic kill team in here. You still have the basic kill team, and the basic kill team is very, very good. It's very good because you can get a lot of 4+ invulnerable saves in there. You can have 4 invulnerable saves. It's not a bad melee unit at all. So yes, perhaps Deathwatch have got a few tricks that are allowing them to, yeah, tread water. If they figure out a way to strip cover with precision, they'd be scary good. Well, they can strip cover with land speeders, but I don't know if they can take the new land speeder. They probably can. Let's have a look. Not the new land speeder, the old land speeder, sorry. Yeah, something they're saying they can't take it. Yeah. So maybe army-wide precision plus a lot of Deathwatch land speeders can be kind of interesting. Yeah. If you have army-wide precision, you're playing GSC, and they have character the unit, do you do more damage to them by not killing the characters first? I'm not sure, actually. Most GSC characters don't actually want to join their units right now because Cut Ambush is broken. Space Wolves. So Space Wolves are in a really interesting place. Look at this. 46% win rate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So technically not in the bottom 10. Technically in the middle of the pack. But look at one of the... And look, decent player numbers as well. But look at one of the unique things about Space Wolves. no one going 4-1. No one going X and O. No one going X and 1. Space Wolves right now are just a faction that cannot win tournaments. They just can't reliably go better than 3-2. The thing what Space Wolves have going for them is they have access to quite a lot of invulnerable saves, got shields on bloody everything. So they've got all right durability, and they're also can be very fast because they can have Stormlance. They can go advance and charge, and they can take advantage of that on multiple sort of fast units that Space Wolves have got access to. But the issue is that when they get to combat, they just don't do as much damage as a lot of melee armies do. So the thing that Space Wolves are kind of having, they're really good Terminators. So Space Wolves have absolutely got some. They've got some durability and they've got some speed, but there's not much point in having those factors if you then don't do any fucking damage. They don't do any damage. So that's why. So what they're kind of doing in a funny sort of way is they're kind of running around bullying people. So they're not. If there's a faction out there which so Space Wolves going into guards, Space Wolves probably just tear ass across the battlefield. Get amongst the guard, and the guard's durability is so low, especially if you're still running infantry blobs, that you just get torn to shreds, right? So against those kind of factions, Space Wolves are doing really well. But really what they're doing is they are hoovering up and feasting on the bottom feeders rather than actually competing with the more competitive factions. That's kind of what they're doing. So they're good at punching down. Space Wolves, leave me alone. World Eaters have found a bit more lease on life. Okay, so we're seeing some okay numbers from the World Eaters. We're seeing an okay win rate. Can't complain about any of that. And we are seeing them go 4-1. Now, I did hypothesize last week that World Eaters probably had a bit more juice in them than a lot of people were giving credit. And I'm happy to see that I was correct on that. World Eaters... They are the thing is, World Eaters and Space Wolves are in a very similar position. I think the difference is that World Eaters do have a bit more damage when they get to the other side of the board. That's where I think they are. There's, you've still, things like, well, I'm not sure what are the best World Eaters using right now. So I don't know if this could be completely wrong. And if I'm completely wrong, lambast me. But, things like 8-bound led by Slaughterbound. They're still going to tear ass across the table. And they're still going to be able to do a pretty decent amount of damage. But I think the thing is that what World Eaters... So I think World Eaters are slightly better than Space Wolves at the moment. Because they have slightly more damage. But... I think they're still a combat faction which loses on damage output against certain other melee armies, and those are the melee armies are kind of keeping them out. It reminds me of 10th edition when World Eaters just couldn't play into Custodes, for example. They just couldn't play into them. And the thing with World Eaters is they're a primarily melee-only faction. And so the moment that someone else is better at melee than them, they don't really have anywhere to pivot. And they don't have that many units to choose from either. Yeah. So I think that World Eaters are in the same boat as Space Wolves, though they may have a few more tricks up their sleeve, a bit more damage output. Chaos Space Marines. Do not let the 47.45% win rate fool you. But to be fair, 47.45 is very reasonable. Like, Guard spent the entire 10th edition on basically a 42% win rate, and people said we were OP. But so 47.45 is fine. What you want to be looking at is this X and 1 rate. My God, 29 players, 6 of which. Look at how many people who are. There's like only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only 6 factions above them out of all of these factions, which actually have a higher X and 1 rate. Chaos Space Marines are absolutely fine. They've taken some nerfs, but they're a deep faction. They've got a lot of places to pivot to. They can go. They can't win events, but they absolutely can go 4-1. And I think the longer that time goes on, we will see more and more Chaos Space Marine players find out what works for them, enter the optimization phase, and they're fine. So Chaos Space Marines are nowhere near as bad as I think. I think people were worried because they saw the Defiler nerf, they saw the Abaddon nerf. I think overall they've been all right. They're okay. They're not a great faction. Don't get me wrong, but they're not a bad faction. They're a solid middle faction at this point. Custodies are in a similar boat. So Custodies, look at that. Look at those player numbers, man. The Custodies are one of those factions where at the moment they have a build that can semi-reliably go 3-2 or go 4-1, people just jump on them straight away. And Custodians can do that. I think the big thing still holding Custodians players back is the fact that a lot of them are still relying on a lot of infantry. Whereas really, if you want to win Custodians, it's all about the bikes. Bikes. The more bikes that get built and the more bikes that get fielded, the better we will see Custodians do in terms of their X and 1 win rate. I think they're probably more of an X and 1 faction. I don't think we've seen them win a proper tournament yet, but maybe they will do. But Custodians, it was about the infantry. Now I think it's about the bikes. But I think Custodians have got a bit of play, because I think you probably can go take and hold and just stick Wardens in the middle of the board and be like, yep, try and get through my 4+, feel no pain. Maybe. But I think it's more about the bikes than that. We won one tournament. Wasn't it like in the first week though? So it was only like 4 events that happened. So yeah, won a tournament, but it's not to be disparaging a proper tournament. Yeah. My guard have gone against 1K studies twice. Okay, 1,000 points is different, Danger. It's not not to dismiss your experience, but it's not things happen. Things are very different at 1,000 points. Yeah. Timface, I got absolutely violated by the 8-bound attachment and Brazen Engine attachment in the day. 8-bound Blood Surge is real good. Yeah. See, I've always maintained that 8-bounder are solid. Yeah, really solid. So yeah, Custodians, what I said last week is still kind of relevant this week. And the thing to watch, if you're new to metadata, the thing to watch with Custodians, you almost don't watch anything else. The only thing you look at for Custodians is the player numbers. Whenever Custodians are good, the player count shoots up because they're an incredibly easy army to get up to 2,000 points for relatively cheap. And I mean, really cheap these days. I mean, especially if you lean on some of the Horus Heresy models, which aren't that popular, you can absolutely hoover up Custodians for not quite pennies on the dollar, but not far off. So Custodians, that you look at the player numbers, because when they're good, everyone takes their Custodians armies off the shelves and just plays easy games. Custodians are sometimes they're like a meta dominating faction. Often where people want their Custodians to be is an easy to play faction. Like just you take them off the shelf, you go to a tournament, you play a few games, you win some, you lose some, you get to the end, and without really, not that you didn't try, but without sweating blood and tears, you're able to get a nice solid 3-2, and you go home and you fuck your wife and you think that was a good weekend. That's the Custodian sweet spot right there. Leagues of Votann, very solid faction. These are great numbers of Votann. They've always been a bit of a niche army, so seeing 29 player numbers there is awesome. So really, really happy to see the Rock and Stone boys pulling down those kind of numbers. I mean, Votann are a faction which sometimes they get like 10 to 15 players. This is on a week like this. So yeah, Votann, so 29, really, really solid numbers. Great 4-1 rate as well. The fact, if you get up to, from 29 people, you're getting up to sort of 4 people that are able to go X and 1, and they none of them won an event, but you're over the 50% threshold. I just think, honestly, this is going to be a bit of a hot take. I think Votann are my favorite faction for 11th. Okay, and I'll tell you why. They're my favorite faction for 11th, because they're very solid. But I don't think they're particularly overpowered, but they feel right. You can build. I'm so tempted to sell a bunch of my Warhammer, not my guard shit. I'm so tempted to sell a bunch of my Warhammer and just pour it into getting a nice chill Votann army. Because I think if you can get an army that feels like a Votann army, and you can just have games with it. You just have fun with it. Even if you lose, you still felt like you lost. It's still fun because you still got to roll the Votann, not some weird skew fuckboy list. And that's kind of the difference between like Votann and Guard right now. You know, that's the biggest difference between them. There's many differences. But the biggest difference is that Votann, you can run an army that feels like Votann and still do okay. And there are some more optimized ways of playing. Guard, it just feels like you're playing some circus freak list. Yeah. Admech, now, look, okay, if there's any point, and I'm going to keep comparing this to Guard because I play Guard. If there's any indicator that Games Workshop has utterly fucked up the Guard beyond any count, beyond any measure, it's the fact that we have got less players than the Adeptus Mechanicus. Admech are one of the most expensive armies to play, one of the most difficult armies to paint, all these little cables and trim and everything. And for all of 10th edition, they had fuck all player numbers. Not because they weren't good. Even when they were like objectively undercosted, they still barely got any player numbers because they were the proof. They were the absolute proof that it is possible for GW to make Warhammer too expensive. It didn't matter how good Admech was, the player numbers barely shifted because they were just so expensive. And now I don't think that's really changed in 11th. Because 18 players is like fine. It's still, you know, it's still relatively low. You know, you want to be on, you know, I've been saying factions which have been getting, 25 plus players or 30 plus players. They're really bouncing. Like, you know, Tyranids are bouncing, Custodians are bouncing, you know, World Eaters, Chaos Space Marines, voting. They've all got reasonable numbers. But, you know, Admech having 18 is like the Ents going out to war. No one's ever seen so many players in one place. So they've got a really, they've got a really decent number of players for them, and they've got a really good Form 1 rate, and even their win rate is high, and it's not artificially inflated or artificially depressed or anything like that. I think Admech are in a very, very decent position, and this is the position they've been in for a few weeks now. You know how, we've been saying how Guard's been stoically bottom for about 3 weeks? Admech have been stoically mid. And not mid as in bad, as mid as in middle. For about 3 weeks now. Like, they're fine. Like, they, sometimes they're up here a bit, sometimes they're down here a bit, but they're stoically just chilling in the mid. Not winning any events, winning games, but this is such a healthy turnout for Admech. The fact they have above a 50% win rate and a really solid Form 1 percentage and half decent numbers for them as a faction. This is a really, really solid showing. And again, I think Admech fall into that sort of same place as Votann, where you could just run an Admech list that feels like an Admech list and you can be rewarded for it, and it's awesome. Now, next up, we have Death Guard, who actually won a tournament this weekend, which is very interesting. So, they had all right player numbers, 26, and they had an all right X and 1 rate at 15.38%, and they actually won a tournament, which is awesome. And they have a 52% win rate. 52% win rate. Last week, they were very down. Maybe last week was just a blip for them. I think my instinct with Death Guard, my instinct with them is that they will probably... Oh, wait. Okay, so they might fluctuate a little bit, and there may be some faction specialists which are doing the Lord's work and pulling them up by the bootstraps a little bit. But I think there's also some of the Admech rules, people are starting to discover how broken they are. So, the contagion rule. There's a Death Guard detachment which rules as written, and it's one of their better detachments, I believe. They can pick an objective, or they can target by some stratagem, or maybe it's one of their detachment rules, and they can make anything they can make that objective contagion, and then your contagion, your contagion range spreads out from that objective. Now in 10th, this wasn't so bad because the objectives, even though you all played in the big circles, they were actually just those tiny little circles, and the big ones were just the projection of scoring that objective. But now you've got the entire footprint of a ruin, which counts as a objective, and you measure from the edge of it. So I think what we might be seeing is Death Guard players starting to leverage maybe some of the broken combos. Think of how big one of those middle objectives is. Think about everything within 3 inches of that objective is now within contagion range. And then think about, and that's turn 1. And then turn 2, it's everything within 6 inches. And then from turn 3 onwards, it's everything within 9 inches. It covers the entire board, basically. Epic size contagion aura now. Yeah. So I think that's what it is. I think Death Guard are entering their optimization phase. And I think that's what we're seeing here. Last week, I think, which was a bit of a blip. I think this week we're starting to see Death Guard do a lot better. And I wouldn't be surprised if we continued to see them okay. Yeah. Grandfather's very generous with his gifts at 11th. Yeah. That's honestly kind of scary. Yeah. Unless that gets FAQ'd, maybe it will do, but that's one of those rules as written things. Orcs. Orcs are doing very well for a very simple reason. They've got a 53.6% win rate. They've got decent player numbers. They've got a really good X and 1 rate, and they're even winning events. It's very simple why Orcs doing well. They're very competitively costed in terms of their points. Very, very. Orcs can get so much on the board now. This allows them to effectively trade. It allows them to make some more ballsy maneuvers and be able to recover from it. It allows people to, you can just go full send orc mode, and against a lot of factions, you will simply overrun them. You have got tough infantry, which have got access to a 5+ invulnerable save at a key moment. You have, I think you have advance and charge in a few places as well. Maybe even on the Y, you can advance and charge. I think that's what it might be. Orcs, they're doing very well because of how competitively costed their units are. That's mostly what it is. And so you're able to get a lot of bang for your buck, and you're able, some factions just can't handle the avalanche of green that's coming at them. Grey Knights, doing well. Yeah. Yeah, Emma Zayden, yeah, lots of stuff is undercosted. A lot of stuff is undercosted for Orcs. But you know what? Undercosted. I think Orcs should be a cheaper Horde faction. Yeah. Yeah, I think Orcs should be overwhelming you with numbers. I'm kind of okay. As long as the win rate doesn't get out of hand, I'm kind of okay with Orcs winning games that way. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we're nearly in the top 8. We're in the top 10, though. Top 10. Grey Knights sneaking into the top 10. Grey Knights did well last week, and they've done well again this week. Grey Knights are now one of those factions where we're sort of 2 or 3 weeks into their data, and every single time they have been in the top half. Why are Grey Knights in the top half? Why are they one of these factions that aren't fluctuating around so much? Why do they seem to be doing extremely well? Not extremely well, consistently well. The reason they're doing consistently well is because they have army-wide psychic. Grey Knights, army-wide, ignore the cover rules. The reason why Grey Knights aren't doing as well as Thousand Suns is because Grey Knights have got army-wide psychic, but their guns aren't as good as Thousand Suns. That's the difference. If Grey Knights had the same kind of guns as Thousand Suns, they would be up there as well. They would be up there. Yeah. So it's just this is Grey Knights are a really, really good example. I know 54% win rate, which is right at the edge of the top end of the Goldilocks zone. 15 players, 3 of them going 4-1, but them not able to win any tournaments. What is holding those tournament wins back? I'm sure they'll get some. I'm sure there'll be Grey Knight wins, 1 or 2 here and there. They won't be getting them every week, but they'll get them some weeks, right? But what I think is holding them back is that, you know, sometimes they're just going to not quite have the firepower that they need. But they've got maneuverability with all the teleporting shenanigans. They can take Land Raider Redeemers, which are fantastic. They also have access to a bunch of other like flamer, like base weapons and stuff. But mostly it's because they have army-wide. They have army-wide psychic. And what Grey Knights show is you can have a faction which is actually relatively middling in terms of its damage output. But if you just give it the ability to just ignore cover army-wide, it massively boosts them up. Massively so. Hugely. Hugely, hugely, hugely. So, yeah, Grey Knights, they are the perfect example of everything I've been saying about the cover rules. Everything I've been saying, frankly, that's wrong about the cover rules. If you can basically ignore... If you can just rip the cover rules out of the game for your faction, you do a lot better. You really do. Imperial Knights doing very well as their natural role as the 4-1 Gatekeeper faction. This is why I'm saying I think Chaos Knights is a bit shit, because Chaos Knights and Imperial Knights were right next to each other last week. So I think it's just an off week for Chaos Knights this week. So Imperial Knights, they have resumed the mantle of the Gatekeeper. They are not there to win tournaments. They are not the final boss. They are the boss you need to get past to get to the final boss. They are not Sauron. They are the mouth of Sauron. Although he did get his head cut off pretty easily. But you get my point. Or maybe they are not Sauron, they are Saruman. Is maybe a better way of looking at it, okay? Yes, I've been rewatching The Lord of the Rings now. I watched the Hobbit films earlier. Now I'm rewatching Lord of the Rings. Extended edition. Perfect. Anyway, so the Imperial Knights, so for new players, why are they a 4-1 Gatekeeper faction? Imperial Knights have there's a very simple way of understanding whether you're going to beat them or not. Did you bring enough anti-tank or not? They are fundamentally a stat checklist. And so, the reason why they rarely win a bunch of tournaments, but they often do very well at tournaments, is there's plenty of factions and plenty of people who build their lists, and they just don't bring enough anti-tank. They don't, they bring enough anti-tank to deal with a normal amount of tanks. They don't bring enough anti-tank to deal with all of the tanks. And so if you bring enough anti-tank, the Knights just fall over. If you don't bring enough anti-tank, then the Knights just walk over you. So Imperial Knights and Chaos Knights, they always sit in this 3-2, 4-1 thing where maybe they'll do really well, but they might they don't even often get to the finals. Often it's just a case of they lose a game mid-round at some point. Yeah, they are the gatekeepers, and if you want to win a tournament, you have to ask yourself one simple question. Do I have enough firepower in my list, including taking casualties, to be able to kill 1 knight a turn every turn for 5 turns? Or 2.5 baby knights every turn for 5 turns? If you have those stats nailed down, if your faction could do that relatively easily without compromising other functions that they need to be performing, then the gatekeeper will be smashed and you will be able to pass. If you don't, then Imperial Knights are going to smash you. I think Imperial Knights are actually Gatekeeper +1 now, because I think they can really take advantage of the new towering rules as well. I think they're really loving that shit. We get to the top 8. And, well, I guess Imperial Knights were kind of in the top 8 as well, because Imperial Agents is a fluke. So on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so Imperial Knights, it's not surprising that they're in the top 8, but they're at the bottom of the top 8, which makes sense. They are the gatekeepers to the top 8. Chaos Demons. This is the third week in a row where Chaos Demons have done exceptionally well. They have got a 54.69% win rate. 27 players is really good numbers for that faction. And they are going 4 people X and 1, and they even won an event. Chaos Demons are absolutely an event-winning faction. They are not. They are a game-winning faction, and they are an event-winning faction. I think you will see them consistently win events. I think this is where we start stepping up in from the, maybe they'll win a tournament every so often. Maybe they can win games, go to tournaments. No. We are now in the realm of every single faction that we're talking about can absolutely win tournaments, okay? The reason Chaos Demons are so good is because they are a faction of massive monsters that can now take advantage of the cover rules. Chaos Demons never used to be able to take advantage of cover because cover improved their armor save and they didn't use armor. Now, all of those big demons, think if you're a veteran player, think about all of those Monster Mash lists that you played over the course of 10th. Think of them. Imagine them. Now imagine every single one of those Monster Mash lists is now -1 to hit. Now imagine every single one of those Monster Mash lists doesn't need to do actions to score points. And you understand why Chaos Demons are now good. Because the one way that you kind of beat Chaos Demons back in the day was you would kill all of their shit munchers. They didn't bring that many. It's like a squad of plague bearers, maybe a couple of squads of flamers, but they got nerfed at one point. But you know what I mean? A couple of they brought like 4 or 5 shit muncher squads, and it was all big monsters all the way. And what you did is you killed all the shit munchers, and the big monsters were like, "Oh shit! Now we have to hold objectives." They don't have to do that anymore. They don't have to do that anymore because they just don't pick a disposition which requires them to hold objectives. And if you and if they do get any action-based secondaries, they just do them at the end of the game after they tabled you. So Chaos Demons are in such a good place right now. The only reason why they're not higher is because they're just factions that are just simply more cracked and broken than they are. But don't think they're a bad faction. They are not. They are. We will see, apart from the occasional blip, we will see Chaos Demons become more popular. We will see Chaos Demons become more successful. Outside of any points nerfs or ability nerfs or anything like that, Chaos Demons are really well set up for 11th. I said this in the lead up to 11th, and send me to the black ships. I have been absolutely vindicated on this point. Next, we've got Necrons. So Necrons are... So this is where we need to talk about artificially suppressed win rates. So Necrons are the most popular faction. There are over 3 times the amount of players playing Necrons as there are playing Imperial Guard. Necrons have got double the amount of players of factions like Death Guard and even one of the launch factions, the Orcs. Okay, there are more Necron players than Space Marine players. Okay, so Necrons are very, very good, and they're very, very popular. And the thing is, Necrons are no longer a niche faction. They're not like Admech. They are not like Eldar or anything like that. Necrons are now an absolute mainstream white bread fucking faction. And I'll tell you why. Because they've been so good for so long. People say that if you want to be decent in Warhammer all the time, you should collect Space Marines. That is not true. If you are someone that has been playing, if you're someone that bought into Necrons, you have been, 4 years ago, you have literally, imagine just being one of the top factions for like 4 years, 4 or 5 years. Yeah. Necrons are in they've been so good for so long that they are now just a very popular faction which people have just been buying into confidently for a very long time. As a result, back in the day, Necrons would be good and maybe you'd see like 30 people on a relatively busy weekend. Now on a quiet weekend, you're seeing, loads. I would not be surprised if, unless there's any points changes come in, the first busy weekend we have, like 1,000 players, 1,000 players plus. I wouldn't be surprised if Necrons end up with 90 to 100 players on the first busy weekend we have. They've also been around forever, so they've got a great second-hand market. They're not even that expensive to get into. They're a piece of piss to paint. They're very, very strong. Necrons are incredibly... They've got so much going for them. Now, they're even stronger than you might think. I'm going to have a bold hot take here. I think Necrons are actually probably this week... There's very, very high chance that Necrons this week are actually more like a top 3 faction. What you're getting is what we talked about before, is the artificial suppression of the win rate. So when you have 2 Necron players that play against each other, it brings the win rate down closer to 50%. I think if you took the mirror match out of the equation, you're probably looking at closer to 58 to 60% win rate. And you can just see it. They have the second highest X-on-1 rate. They've won the joint most tournaments this week. And they've been like this for 3 weeks in a row. They are only going to get better. They're strong, easy to collect, paint, and play. They are only going to get better. What you have to remember about strong factions is they don't get weaker over time. There's this big myth that, a faction might start out strong, and then people will learn how to adapt to them, and then their win rate will come down. No, a faction starts off strong, and it only gets stronger for 2 reasons. 1, more people jump on the faction, which means they get more collective knowledge, and they just start doing better, and the win rate starts getting suppressed even further. The artificial win rate starts getting hidden even further. Secondly, factions that are strong, they're strong even when they're not optimized. Most Necron lists won't even be optimized at this point. Think about how much worse they're going to get when they're optimized. They are going to be clocking 60% win rate with the suppression rate not even taken into account. Yeah. Necrons went from obscure to center stage in the game and are even a major player in the game lore now. Exactly. Necrons are a major faction, and they are one of the top 3 factions of 11th edition at the launch. I put Necrons, Tau, and Thousand Suns as the top 3 factions. And I'd probably put... I think they're probably all, in my mind, they're probably all joint equal. They're all vying for number 1. They're all vying for it, and they can all play into each other quite well. Yeah, it's Necrons, Tau, and Thousand Suns are the 3 top factions right now. And the thing with all of them is Thousand Suns have maybe got a little bit less to play with in terms of like roster, but Tau and Necrons have got deep rosters. You've got to remember, Tau and Necrons are factions that have been around for a long time. They've all both been around since 3rd edition. They've both got deep rosters of units to draw upon, places to pivot. So even if they get nerfed, they'll always find something else to move over to. So they are going to be top for a while, pending any patented triple nerfs. Why are Necrons strong, I guess, is the big question. Necrons are strong because right now they're very competitively costed. You have Necron units which cost less than their equivalent in the Imperial Guard. So they're very competitively costed. And they have a number of units and ways of taking advantage of the new rules. So, for example, Catan spam, which I don't even think is the main boogeyman of Necrons anymore. It might be, but Catan spam, for example, Catan were good at the end of 10th, and they're just better because of the new terrain rules, right? The big one, I think, though, that's changed. So they're competitively costed. They've got some big monsters with invulnerable saves, but the big one, you've absolutely hit the nail on the head, Stratus Direct. The big one is reanimation protocols. Right now, the heal ability, is it heal or Necrons are special with reanimation? I think they're even better than heal, aren't they? I can't quite remember exactly what it is, but the reanimation protocols are insane because even if you precision the character out, he can be brought back by reanimation. And even if you kill the entire unit except the character, he can then start bringing the unit back. Like reanimation is reanimation is very, very, very broken. You have to utterly wipe the Necrons out. If you don't, they just start regrowing. And when you remember, they can reanimate multiple times in a turn. You know, like you've got the natural reanimation, then you've got the reanimators, and then you've got things like resorbs and like stratagems and stuff like that. Yeah, they can reanimate 3 or 4 times in a turn. So. And you got to think they can do that on multiple units. Yeah, so they're absolutely they're very, very strong. Emperor Children. Emperor Children are very fast. I think they're probably one of the fastest armies in the game right now. Their whole thing is they're kind of like the Glass Hammer Chaos faction. They move fast, they hit incredibly hard, and then they die. And that's fine. That is absolutely fine. So they've also got a relatively small amount of units, so they are potentially at risk of a nerf. But right now, Emperor Children are doing exactly what they want to do. They are running across the board. They are getting into combat. They are absolutely mashing people. They have unlike things, I would say, they're faster than World Eaters with punch comparable to them. The best way of explaining it is they're as fast as World Eaters, that they are faster than World Eaters and can do just as much damage in combat. That's why Emperor's Children will always be above World Eaters this edition until blatant, flagrant nerfs come along, because they are just World Eaters but faster. And speed is king. Movement wins games, and Emperor's Children are so fucking fast. Yeah. Emperor's Children will cross the board in a single turn. And the thing is, you can't really get mad at the Emperor's Children for doing this because they need to. Because they're not that tough. So if they piss about dilly-dallying going across the board, then they die. So they need to zip across the board in a turn, and just keep sending these waves out, zip, 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 and they overwhelm you with their absolute speed. You can see this. They've got a really high win rate, not a particularly high tournament win rate, but they'll win tournaments. They'll win a tournament fairly consistently. Maybe not every week, but every other week. But yes, they're fast, they're feisty, They've got what they need to succeed. Yeah. Tau Empire. Tau are, like I said, one of the top 3 factions right now. They have a 58.8% win rate. This win rate is absolutely being suppressed. They are one of the most popular factions in the game right now. I think they are the 4th or 5th most popular faction, and that is only going to increase. We are going to see more and more people jump on Tau. And they have some absolutely obscene stats here. 58.8% win rate with high player numbers. 10 of those players going X and 1 with 2 tournament wins. They have the highest X and 1 win rate this week. Second highest? Second highest. Only Orcs have a higher one than them. And it's very simple. Tau are horrifically undercosted. They are horrifically undercosted. We saw a list last week where someone was running, I think it was 24 or 27 battle suits. Every single, I think it was 6 squads of battle. No, it was 8 squads of battle suits. 8 squads of crisis battle suits with 6 leaders and Farsight. And they still had points left over for 2 Riptides and broadsides and like a piranha. Like absolutely horrifically undercosted. And you combine this, not only are they horrifically to give you an example, 3 crisis suits with burst cannons are only 15 points cheaper than a squad of 10 guardsmen. 3 crisis suits with missiles, I think, are the same price or 5 points cheaper than a Kazakin squad, and they beat that Kazakin squad every single time. You've got to take into, and they've also, not only are they horrifically undercosted, their best attachments also have access to the best dispositions, purge the foe. So they're absolutely, they are dropping down and they're just smashing the fuck out of people. And the big one is they combine all of this with the fact that they have army-wide ignores cover. Yeah, they've got to set it up a little bit, but they basically have army-wise ignored cover. Tau are probably the strongest faction in the game right now. I think if I had to put one faction at the very top, I would say Tau. They drop down and they table you. And they will table you. A Tau army will table you in 2 turns. A Tau army will table most people in 2 turns. It's just that brutal. They are and they are not even fully optimized yet. They are not even fully optimized. The more time that goes on, the more these guys are going to get optimized and the more they're going to cement their supremacy over the meta. And we're already seeing it. This is another week where the Tau have absolutely dominated, from win rate to player numbers to X1 rate to number of event wins. They have the joint highest event wins. They are the most powerful faction in the game, and it's probably not that close. I think Thousand Suns and Necrons are a distant second behind them. Then we've got Dark Angels. So Dark Angels were doing kind of mid last week, and they seem to have done very well this week, which is awesome. But they are fluctuating, so I don't know if it was just a good week. I did hypothesize that Dark Angels should be good because they do have like the best, most hardest Terminators in the game. And you could absolutely just like blap down a whole bunch of Deathwing Knights and be like, try and take this objective off me. I dare you, motherfucker. I double dare you. So maybe it's a Deathwing thing. Maybe it's a Ravenwing thing. I have heard some people say that they've been doing well with their Ravenwing. I'm not entirely certain what's doing well for Dark Angels. I will need to talk to some people and play some games against them. But with a 58.88% win rate, 23 players, which is all right numbers, and 6 people going out of those 23 going X1, and someone even winning a tournament, Dark Angels seem to be doing much better this week. They need, for me, I've seen them up and down a bit. So I need to see them do this consistently. If they can do it consistently, then I'll consider them a top faction. If last week they were down, this week they're up, next week they're down again, I'll consider them a middling faction. Yeah. Space Marines, 56.65% win rate, 43 players, which makes them the third most played faction in the game. Not surprising, considering that they are the poster children. 11 players going X and 1 and Wampers and winning an event. Space Marines absolutely made out like bandits, and you have to understand that win rate is going to be heavily suppressed as well by the mirror match. It is probably more like a 60% win rate. Space Marines are very good in 11th edition for a couple of reasons. Well, for a few reasons. One, they have access to multiple sources of just let's ignore cover. Librarians Conclave, certain land speeders, plenty of stratagems. They've got plenty of weapons that can do it as well. They're also very undercosted. You've got Space Marine units. Most Space Marine armies will now outnumber Imperial Guard armies. Space Marines are basically a semi-horde faction at this point. So they're very competitively costed. They've got all the tools they need to do well. And they've got an incredibly deep roster of units, which will allow people to draw upon many, 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 many combos. They are doing so well. The only reason why you might see Space Marines not, I would say, and this might be a bit harsh, I think they have the noob factor. You'll have a lot of people who will jump on this faction who just don't know what the fuck they're doing. A lot, who they're just new to the game. They've smashed 2 halves of an Armageddon box set together. They've turned up and they've gone 0-5. You will see a lot of that. So I expect the Space Marine rate to actually dip Oh, weirdly, I expect it to like dip over time as more people who joined the game after like a few months start going to the local tournaments and getting their faces smashed in. So I expect the Space Marine win rate to dip, so that's why I don't consider them like a top 3 faction. But they're an incredibly solid faction right now, and really, GW's. I mean, personally, I think GW has given them a bit of a spit and shine because they want people to play Space Marines and feel good at the beginning of the edition. Yeah, they want all those new players to. They don't want the new players to realize that the good times, unless you're Necrons, they don't last forever. Then we have the top faction of the week. One of the top 3, Thousand Suns. 58% win rate, 32 players, more than double that of the Guard. No, I'm not salty. Yes, I am. 1 event win, and 7 people managing to go X and O or X and 1. Thousand Suns are one of the top 3 factions, and it might be surprising I don't spend that much time on them, but I kind of covered what I needed to with Grey Knights. They have insane shooting, and it all ignores cover. They all ignores cover. When it turns out that when a faction can ignore the most impactful change of an edition and actually turn it on its head and mean that not only do they ignore it, but because of the way the AP system works, they actually fucking supercharge ignoring it. It turns out that they're really good. I know I've gone on about this before. These new cover rules are so fucked. And you will hear me go on about this until I'm blue in the face, until you are sick and bloody tired of me talking about it. But these cover rules are so borked. Unless they rework Psychic, Thousand Suns will... Unless they rework Psychic, or they turbo nerf Thousand Suns so far into the ground that all of us feel bad for them, they are going to be a top faction in the entire edition. It's that simple. Yeah. It's just the psychic, the way the psychic interacts with cover is very, very well, it's a very interesting game design choice. And you can see that. I mean, if you look at these top factions, a huge amount of them are able to basically ignore cover. We have got Necrons who can ignore cover or pseudo ignore cover. Emperor's Children, whose I think sonic weapons do ignore cover, and they don't really care about that. They're a melee army, so they don't care about it. Tau Empire, ignore cover. Dark Angels, probably just ultimate brick army. Space Marines, all the ignore cover. Thousands, all the ignore cover. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that the top 5? 6, 7. Yeah. If we take these factions, what does every 7, and even Dark Angels could be counted as fast, but I think it's Terminator Spam which is probably doing it for them. If we look at the top 7 factions, 6 of them either have easy access to ignore cover and or are fast melee. What did I say before 11th edition launched? What did I say was going to define this edition? I said the cover rules are going to create a 2-tier game. There are going to be factions and it's going to be a game of extremes. I fucking called it. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. Thousand Suns, Space Marines, Tau, and Necrons. Those are all armies which have got access to ignore cover and maneuverability. at the minimum, and you could even say like Space Marines could do pretty good melee as well. And then you've got Necrons, and then they've got Emperor's Children, which are hyper fast melee, and you've got Space Marines, which can be pretty fast in melee as well. And then, and then you've got Chaos Demons, which are very fast, very melee orientated, big monsters with invulnerable saves. Yeah. Demons also ignore cover because all their psychic. Exactly. There you go. There you are. This edition, the cover rules are they're too polarizing. They're too polarizing. The only thing that we might be able to hope for is codexes, but the codex cycle takes 3 years to get through all the codexes. Well, it takes 2.5 years to get through all the codexes. And if Guard are 2 years away because of Armageddon Steel Legion, it's going to be a long 2 years. Yeah. The cover rules are either able to be broken or not, and that decides if you can win. Exactly. Exactly. Cover is so important. I've talked about this for years. The first thing you should do when you go to tournament is check what the terrain map is and all that kind of stuff. Everyone uses GW now, but back in the day that was a thing you had to check, and it's true now. Imperial Agents at the top, it's just a fluke. It's an anomaly. Don't worry about that one. But well done to that Agents guy for going 4-1. Excellent work. So we get down to the dispositions. So the player numbers here, it's very similar to what we thought. 208 players, which is it 248 players? What's the percentage of people that took that? It's a very high percentage. Well, like nearly about 30%, maybe 20%. So there's a little bit more spread in the dispositions that are being taken, but another week of Purge the Foe having the highest number of players. Now, Purge the Foe had a 48.8% win rate, which you might think is kind of low, but I suspect there are a lot of people which are crowbarring their way into Purge, but they're not understanding. Okay, Purge is the best disposition, but not every faction can take advantage of it. Now, if you're a faction that can't take advantage of it, but you can do well in like Recon, that doesn't make you a good faction. Okay, this is where the mistake people make. They're like, oh, well, my faction's really good at Recon. It's like, good, you're good at one of the shit dispositions. Well done. But the point is, there's a lot of people who will be thinking, well, Purge is good, so I'll take Purge. And what they need to understand is Purge is good if you can take advantage of it. Yeah. That's the difference. And it'll take a little while for people to sort of cotton onto that. Sometimes, you're still going to lose. If you got someone like Tau, who's one of the best factions who can take advantage of Purge, it doesn't matter if you're going to Recon, they're going to smash the fuck out of you, right? But maybe you'll be better into some other matchups. Yeah. So Purge is the best, but you have to be able to be a good Purge faction. It's not as simple as just taking Purge. Same with Take and Hold. Take and Hold is great, but you have to be able to take and hold. If you can't, then you're not going to be that good at it. And then basically everybody else kind of just flops into some of the other ones. Priority assets. So some people might be wondering, why is priority assets seem quite popular? It's because a lot of people's traditionally best attachments are priority assets, like Grizzled Company and Gladius and shit like that. So priority assets is still pretty fucking mid. But a lot of people will be going, well, I'd rather have access to the good. They'll be doing this. This is wrong, by the way. Don't do this. This is how you lose. But a lot of people will be saying, well, I'll take priority assets because it's a good detachment. I don't really care about my disposition. I'm just taking the detachment. That's good. Which I think in the long run is a bit foolhardy, but, whatever. Reconnaissance. and disruption. No one, very few people are taking those. I think people are taking there's a few niche examples of factions that can really exploit those, but otherwise, they're clearly they're not that good. And so yeah, the vast majority of players, you got to think, right? 78 are unknown. So actually, 78 are unknown. So if we say this is about 600, okay. So more than 33% of people we know took Purge the Foe. Okay. And then you combine that with Take and Hold, and you are looking at over 66%, about, let's say, roughly 70%, very roughly 70% of the players that we know what disposition they took Take and Hold and Purge the Foe, and everyone else was just left over. Yeah. So it's all about Purge and Take and Hold. And if you want to know why it's about Purge, Take and Hold, because Purge and Take and Hold don't require you to do actions, which means your unit can essentially score points semi-passively, whereas Disruption, Priority Assets, and Reconnaissance all require your unit to do actions, which means they're doing an action, they can't do damage to your opponent's army. So they basically, you lose a unit for a turn, and then it gets killed, and it doesn't achieve anything. Well, it might achieve some points, but then it's much easier for someone to just go and table you and score their points, right? That if you're playing Purge and someone is doing actions, they're doing less damage to you and you're doing more damage to them. So it's like this. Yeah. And that just about covers the metadata for this week. In summary, Guard are in the toilet. A few other factions are jumping all over the place, like Drukhari and Sisters. Some factions are actually doing much better than their win rate might suggest, like Tyranids. Some factions are surprising us with a bit of life in them, like Eldar. There's some incredibly nice, middle, solid factions, like Admech, Votan, Custodes, and Space Marines. There are a couple of factions that maybe are doing better than we first suspected, like Death Guard. And then the top factions are all ones that can move fast and chop your bollocks off, or move fast and blow your bollocks off. And it's all about whether you ignore cover or you don't care about cover. That's basically, that's it. The meta of 11th edition, my prediction, if I may wipe myself off, in summary, I was right. Suck my dick. All the naysayers, and I will wait for my apologies and my accolades and my acknowledgement down in the comment section below. Now, joking aside, I know I do have a few blind spots on this because I'm going off a lot of theory, and I know 100% some of the specifics that I've talked about will be wrong and they will be off. Okay? Like, I know there'll be things I would have said about, like, World Eaters, which won't be quite right, or, you know, like why Chaos Demons are doing super well, and I might not be quite right. Okay, so I know I'm probably relatively accurate in the general vibe of things, but if there's anything you think I got wrong, or if there's anything that I wasn't sure about, and you have a good answer to why, that, you know, it's like, I'm not sure why X Faction's doing that well, and you know why it's doing well, get it down that comment section. Because what I'll do is I read the comments, and then next week I can take that knowledge that you've shared with me, and I can use it for analyzing the data, and I can give you guys a more accurate picture and a more accurate analysis. And I will combine the information you share with me with the games that I will be personally playing myself. Okay? So, with all of that said, get your comment section down below. All right. All right, that was the metadata. We have some super chats coming in here. I want to do those, and then we'll see if we've got time for anything else. All right. So we've got Colin Walker. Thank you for super chat. It may be because everyone is gearing up against Imperial Knights, who are doing much better. Mixture of brain drain and then having worse shooting. Are you talking about Guard? Yeah, I can absolutely believe there's a serious element of Guard brain drain happening right now. I think there's an element of most Guard play. I think there's two things that are happening. There's an element of brain drain, And there's an element of guard players not bothering to turn up to the tournaments because it's like, why? Why would I spend the money to get shat on for like 2 days? Yeah. That's what I think it is. So I absolutely agree, Colin Walker. I mean, speaking of brain drain, look at what was it, Joshi 40k? Joshi 40k, all through 10th edition, one of the up and coming premier guard channels. And I think only today he said, you know, he's moving over to another faction. At the very least for teams tournaments, guard are so bad he can't let his team down by bringing them. So he's basically just not running guard at teams events, which is insane. And you know, he's been very pro guard for literally years at this point, and even he's been like, nope, I'm jumping ship. That gives you a sense of how bad it is. Yeah. Bastian Cash, thank you for the super chat. Going to my first GT and they have both tournament and narrative, but the run at the same time. What are the pros and cons of both? Army, Ironstorm plus Dark Age. So I'm guessing you're running Dark Angels. So Bastian Cash, I don't know Dark Angels that well, I'll be honest with you. What are the pros and cons of playing? Okay, so the question you've asked is very difficult to answer because I don't know. It depends what kind of narrative event they're running. Are they so? As crazy as it sounds, I would go to the competitive tournament. I'd go to the tournament. Depends. Yeah, I'd go to the tournament. Narrative can be very wishy-washy, and it can be very difficult to know exactly what you're in for. The tournament is a much. It could be some crazy homebrew missions. It could be some crazy like imbalance thing. I think the tournament, even if you end up losing more games, it'll be a lot more straightforward to play. And depending on how experienced you are, that might be the better way to go. Yeah. Colin Walker, thank you for super chat. Right, super chat, man. Frankly, right now, guard feels stale and weak. I totally agree. Guard just doesn't feel like guard. If I can't turn up with infantry and tanks and have a reasonable chance of winning a game, you've got my faction wrong. It's just that simple. It's crazy to see how effectively GW nailed guard in 10th edition and how they have utterly dropped the ball with them in 10th. They are, it is insane. And they've utterly, this edition, I will say it once, I will say it 1,000 times. This is the low quality edition. This is the slop edition. Now, I'm not saying that there can't be fun moments in this. I'm not saying there can't be fun moments in 11th. I'm not saying you won't be able to, do fun things in 11th and whatnot. What I'm saying is this is the low quality, low effort edition that GW has done. They have, it will be a year before, it will be a minimum of a year before they correct all of these things. There are so many army rules that don't, there are so many rules that don't work. So many things that they missed in the transition. Yeah. They just got lazy and didn't do a round of updating rules for 11th. To keep your codex as a smokescreen for them not doing the homework. Such a good point, Anonymous. I'd rather I hadn't kept my codex. I'd rather it was an index edition. Yeah. That's, I hadn't even considered that, Anonymous. You get to keep your codex was them saying you get to keep your codex was them saying they don't need to do as much work. So isn't it funny how everything GW does, it turns out they don't do it for the players, they always do it for themselves. Yeah. They're a very, very selfish company. Very, very selfish. Very disappointing. Yeah. From a guard perspective, it's a very, 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 very disappointing edition. Yeah. Colin Walker, thank you for the super chat, man. Custodians right now is doing well because it's a transition period. They do best when people can rely on the raw stats because our rules aren't tricky. Very true. And, you know, there's going to be a lot of people out there which... there's a lot of new players out there that just won't be used to dealing with custodians because you do have to be able to deal with them. It's not just simple case. Yeah, custodians are they're a bit like knights in many ways. They're a bit of a gatekeeper faction. Either you can overwhelm the custodian stats or you can't. Yeah, very good point. Crucible, thank you for the super chat. We like to party. Venga versus a go. List in stream discussion. Not necessarily optimized, but hopefully playable mechanized Ogre and trying out Dreadnought in one of the Flame Rares. 30 vehicles total. We like to party. Operation Vengabus. Catch and Command Squad, Catch and Command Squad, Catch and Command Squad, Commissar, 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 Commissar Graves, Ogre Bodyguard, Chimera, 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 Basilisk, Hellhound, Hellhound, Exterminator, Vank, Vank, Ogre Squad, Ogre Squad, Ogre Squad. Abhuman, Auxiliaries, and Armored Infantry. So, 3 Catachan squads, 3 Ogren squads. It's very similar to the list that I ran. It's very, very similar. I would suggest... So, it's very similar to the list that I ran. If I was to change anything about it, I'd literally give you my old list. And my old list is very similar to what you ran. Okay? So, let me find the list that I ran. And this is probably what I would recommend you change your list to. It's basically the same list, but slightly more optimized. Okay? But it's 90% the same list that you've taken. Okay? Oh shit, where is it? It might be on new recruit on Combobulator. Is this it? No. Okay. I'll have to do it off the top of my head what it was. So off the top of my head, I had 5 Chimeras, 2 with Catachan Command Squads in, Flamer and Heavy Flamer. And then I had 3 with Ogrins in. I then put 3 Castellans in the Ogrin Chimeras. That gave me 5 Command Chimeras. I gave the Ogrin Chimeras Heavy Bolters. I gave the Catachan Chimeras Flamers. I then took... So that gave me 8 orders. I then took 2 Hellhounds and 2 squads of Sentinels. Scout Sentinels. I was in Armored Infantry and Designation Force, so I could take advantage of the Scout Sentinels. I then took 4 Leman Russes, 2 Exterminators, and 2 Vanquishers. And I think that's... I think that's the way to do it, if you want to do that route. It gives you a lot of DACA and a lot of ignores cover. And I actually found the Sentinels really good for the detection range thing. Yeah. So that's the... So, yeah. That's what I would change your list to. I don't think the random Basilisk is doing anything for you. And I think you don't really need... I think it's cheaper to take Castellans than... For the same amount of for the same amount of orders, it's cheaper to take 2 Castellans than it is to take 3 Commissars. Is the Hydra worth taking now? The Hydra's absolutely worth taking. 100% the Hydra's worth taking. Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't bother with the Ogre Bodyguard. Yeah, Graves is fine. So you could tweak that list how you wanted to, but that's kind of... I might be tempted to keep Graves in there, but that's... Yeah, you see how the lists are very, very similar. Yeah. Space Lieutenant is cheaper than Castellans. Of course. Of course. Why wouldn't it be? What have we got next? So Sir Newbie, thank you for super chat. Did a bit of fun tower list building in stream discussion, not purge. Well, it can't be fun and Tau. That's an oxymoron. Went for a bit of Kayun jungle tech theme for this. I don't know Tau, but if I did, this would likely be the type I would go for. I kept away from Riptides, to be honest, I really like them. Also, keep circus units down to simple rolls. Really leaning into the vibe of the Kayun ambush standard. Or Kalyon, I should say. Kalyon. So Fireblade, 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 Commander Enforcer Battlesuit, Firesight team, Strike teams, Broadside, Broadside, Fire Knife with Plasma, Sunforge with Fusion, Ghost Kill, Hammerhead, Pathfinders, with the Unmasking Suite on both, Stealth Suits, Vespid. Yeah, I think it's solid, mate. Few of the old Crisis suits, bit of the big firepower. I think it's fine. I mean, you might have slightly over... You know what? I think you've slightly overdone it with the support units. Truth be told. Like, when you actually look at the list, you've got... Like, Ghost Kills aren't that good at doing damage. Like, they're okay, but you don't have lethal hits. So, really, you've got just the two Crisis Suit squads and the Hammerhead. My feedback is I think you've overdone it on the support units. I think you need to have slightly better tooth to your tail. Yeah, that's my feedback. I know it's not a competitive list, but I think you've got a lot of spotters and not enough spotties. What have we got next? Colin Walker, thank you for super chat. How do you rework actions to feel less bad? It's really simple. You just have in with the asymmetrical missions. If one side is doing actions, the other side should have to do actions. So the problem is that Purge doesn't do actions, and everything it plays into basically does, apart from like Take and Hold. So that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have Purge start doing actions. It should mean that every other disposition that plays into Purge doesn't do actions. So Purge never does actions, but everyone who plays into Purge also doesn't do actions. That's how you fix it. And that way you don't have one person having units doing nothing and then getting blasted. Doing nothing and then getting blapped. Yeah. Which super heavies are worth running competitively? Imperial Knights, generally speaking. For the guard, you're looking at any that ignore cover. So the Bane Sword or the Storm Sword. Also, they're probably your two best ones. Bane Sword's probably your best one points-wise. The Storm Lord's quite good now as well. But you need to have some way of stripping cover for it to be effective, because then its AP-1 can do work. Yeah. Storm Lord. Yeah. Storm Lord needs help. The other is Bane Sword and Storm Sword are excellent right now. Average White Shark, thank you for the super chat. 11th is the hobbying edition for the guard. I mean, right now it is. Honestly, right? Yeah, right now it is. Yeah. I don't know what they're going to do. I'm really, really curious about what they do with us. I wonder if they'll buff us, if they'll nerf a bunch of people. I'd rather they buffed us. Honestly, I don't really care about other people being powerful. Yeah. I just don't want us to feel bad. I didn't get into the guard to win games. I got into the guard to have fun. And to try and win games whilst having fun. But I just... Yeah, we just need to feel right. I think we just need some really cheap infantry, boys. Yeah. Take aim gives ignore cover buff. Doesn't really help. I'd rather have, unless it gives us +1 to and ignore cover. Buff guard, how and what would you like to see them as buffs? So, I think the problem is that we just feel too expensive right now. So let me explain. It's not about making us more powerful. Again, I said it before, I said it again. It's not about making us more powerful. Okay, cheap infantry wouldn't make us more powerful. Okay? But it would make us feel more like the Guard. I'd rather... Look, I want to be able to shove a 100-point infantry blob in my list, and even if it performs atrociously, fuck it, 100 points, right? We need our infantry to feel right. That's what we need. We need... It sounds crazy, but Cadian blobs should be... Sticky just means so little these days. They're never gonna sticky an objective. So until they fix the ability, the 20-man Cadian blob needs to be 100 points. Genuinely 100 points. And look, if some mad lad named after a fucking fish abuses it and manages to get like some wins with it, then don't. It's such an outlier. Don't worry about it. It's honestly, Kachans should be... I think Kachans and Cadians should both be 55 and 100 for 10 and 20. And I think Kriegers should be 60 and 110. It just doesn't matter if it doesn't fix anything. It doesn't matter if it won't fix us competitively. It will make us feel right again. Yeah, we can never do Purge as tough as the infantry is or lose. Exactly. We're never going to be able to take advantage of Purge, the most powerful detachment, by spamming infantry. We're not going to be... Look, right. You're not going... If you make infantry that cheap, you're not going to make Guard good at either Purge or Take and Hold. Because even if you stick 60 infantry onto the middle objective, you're going to lose all 60. This is the 11th edition. You're going to lose all 60 and the enemy's not even going to be halfway through the shooting. Yeah. Now, I have a conspiracy theory, though. Do you want to hear it? This might make you very sad. This might make you very sad. Do you want my... Right, I'll put the hat on. Oh, balls. I dropped it. 1 minute. I'm committed to the bit now. There we are. So I have a conspiracy theory. I have absolutely zero evidence for this. I have absolutely no inside information, rumors from the Warp or Inquisition contacts for this. So this could be 100% bullshit. Okay? So there's a reason why I'm wearing the hat. But I think I know the real reason why Games Workshop made Guard squads so expensive. Okay? I'm sure you'll be able to poke some holes in my logic here, but the reason that they made Guard infantry so expensive is because of Wargames Atlantic. So if you don't know who Wargames Atlantic are, they are a third-party miniatures company, an alternative, non-GW miniatures company, which sell infantry at a very reasonable price. In fact, if I may bring up the evidence to you, they have something called Deathfield's Arena. And in here, they sell their infantry. And so, for example, they sell something called the Grognards, which are basically your Destroyers / Krieg / Mordians all in one box. And you can see the sprues they come with. So you get all these different head options. And you could have the bet, you can build everything with them. And they come with like plasma guns and flamers, and there's grenade launchers around here and all sorts of stuff, right? So these are, and they have a lot of different options. So you've got plastic Mordians / Destroyers / Krieg. You've got the definitely not Steel Legion guys. Don't want to wait 2 years for them? Here you go. You've got your Colonial Marines / Acadian style guys. You've got Ratlings. You've also got some heavy weapon teams. Yo, you want Praetorians? Here you go. Oh, I wish you would make plastic Praetorians. There you go. Plastic Praetorians for days. Okay. So they make lots of different. They make lots of different infantry. Okay. They even sell some traitor guard now, which is kind of cool. And it's very reasonably priced. They even have these guys called cannon fodder, which you get 30 guys. Everyone else you get 24 in a box for £29.50. These guys you get 30 in a box because they're much simpler models. They do come with a few less options. Like I think you just get the plasma gun and the assault rifle sort of models. But you could kit bash and convert your way to victory. It's not too bad. So I think that, and so for a long time, the prevailing wisdom in the guard community has don't buy your infantry from Games Workshop, because you can get more of it for a much better price from Wargames Atlanta. They even offer like a bulk buy discount. So if you buy 3 boxes, you get 7.5% off. You buy 5 boxes, you get 15% off. You buy 10 boxes, you get 25% off. And you might be like, why did I buy 10 boxes? Well, 10 boxes is 240 infantry, which is almost the perfect amount to get like the Horde Recon Army of Doom and all that kind of stuff. And that would only cost you, 10 boxes would only cost you like 220 quid. So it's like really, by Warhammer standards, dirt cheap. Okay. So I think what happened is that everyone was, so in 10th edition, in most editions of Warhammer, prevailing wisdom has been you want to get about 80 to 100 guardsmen in your army. You want to get 80 to 100 guardsmen. Well, if you do that via Games Workshop, it's going to cost you a lot of money. £32.50 for a box of 10 guys. Even if you get it like 15% off, you're still looking at hundreds and hundreds of pounds. I mean, let's just actually work it out. £32.50 times, let's say 100 infantry, times 10 is £325 just to get your infantry sorted out. And in dollars, it's going to be like $800. So if you take 15% off, you're still looking at a lot of money. So for a lot of people, they just didn't bother buying the Games Workshop stuff. They were like, no, well, go to Wargames Atlantic, buy myself 3 boxes, get my 7.5% off, get all the infantry that I need. Bing, bang, boom. I've got my 3 Krieg blobs and like a couple of command squads to lead them and everything. That's awesome. So I think GW saw this and they were like, people know they need to get a lot of infantry to make guard work, but no one's buying our infantry because our infantry is just not as, it's just unfeasible to get the amount of infantry that's needed to get up there. So what if we made it where people weren't incentivized to look outside of the GW bubble? Because a lot of people, they'd hear, hey, I need to buy like 80 to 100 infantry. GW website, fuck, that's a lot. And your instinct when you see that, fuck, that's a lot, is to go, okay, I will go and look elsewhere. Can I get this cheaper somewhere else? And then inevitably you stumble across someone that says, yeah, you can get these dirt cheap from Wargames Atlantic. And then you go and get them from there. So what GW wants is not to reduce the price to incentivize you to buy their guardsmen, but to reduce the likelihood that you're going to look elsewhere. Now, if you only need 10 or 20 guardsmen in your guard army, Maybe you just need a couple of 10-man squads to facilitate some kind of command blob. Maybe you only need some sort of, you want like one 10-man squad to stick you an objective or something like that. If you only need a very small amount of infantry, then what you're likely, and you're reading the forums, getting advice, maybe you've gone to your Warhammer coach or something like that. And if you go, okay, I need about 10 to 20 infantry. Let's have a look at the GW website. Yeah, it's kind of expensive, but I only need 2 boxes of this, so I'll get it from the Games Workshop. You're not meeting that barrier that's making you go, oh, shit, this is expensive. I need to go somewhere else. You're going, yeah, that's fine. Couple of boxes, bing, bang, boom, job done. Right? So that's why I think Games Workshop has nerfed the guard infantry. And that's why they keep making us more and more and more capable. Making our infantry more and more capable. Making us less hoardy and making us more elite. Because that way, we don't need to look elsewhere to get the numbers that we need. And you might say, okay, Mordian, here's the thing. I know what some of you are thinking. But what about other factions out there? What about the orcs? They're very well pointed at the moment. Or what about the Tau? They're very well pointed at the moment. Why aren't they getting this kind of treatment? Well, I think they're not getting that kind of treatment because Tau aren't really a horde army. In fact, Tau are more like a battlesuit spam army. And so there's not many sort of generally accepted third-party alternatives. Tau battlesuits have got a very distinctive look. I mean, maybe you want to try and like convert some like Gundam miniatures up, but it's not going to quite work. And maybe you could 3D print some bits. Sure. You could get some 3D print bits. But the difference between and with orcs, there's really not a huge amount outside of 3D printing again. There's really not a huge amount of like third-party alternative orc models. I mean, some people say every model's an orc model, and I get that, right? But generally speaking, when I've been looking around the hobby, when I've been looking around the gaming tables, and I've been to a lot of tournaments over a lot of years, there's very few armies like Guard where like you look down and someone might not have a single GW model in their army. Sure, they might have like a China cast like character or a 3D printed, but exactly the same as GW like tank or something. But it's not uncommon to see a Guard player be like, yep, I bought all my infantry from Wargames Atlantic. Every single one of them. You don't really see that with other factions. So it's because the Guard alternative market is so well supplied, so represented, so like powerful that I think that's why GW's done it. They've done it because they can't compete with the third-party alternatives. So rather than trying to compete with them, they've come up with a way of trying to de-incentivize people to seek them out, to find it out if they exist. Can people tell you've got China cast, do you think? Sometimes. Like, it often you can tell if there's a character who's made in plastic, but he's got a slightly bendy sword. You know what I mean? Like, that's sometimes you can tell. So that's my conspiracy theory. That Games Workshop doesn't want us to buy lots and lots of Guard infantry. Doesn't want us to need to buy lots of Guard infantry, so we won't be incentivized to find where we can get a good deal on Guard infantry. That's what I think it is. But of course, all of this is just my conspiracy theory. And for orcs, they don't have that third. So yeah, they're not trying to beat 3D printers. They're not trying to beat 3D printers because 3D printing is still a very niche. I don't think 3D printing will ever truly beat Games Workshop because, a lot of people don't like working with 3D printed models because they're not very customizable. Like when you get your hands on them because it's like brittle resin. And B, a lot of people don't want to have a 3D printer. Even if you know someone who has a 3D printer or you buy 3D printed stuff, a lot of the time you just want to work with plastic one way or another. So they're not that bothered about 3D printing. They're bothered about alternative plastic companies who can compete with them. That's my thought. And you got to think about this. Like, you got to think about this. Guard players, going into 11th edition, they don't need to, Guard players, if they hadn't nerfed when you think about it, actually, think about what's powerful right now. Bulgrin and super heavies and like cavalry and shit like that. What's all the stuff that like the third party market doesn't really support? Like, I don't know anyone who makes like good plastic alternative Bulgrin. You've got the Lanchneck Ogres from Wargames Atlantic, but they're a very distinctive look. Like they look like they belong in an Empire army, not a Guard army. No one makes a really good alternative Baneblade that I'm aware of. Maybe someone like Mortian, but his tanks cost more than GW's. So everything that you can get cheap from either Wargames Atlantic or Temu, GW's nerfed into the ground. And everything that you're best placed to get from Games Workshop, right now at least, your best place to get from Games Workshop is what's powerful. Now again, people in chat are saying I'm about to print a Baneblade stuff. We're not talking about 3D printing, we're talking about plastic alternatives. I'm sure there are some out there, but there are not very many well-known alternative plastic Baneblades. Alternative plastic Bulgrin. Bulgrin maybe a little bit. Alternative plastic like cavalry. Although I suppose you could make any cavalry into a Rough Rider, to be fair. But there's lots of, but aren't that, they have to be at the right scale. A lot of historical cavalry is a bit shorter. But there's lots of alternative plastic sci-fi, definitely Imperial, definitely not Imperial Guard infantry, and you can get all your tanks from Temu. Maybe the logic falls apart. Maybe it's not right. And maybe Games Workshop is just really incompetent and they nerfed the Guard a whole bunch. And maybe it's all going to come around and they're going to give us dirt cheap infantry again. Maybe they'll give us 100-point 20-man blobs. Who knows? But if they don't, the longer they don't, the longer I think my conspiracy holds water. Put the tinfoil hat back on. Nah, I'm finished now. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below if I do a stream highlight out of this, or in chat right now. What do you think? Dominus Plexus, if true, a brilliant play. Kill off your competitors by killing their customer base. I mean, yeah. Why would you buy so much infantry from Wargames Atlantic now if you don't need to? Maybe. I bet on some competitive people complaining about 200 plus guardsmen. Yeah, some people did, but those people are fucking idiots. New edition made Pyrovores optimal, and they're probably the worst point to money ratio for Tyranids. Yep. Everything is about... GW doesn't do balance patches. They do stock clearance. Someone pointed that out to me when all of this shit started happening. And I was like, fuck, man. It totally makes sense. They don't do an update to balance the game. They do an update to clear stock. They must have had a lot of Tau that needed clearing. So that's why Tau are good right now. Yeah. Yeah. They do money patches. Exactly. Not balance patches, money patches. Yep. What have we got here? Colin Walker, thank you for super chat. Emperor Children is #1 because they have the most fights first. They are in a similar position against other melee armies as Custodes in early 10th. Yeah, I can believe that. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense, Colin. I just don't really see it because they also know guard players are most likely to play other game systems. Maybe that's why they're punishing us. Maybe they're like, you want to fucking play bot action? Then fuck off then. You know, Games Workshop is a very petty company. They're a very petty company. Some of the stories that you hear coming out of there. Yeah. Maybe they don't want us. Maybe they want us to be busting rifts, not. Maybe they want us to be busting rifts, not purging foes. Maybe. All right. Anyway, I wasn't being too serious with the whole tinfoil hat thing. It probably doesn't make sense. The thing is, I don't think GW really pays that much attention to what other companies do. I don't think they do. Now I did have a couple of other bits. But I don't think I'm going to have time to do them today. Because it's late. I've been streaming for 6 hours. So we might have to wrap the stream up. I'll cover them tomorrow. Yellow Energy and Warlord Open Day stuff I'll cover tomorrow. Yeah. That and bullying them into making Steel Legion would have definitely gotten to them. Yeah. GW, I really do think that they are. I know some stories, man. I know some stories. I can't say too much because I don't have any evidence. And if I say too much without evidence, then I could like genuinely get in trouble. There is a I've hinted at this before. There's such a massive controversy about, from we don't need evidence to do it. I literally can't say it. Like, guys, let me put it this way, all right? No bullshit, okay? I cannot say anything because I have no evidence. And if I said something without being able to back it up, I could actually get in trouble. But there is such a massive controversy that GW's like swept under the rug from like, and if it ever came out, if there's ever any evidence for it to come out, yeah, I can't tell you. So, yeah, I can't. It's so bad. Like it's like people getting paid off bad, put it that way. I've not been paid off. But yeah, you just can't even hint at it. You can't even hint at it. I can't even say it. But all I'm gonna say is like I wouldn't want to work there. I wouldn't want to work there. And I have I now know they suffer from brain drain. It's not a case of I now know. I've learned some things. It's not a case of I think they're suffering from brain drain. It's they are suffering from brain drain, and people are getting driven out. Yeah, that is bad. It's like people. There are people there that make other people not want to work there, and it's got to a certain point where like so many people are just like, I'm not fucking dealing with this anymore. Yeah. Yeah, defamation lawsuits are a ballbuster. Exactly. I can't say like I could genuinely. I'm not a legal expert, but if without evidence, like I could get in trouble. I'm not gonna fucking do it. I can't even hint at it. Yeah, there's a lot of people that say it's a bad place to work. Apparently, it's a bad place to work. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, a lot of people know it. And I think sooner rather than... I think at some point it's going to break. Maybe, might be a year, might be 2 years, might be 3 years. Some point it's going to break. Yeah. If you... Does anyone remember... Right, some people will know... Some people will have seen this. Does anyone remember a particular Marnius Calgar meme? If you know the particular Marnius Calgar meme, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on. All right. So I do have some other bits and bobs, but I won't talk about them tonight because we haven't really. Does it have to do the energy color? No. It's I'll cover the energy thing tomorrow. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Yeah, I'll cover the energy thing tomorrow because well, to be honest, I'll probably be talking about my game tomorrow. I just don't want to be staying up. I just don't like doing 7-hour streams and stuff. I might have to cover. Yeah, it's all right. I can cover it on. I cover it on Wednesday, maybe. Yeah. If it's not Tuesday, it'll be Wednesday. It's gonna be just to give you guys a heads up. It's gonna be a funny stream tomorrow because I'm out playing. I'm playing 11th edition on Tuesdays again. So as a result, I won't be able to, and that's from between 7 and 10. So I won't get back until like 11. So I won't be able to stream until like 11 or half past. Okay, but when I stream, I can talk about the game that I played. Yeah. So yeah, so because of that, tomorrow's stream will be a bit disrupted, and then on and so I'll probably talk about it on Wednesday. Yeah, I'll talk about the Warlord Open Day, or Warlord grand opening, and some rumors and stuff on the Wednesday. We'll have a good Warlord Wednesday. There you go. Late, yeah, I'll be late tomorrow. All right, so newbie, Mordian, some great eBay 3D Bane Blades in stream discussion. Sure, they're 3D printed. Wow, yeah, they're like £75. Holy shit, man. How the fuck is that not getting taken down? I mean, that's gonna get taken down, bro. That is definitely gonna get taken down. Holy shit, man. Someone's 3D printing fucking Bane Blades for like 75 quid a pop. That's a cool alternative. I like that one. That one's less likely to get taken down. Yeah. I can't show them off because YouTube will dox me. Or eBay will dox me, I should say. But yeah, they're kind of cool. Is that one? Yeah, I mean, that one probably is a... Yeah, that's cool as fuck. Yeah, they're all very, very interesting. Yeah. How much cheaper is that than a normal one? So, normal Bane Blade's £120. The one that I looked at this then was between 40 and 75. Yeah. Fair. A single chimera. Fair. Do you think +1 to hit against a unit not in cover would work better than -1 to hit if they are? Then people would bring less stuff to specifically ignore cover. I don't think you want to affect to hit modifiers. Not okay, so I don't have time to fully go into this, but the issue is that cover affects the reason why -1 to hit doesn't work in Warhammer 40k but does work in other game systems is because it disproportionately affects different factions. So in Bolt Action 2nd edition, cover gave you -1 to hit, but everyone hit on a 3+. And then basically what you did is you applied these different modifiers. So cover, everyone hits on a 3+. Is it over long range? That's -1 to hit. Are they in cover? That's -1 to hit. Is it heavy cover? That's another -1 to hit. Are you inexperienced? That's -1 to hit. Have you moved? That's -1 to hit. Right, so there's all these different modifiers that you took into account. But everyone's basically starting from the same level. The problem with -1 to hit and melee is very different in Bolt Action. So it feels like GW copied a bunch of old Bolt Action like cover rules, but then didn't understand like why they worked in that game but don't work in their game. And I feel like they did that with Horus Heresy as well, frankly, like copying other people's homework but not understanding it. So the reason why it doesn't work in Warhammer 40k is because if you apply a -1 to hit value to an orc unit, it hits 50% less. If you apply a -1 to hit value to a unit that hits on like 2s, it only hits 16% less. One goes from hitting 33% of the time to hitting 16% of the time. One goes from hitting 84% of the time to what is it, like 60 something. It's not, so it doesn't proportionally affect the armies the same. That's the issue you have. And so you've also some armies can ignore cover and some armies can't, because every army has their own special unique weapons. So like using Bolt Action as an example, everyone has access to the same weapons. Everyone's got access to rifles. They don't differentiate between a Lee Enfield and a Kar 98, a Mosin Nagant and an Arasaka. They don't even differentiate between the Garand. The way the Garand is differentiated, even because it's a semi-automatic rifle, so the Garand was a big deal, right? The way they differentiated between the Garand in version 2 is that it could move and shoot without, I think it was move and shoot without penalty. Yeah. I think that was it. They could move and shoot without penalty. And that was to represent fire and maneuver, right? So it was also, you can sort of, you're not having to do the Bolt Action, the action all the time. You can sort of run forward, like shooting a little bit. But everyone's got access to rifles. Everyone's got access to SMGs. We don't differentiate between a Tommy gun and a PPSH. And everyone's got access to the same ignores cover, which is like flamethrowers and HE, high explosives, like howitzers and mortars and stuff. But in Warhammer 40k, not everyone's using the same weapons. Not everyone's using a bolter in a Space Marine army is different to a bolter in a Chaos Space Marine army. Because Chaos Space Marines have got regular bolters, Space Marines these days have got bolt rifles, right? It's different. A bolter isn't, we used to have, but there's always been a certain level of delineation in, or more, should I say, a certain level of special weaponness in 40k. But back in the day, a bolter was a bolter. And a lance cannon was a lance cannon. A missile launcher was a missile launcher. And everyone had, like, a missile launcher in the hands of the orcs as a missile launcher. It's the same as missile launcher as the Space Marines. What differentiated them is Space Marines hit on 3s, orcs hit on 5s. So this is, like, it wasn't that different. There's no differentiation. Like you had, you know, the only sort of differences you had were very minor. So like an orc shooter had the same stat line as a Space Marine gun, roughly speaking, like as like a bolter, but the orc shooter just only had like an 18-inch range. No, roughly speaking, it wasn't that different. And you know, now, you know, the bolter and the hands, you know, now it's all different. So the issue is that the more differentiation you have, the more that different weapon systems are going to be affected by this kind of change. It's just, yeah, it just doesn't work. It's very clearly, and some people, some people got annoyed with me in the video that I did. I think they were annoyed that I was eating in the video, but some people got annoyed with the video that I did. Was the end of last week where I said the cover system is the Achilles heel of 11th edition, and you just watch. You just fucking watch. I bet you everyone comes around to seeing it the way I see it. I bet you they do. I've been around a long time, guys. I know what I'm talking about when it comes to Warhammer. And a lot of people were saying, no, they definitely didn't just like put the to hit. They didn't just put it to the beginning. No, they put a lot more thought into it than that. Okay, if you say so. Yep, they definitely didn't just go, huh, well, it's been affecting the end of the process. What if we had it affect the beginning? Okay. We'll see. We'll see how well thought out this was. We will see how well thought out you think the cover system is 6 months into the game. Okay. Okay. Sure. I'm not going to argue with you. We'll wait and see. And you know, every time I love wait and see now. I used to be very anti-wait and see. I love wait and see now. Do you know why? Because every time I've waited and seen, I've been proven correct. I now encourage it. I'm like, yep, okay, we'll wait. We'll wait. And once again, I'll be proven right. Yeah. You said your opponent has cover. You built your list wrong. I hate to say it, but I agree that's the direction the game is going. Exactly. Stars, I appreciate you admitting that. I appreciate you saying that. Yep. If your opponent has cover in this game, you built your list wrong. Try again. Either you go more melee, or you take more ways of ignoring cover or ripping cover away from them. You are incentivized to remove cover from your games. Like, not just remove cover from unit, remove it from your games. There's a big difference. Yeah. The main thought I have for list now is mostly how can I avoid the whole -1 ballistic from cover with most of my army. Yep. Exactly. But so, hey, maybe, and look, let me just say something. Maybe you like the new cover system. Okay? I'm not saying you can't. Let me make something clear. I'm not saying you can't like the new cover system. I'm not saying you can't think it's an improvement. I'm not saying you can't think that it's more immersive, that like cover makes it harder for you to be hit. Okay, sure. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you on any of those particular points. What I am saying is that the cover system disproportionately affects certain factions and has an outside effect on how you need to build your lists. Yeah. It's too impactful. It's way too impactful. Massively so. But do you think there's something they could quickly adjust to? Could they fix it while still keeping a hit modifier, or is 11th just dead in the water? Andrew, I don't think 11th is dead in the water. I think lots of people will enjoy it. I think a lot of people will enjoy it. I'm one of the few channels that complains about 40k yet doesn't think that it's going to be dead. I think 40k has incredible momentum and incredible durability. Although they have almost fucked it once or twice, but we'll see. But so I don't think it's good. I don't think 11th is dead in the water. I just think this is a fundamental flaw of the edition that's going to have an outsized impact on the edition. And for the next 3 years, it's going to cause complaints for 3 years. That's the thing. Now, could they change it? They'd have to. I think they have to read it. Could they change it? Keep it as a hit modifier? They'd have to introduce new universal special rules. Yeah. So you can absolutely keep it as a to-hit modifier, but then you need to have universal special rules that can... I mean, it's difficult to say because I don't think so. No. I don't think you can have it as a to-hit modifier and have it exist in the current core rules. And the current core game design. It doesn't work. I think you can have modifiers, but I don't think with the way Warhammer's currently built. I mean, and you want my evidence for this? To hit with the current way of the current core game design with Warhammer, to hit modifiers have always been a problem. So, who remembers 8th edition? Who remembers in 8th edition you could stack modifiers so that you couldn't physically be hit? Yep. Who remembers 9th edition? And who remembers Harlequins? And who remembers that Harlequins had an army-wide -1 to hit, combined with the 4+ invulnerable save? Who remembers how broken that was for pretty much the entire edition, until they turbo nerfed them into the ground? They didn't fix the problem. They broke the faction. There's a big difference between the two things there. 10th edition was one of the few editions when to hit modifiers weren't a problem, because there weren't that many of them. There was a little bit of smoke and a little bit of -1 to hit on certain vehicles like Venoms, but they're like so fragile you didn't care. They forgot why they limited to hit. They forgot why they limited to hit modifiers in 11th. They forgot why they took them out. Yeah. Yeah, a D6 is too limited to have to hit modifiers on. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It just doesn't work. 40k I just don't think 40k works with broad sweeping to hit modifiers. I think they work as an occasional thing. I think they work as an occasional thing, as a treat. No, there were quite a bit of -1 hits in 10th. Stealth, smoke, death guard, buff, so on. So stealth, yes, but you rarely had stealth stacking with anything else. And there weren't that many units which had stealth. So with 10th, you had little bits here and there that could do -1 to hit. That's the difference. 10th wasn't dominated by to hit modifiers. But think about think about Death Guard. Think about how good Death Guard were when you had double mass to hit, -1 weapon skill, ballistic skill, and smoke. I remember when I think of how powerful Death Guard were when you could stack them. Yeah. And think about this, guys. Think about every guard player who played 10th edition. How good was smoke? Think about that. How many times did you pop smoke and it completely saved your tank? Like completely, like it was like embarrassingly so. It's like, and you post like, I should have killed that, and you were like, pop smoke, baby. Yeah. Fox Knight, thank you for super chat. I think cover needs a maximum. Like how in 10th it couldn't give you better than a 3-up save. 11th, it shouldn't get you worse than a 4-up or a 5-up to hit. That's a great point. Fox Knight, that is a great point. But then you get to the problem of then it maybe stops being as impactful as it should be. But no, you know what? I kind of like that. I kind of like that. I'll tell you why. Because if the idea is that cover makes you harder to hit, then certain factions aren't even aiming. Like, I think it should be, the worst is like a 5-up. And then orcs are like, great, doesn't affect me. Why does it affect orcs? They weren't aiming anyway. They were just spraying in the general direction. But even then, that doesn't make sense because you could hide behind a barricade and the orc bullet can't bend round and hit you, can it? So it doesn't really work. And it doesn't really solve the problem either. Fox Knight, in a great way, in an honest way, does that make any difference? If you did that now, does that make any difference realistically to the majority of factions? Nope. Guard's still got to take all those hellhounds. Tower's still going to be doing exactly what they're doing right now. Yeah, it almost doesn't work. Yeah. It actually makes no practical difference. Yeah. It's an interesting idea that I liked at first, but the more I think about it, the less impacted. The more I realize it makes no difference to the impact, to the problem. Yeah. Cover should be about making it harder to wound. It should add to your toughness. I mean, just have cover saves. It's not that fucking hard. The way you fix it is with cover saves. But there's a lot. See, the thing is, I can fix a lot of problems in 10th and 11th. But not without some pretty big rewrites. I can fix I can fix the reroll problem. I can fix the cover problem. I can fix the narrative problem. I can fix it all. I can fix it all. But it would take some balls. Yeah, I've spoken about it many times. I'm not gonna recover it now. But yeah, it's the problems are the core game design. Yeah. The problem is core game design. Yeah. Anyway, just said how cover save should be its own save, like feel no pain save. It depends on the type of cover. Light 6+ solid, 5+ dense, 4+. That's it. Yeah. Not very simplified. Not simple of you, says GW. Yeah, it's not simplified enough. Bastard Cash, I did your super chat, mate. Did you miss it? I can go back and give you a summary if you want. I did them all a little while ago. I caught up on them, but if you missed it, I'll give you another quick summary so you don't miss out. Because I know it took me a little while to get to you. That was on the US Belgian game. Who won? Let's have a look. Oh wow, fuck! US got bombed, man. Holy shit. That's pretty bad. Big F. Belgium couldn't have let them bloody win it. It's only the 4th of July weekend. Yeah. That's a shame. Well, there you go. You can always be the best in the world at American football. There you are. So, Bastian, your whole thing was around narrative. Going to my first GT, and they have both tournament and narrative, but they run at the same time. What are the pros and cons of both? Army, Ironstorm, and Dark Age. So, the first thing I wanted to ask is are there two tournaments running, well, two events running side by side? One is a GT and one is a narrative event. Or one is a tournament and one is a narrative event. That's my first question. And the second one, so whilst you're answering that, I don't know that much about Dark Angels, I'll be honest with you, man. I never played them. I played into them a few times. Quite a few times. And I'm assuming if you take an Ironstorm plus Dark Age, you're looking at that's Dark Angels, right? Although unless it's something else that I'm not aware of. The thing I've always found very difficult to deal with as Guard and Dark Angels is the Deathwing Knights. so tough because you've got like the shields and the invulnerable save and the -1 damage, and then you can get like Armor of Contempt on one of those units for an activation. So I've always found the Deathwing Knights to be particularly feisty, particularly spicy and feisty and good. So I don't know if that really plays into what you're trying to achieve though with Ironstorm and Dark Age, but that's the only thing I really know a huge amount with them. As for the other thing, I mean, the other thing is that as for sort of the narrative versus the tournament thing, I haven't seen you get back just in the chat just yet, but I'll just riff for a bit and then I can always, change what I said. But my understanding was that, like, you were sort of deciding on whether to go to the narrative event or the tournament event, and I said you're probably better off going to the tournament because even if you lose most of your games, if you keep an open mind and you learn like why you lost your games or why you won, but why you lost your games, you will become a better player. And also narrative events can be very wishy-washy. They can be a bit of a wild west. I don't know like how experienced you are or whatnot, but sometimes the advantage of going to a narrative event is it should be relatively low pressure, and you should be able to kind of rock up with kind of anything, and win or lose doesn't really matter. Just sort of play for some vibes. But I often find narrative events sometimes, I don't know, they're just very difficult to judge them and to gauge them. Some people's idea of narrative is very different to others. So I would generally say and also like 11th edition isn't a narrative edition despite GW's lies. It's not a narrative edition. It's a competitive edition. So you are probably better off going to the tournament and getting good. Better to lose games now than win games later. So that was kind of my sort of take, Bastian. I hope that helps. I'll keep an eye out if there's any other bits you want me to follow up on. Right, one more super chat and then I'm going. Southern Bear, thank you for super chat. Sorry if this is off topic, but if we have super heroes in this edition, what about Baneblades plus Trojan plus Atlas? To me, it seems like 2 times D3 wounds repair each turn within 3 inches of them. Don't know why no one runs them. So nobody runs them because nobody runs Legends. Legends is, in theory, units that you can run in casual games, but very few people actually run them in their casual games because a lot of people don't see them as being like proper units anymore, because a lot of people see casual games just practice for the next tournament they're going to. So I think if you're playing in a in a casual environment with your mates at home, then use whatever the fuck you want, whatever the fuck you want, whenever the fuck you want, have a great time. But for a lot of people, the Trojan and the Atlas are legends. Yeah, they're legends units. And for a lot of people, legends are an option. So yeah. RP didn't seem to mark them as legends. Yeah, they're in the faction pack, mate. The Imperial Guard faction pack. That's where you can find them. Yeah, a good if you want a good list builder, Southern Bear, check take a little clicking around, but I found it to be a very, very good list builder. And I found it is it tells you what's legends and what's not. And you can even untick. So I'll show you. I'll give you a very quick crash course. So this is a new recruit. We'll go over to the guard, for example. So here, show/hide options. It starts off with them all ticked, and then what you can do is you can untick bits you don't want to see. So I don't care about knights, I don't care about Imperial agents. And then it just shows you the guard units on the side here. And if you click on the eye next to each unit, it shows you all the stats, and you've got like drop downs and stuff, so you can see what their abilities are and stuff like that. So yeah, just I'd say new recruit is probably better than Wikipedia. Wikipedia probably hasn't even been updated yet for 11th edition. It might have been, but it probably hasn't. I haven't looked at it. Yeah. I recommend new recruit. I think it's very good. All right. I'm going. I'm going. But it's been a great stream. I'll be back tomorrow at a slightly later time. And I'll be talking about the game that I played and how it went. I'm going to take the 18 Bulgrin list tomorrow. So I'll let you know how it does. Okay? 18 Bulgrin, 2 super heavy list. That's the one we're running. Other than that, it'll be a bit of an after action report tomorrow, and a bit of and then Warlord Wednesday, and then some hobbying towards the end of the week. Boom, bitch. There you go. All right. Bastard Cash, my first tournament, and I have what I think is a good list, but I'm not sure if it will do well against competitive players versus my local group. Don't worry about it. You want my advice for your first tournament? Don't worry if you lose every game. You might do. You might win one. You might lose them all. It'll be very difficult, and it's very natural to get disheartened if you lose a lot of games, but don't. You learn more from a loss than you do from a victory. And what you want to do when you go to your first tournament is just be open-minded. Be like the mighty sponge, absorbent. And be like the mighty slug, avoid the salt. People who go to their first tournament, even if they get smashed at that tournament, become significantly better than people who don't go to tournaments. And the reason why is because you start to gain perspective. You start to understand the wider world out there. You start to learn about combos that you never even realized existed. You start to learn where weaknesses of your list are. You thought you brought enough anti-tank, you lose multiple games because you just get smashed by tanks. Now you know you need to bring more, right? And you learn, that's what I mean, you learn more from your losses. So if you come away and you've been smashed, but your brain's going like 1,000 miles an hour, and you've got so many things that you've learned and so many ways you're like, I can't wait to get back. I can improve my list. I've got a bunch of units I'm going to buy. I'm really excited. I'm going to get them. I'm going to build them. I'm going to paint them. And next time I'm going to do better. Then that is the right experience you want for your first tournament. First 2 tournaments I went to, I didn't win a game. And I was really despondent at the time. But looking back on it now, it really made, because I thought I was hot shit, and it made me realize I was down here. And what I realized is I wanted to be hot shit, so I got back to like about here. No, but it made me want to get better and better and better and play more and more games. Yeah. So don't worry about losing games at your first tournament. I even say to do you know what I say to new guard players? I know you're not playing guard, but you can take this as well. I say to new guard players, you should aim to lose your first 10 games. You should expect to lose your first 10 games. You lose your first 10, then you start winning after that. Because you learn more from your losses. Take your licks. Take your 10 losses. Might be 15 losses. Might be 20 losses in 11th. But take your losses and learn from. But you have to learn from your losses. You might learn, I have a fucking awful list. That's fine. Like, that's still something you learned. That's something you can correct. Yeah. So don't worry about losing games, man. Aldes, I came back to the game in 10th, got my list thrashed 0-0-3, then came back and took it 2-0-1. There you go. That's it. Take your licks and learn from them. It's not about getting knocked down. It's about learning from it and picking yourself back up. And on that strangely motivating and positive note for this channel, I'm going to end the stream. Thank you so much to all of you guys who joined today's stream. Thank you to all of you for your likes and your subscriptions. And thank you to all of you who chatted away. And a massive thank you to all of you who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all of the super chats and the memflexes and the gifted memberships and all that amazing stuff, with a massive shout out to Obama Barrack, who came in with a death strike. Absolute fucking Giga Chad maneuver. Absolute fucking hero. But a huge thank you to all of you, big and small, who support the channel, because I can't do this full time without your support, and you guys make it happen. It's that simple. So if you like my somewhat idiosyncratic take on content creation, then thank you. Let me just say thank you for your support, and thank you to all of you who have become members and all that kind of good shit. Yeah, amazing. All right. And on that note, I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you for watching. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.